Chapter 647, Everybody, Give Up. Chapter 647, Everybody, Give Up. There really are too many geniuses, thought Shui Wuchang. Jun Mo she could use pure and unadulterated vital qi of righteousness. How rare and how difficult, especially to make it reach such dimensions. It was extremely hard to learn. In order to learn vital qi of righteousness, one required a pure heart and couldn't commit sins. One's vitality and soul had to be pure, sinners couldn't give birth to vital qi of righteousness. That skill was the reflection of one's personality. Stop now? Yuemo raised his head and looked at Shui Wuchang. He didn't understand why the battle had to stop. Just a moment before Jun Mo she had just oppressed his body, why would the battle stop? Yuemo wanted to regain face, he had just been humiliated. You lost, said Shui Wuchang. Yuemo didn't know what to say, so he pulled a long face. Shui Wuchang was humiliating him in front of everybody. Even though you didn't lose in terms of strength, you lost in your heart. What you need to do is not think about regaining your prestige, but instead, change your state of mind. If you are unable to change your state of mind, then you will miss out on the wonderful opportunities that await you ahead. At that time, you will lose again, said Shui Wuchang slowly to Yuemo. Yuemo's face looked hideous. He understood what Shui Wuchang meant. After all, Yuemo wasn't stupid. Jun Mo she was indeed extremely strong, and that vital qi of righteousness could destroy evil qi. A moment before, Yuemo had wanted to release his spirit. But Jun Mo she wouldn't have struggled with it, that was indeed his defeat. We will fight again, said Yuemo coldly to Jun Mo she. He then moved back to his seat. We can play together anytime, said Jun Mo she smiling. He looked free, natural, and unrestrained. When he moved, his vital qi of righteousness disappeared and he looked like an ordinary young man again. There was nothing strange about him. Jun Mo she moved back to his seat. In their hearts, everybody felt even more respect for Jun Mo she. Maybe Jun Mo she was one of the 3 best cultivators of the competition, along with Duan Wu Dao and Di Ling. Lin Feng and Tang Yu, you were extremely strong and had obtained the first jade keys. But compared with someone like Jun Mo she, they were still very far. At least, in their eyes. Jun Mo she's vital qi of righteousness was monstrously powerful. Yuemo didn't have a chance to resist it. Yuemo was one of the 8 most dazzling geniuses of the competition, but he was still inferior to Jun Mo she. Before the battle, everybody had wondered which of them were stronger. And the competition was full of surprises. Jun Mo she, who didn't look as strong to begin with, was actually obscenely strong. Being aggressive and arrogant didn't mean anything to someone like Jun Mo she, who was always calm, serene, and gentle. Many had thought that Jun Mo she was one of the weakest of the 8 most outstanding geniuses. But they just misunderstood his temperament. After Jun Mo she's fight, it was the 6th person's turn, Shui Sha. Shui Sha stood up and chose Cheng Meng Xin. Cheng Meng Xin had a resplendent smile on her face. She looked to Shui Wuchang and said, Mister, I am too weak, can I give up? The crowd was astonished, but then they understood her. She was a girl, beating Shui Sha would be extremely difficult. Forfeiting was a way to admit that she had already lost. You can. You're here so you can choose to fight or not, said Shui Wuchang nodding. Thank you, mister, said Cheng Meng Xin looking honest. She then said to Shui Sha, I give up. Shui Sha groaned coldly. He wanted to try a skill, but Cheng Meng Xin hadn't given him the possibility to try it out. He didn't like winning that way, especially after Jun Mo she's victory. It should have been Yumo's turn after Cheng Meng Xin gave up, but he had been defeated already, so it was Ling Xiao's turn. Ling Xiao only could choose between 3 people. Yu Xiao Xiao, Ku Yaotang the Dead Tree, and Yun Fei Yang. I wonder if I could defeat Ku Yaotang. If I fight against Yun Fei Yang, Yu Xiao Xiao will have to fight against Ku Yaotang, thought Ling Xiao. His choice was too hard. In the end, he looked at Yu Xiao Xiao and said, let's give up together. When she heard him, she knew what he meant and nodded. Then he looked at Shui Wuchang and said, Mister, I challenge Yu Xiao Xiao and we give up together. They didn't feel like fighting anymore, they were just thinking about the great opportunity Shui Wuchang had talked about. They wanted to know what they were and if they'd be able to break through to the next cultivation layer after. Okay, said Shui Wuchang, not refusing. Immediately after, he looked to Ku Yaotang and Yun Fei Yang. They had no choice. The last battle had to be between them. If Ku Yaotang lost the battle, he would lose his jade key. But if Yun Fei Yang lost, he had nothing to lose because he already had the last jade key. Do we need to fight? Asked Ku Yaotang to Yun Fei Yang. He didn't even move to the middle of the fighting stage. Let's try, replied Yunfei Yang. The crowd thought that Yunfei Yang was going to give up. That battle wasn't going to be great. The crowd could not believe that he would win. The dead tree was speechless, but then his eyes were twinkling as he said, "All right, let's try then." He jumped onto the fighting stage and watched Yunfei Yang sharply. "Come if you want to fight," said Ku Yao Tang. He then released some dead tree chi. His eyes looked absolutely livid and cold. Yunfei Yang landed on the fighting stage and said, "Ku Yao Tang the dead tree, I want to know where your nickname comes from." "You will see," said Ku Yao Tang coldly. His pupils turned gloomy, he looked dead. The entire atmosphere filled with a death chi and an eerie silence invaded it. It seemed like everything was dying around Ku Yao Tang. Yunfei Yang wasn't far from him, but the death energy around his body didn't feel pleasant. It seemed like he could die at any moment. Ku Yao Tang then made a step forwards and some withered chi spread through the air. However, Yunfei Yang smiled devilishly from the corner of his mouth. He looked particularly amused. "I'm sorry, I give up," said Yunfei Yang abruptly. Everybody was astonished. Yunfei Yang had asked for a battle and then suddenly gave up. Ku Yao Tang was furious, but he didn't even have time to react, that Yunfei Yang was already back to his seat. He smiled resplendently and said, "I wanted to see your chi, now that I saw it there is no need to continue." "You're playing with me," said Ku Yao Tang menacingly. "I think that everybody wants the battles to end as soon as possible," replied Yunfei Yang joyfully. Everybody wanted to see the great presence from Shingon. Yunfei Yang had given up right out, which meant that the battles had come to an end for now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 648, Shingon. Chapter 648, Shingon. The crowd was just as surprised when Yunfei Yang gave up. Perhaps he had really only wanted to see some of Ku Yao Tang's chi. But Yunfei Yang was right. Everybody was hoping to see what kind of gifts Shingon had for them. Ku Yao Tang groaned coldly and returned to his seat. There were 15 people left, the 15 strongest ones. Shui Wuchang glanced at the 15 cultivators left and said, "All right, come with me now. In 7 days we will come back here to continue." 7 days, the crowd was surprised. They needed 7 days to receive gifts. The 15 geniuses weren't ready for that either. Where were they going? Why did they need 7 days? But in any case they were all happy. They weren't going to complain because they were going to obtain treasures. "Mister, I offended many people in Michang. I will be with you for 7 days." "But my friends," said Lin Feng in a weak voice. Han Man and Pajun were there too, maybe Lin Feng's enemies would try to kill them. Lin Feng was scared to leave them for 7 days. "Where are your friends?" asked Shui Wuchang. "There," said Lin Feng, pointing at them. "All right. If anyone dares touch them, Shingon will kill them. And for further precaution, I will send people to protect them," said Shui Wuchang. He then continued, "You don't need to worry about anything. Relax. During these 7 days, you must only pay attention to yourself. I will make sure there will be no problems." "All right. Thank you very much," said Lin Feng while bowing in front of him. Surely, nothing would happen to Han Man and the 2 others. "Anything else?" asked Shui Wuchang to the crowd. Everybody shook their heads, expressionlessly. "All right, then follow me," said Shui Wuchang, turning around and rising up into the air. "In 7 days, wait here," shouted Lin Feng to Han Man and the others. Then he rose up in the air and followed Shui Wuchang, along with the others. Their pure chi was emitting whistling sounds in the atmosphere. They were flying above the clouds in the sky. "Lin Feng, what do you think we will get this time?" asked Ju Nemo Shi. Lin Feng and the others from Dragon Mountain were flying together in the sky, only Duan Wu Dao wasn't with them. Duan Wu Dao hadn't even glanced at anyone else. He had stayed alone from the beginning and to the end. He looked very selfish, as if he had been the master of the sky and was above all the others. "No idea," said Lin Feng, shaking his head. He had no idea what the competition would be like this time. Would it be like the first round? Would luck play a role in this part of the competition? Shui Wuchang had said that the number of their jade key would play a role. Each jade key probably enabled cultivators to access different treasures. Lin Feng would probably obtain the best treasure then. The first round was about getting skills in the temples, so this time wouldn't be about getting skills or techniques. Maybe it's about making us smarter and increasing our power of understanding. Maybe we will understand cultivation layers even better. said Jun Mo Shi. Shui Wuchang had told them that they would first get treasures and then fight again. So what were those treasures? Would they drastically change their cultivation abilities? Would they influence the next battles? Nobody knew anything. Lin Feng and Jun Mo Shi were no exceptions. After 2 days, Shui Wuchang slowed down. In front of them was a mysterious qi. It was an illusion. We arrived, said Shui Wuchang. He stopped and everybody else stopped with him. They all looked to Shui Wuchang. They had arrived? There was nothing in front of them, only clouds? Were there treasures there? In front of them appeared a gigantic cloud. They were confused. Suddenly, some clouds rolled apart and a magnificent light appeared. Their hearts began to beat faster. In front of them, clouds opened and a path appeared. What's this? The crowd was astonished. How intriguing! That was an illusionary door. A moment before, there had been clouds, but now there was an illusionary door. Inside, there was a hole that looked like another world. Come, said Shui Wuchang, passing through the door. The crowd followed him and then they sensed that their pure qi was becoming chaotic. How pleasant! The pure qi of the earth and the sky is very thick here, thought Lin Feng, pleasantly surprised. He turned his head and saw that the illusionary door had closed itself. They had really arrived in another world. Under their feet, the pure qi of the earth and the sky was rolling. Lin Feng had the feeling that this place was like a fairy tale, like those he had watched on the TV in his previous life. There were celestial palaces above the clouds. That place is Shingong, said Shui Wuchang. Everybody was astonished. Shingong was that entire mystical place. Clouds kept rolling over. That place was proof of Shingong's power. On the path of cultivation, there really are no limits, thought Lin Feng, terribly excited. Creating such a world was monstrously difficult. Who could create such a world? What was the cultivation layer of the one who had created it? Protector Shui, shouted a person in the distance. It was a young man in armor. He then nodded to Shui Wuchang. That young man was about 25 years old and his qi was enigmatic. He was even stronger than Umo. That person was different from the 8 most outstanding geniuses of the competition. His armor, just like his eyes, were twinkling. Hao Pang, come. These people are for you, said Shui Wuchang to the young man. Hao Pang nodded and said, in 7 days, I'll bring them back. All right, said Shui Wuchang, nodding. Immediately after, he looked at the crowd and said, go with Hao Pang. He knows where to take you. Everybody looked at Hao Pang. He also stared back at them. He looked calm and serene, maybe even a bit proud. So those are the strong cultivators from Shuiyu. They're not that strong, thought Hao Pang while observing them. Of course, he wasn't going to tell them that. People didn't have the feeling that Hao Pang was nice because of the way he looked Ling Xiaoxiao, Cheng Meng Xian and the other girls. He had even frowned while looking at Tang Yuyu as if he had wanted to say something but hadn't. Come with me, said Hao Pang. They then all followed closely behind him. They could see many palaces in front of them. What an astonishing architecture. The qi of the earth and the sky was extremely dense and pure there. The palaces were gigantic, just like wonderlands. If they had practiced in that place before, they would have already reached monumental cultivation levels. Sects and countries would become extremely powerful if their people could train there. Shui Wuchang is our protector, but he has limits to where he can take you. There are many places where he cannot go, so I have to do it for you, explained Hao Pang. Everybody was surprised. Shui Wuchang couldn't go just anywhere, he was only a protector. What an incredible place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 649, The Banquet. Chapter 649, The Banquet. Hao Pang was leading the way and was followed by the geniuses of the competition. But as before, nobody could see where they were going. That place is gigantic, thought Lin Feng. They had been flying for such a long time but still hadn't arrived. How big was that place? There was still an endless sky all around them. Lin Feng didn't understand precisely who the Shingong people were or how strong they were. Suddenly Lin Feng was in a new place. In front of him was a passageway that was about 20 meters wide. There was a gigantic and magnificent gate at the entrance and Shingong North was written above it. There are 4 districts here, Shingong North, Shingong South, Shingong East and Shingong West. Shingong North is one of the most prestigious districts. So much so that protectors like Shui Wuchang cannot come here. explained Hao Ping before entering the passageway. Lin Feng and the others continued to be surprised but followed him into Shingong North. After the passageway they arrived in a new area that reminded them of the outside. However, palaces were a bit smaller and there were cultivation fields. This seemed like a place was for residents. There were all sorts of skills, bicycles, sword skills, etc. Everybody could see that. Editor's note: I have no idea why it says bicycles there, lol. When will we arrive? Asked Di Ling. He was starting to get upset. They had been there for a while already. Immediately, said Hao Ping. Shingong is like heaven, you've never seen such a place before. Your eyes can now open. It's an incredible place which will enable you to understand the world even better. It's a place for strong cultivators, it's a place where you realize how tiny you are. Don't think that you are real geniuses because you are a little strong in Shuiyu. Actually, you are worthless. I have seen authentic geniuses in my life and I don't consider any of you as one, but... What? They were astonished when they heard him. He had actually made them quite upset. Hao Ping was making fun of them and insulting them. How strong are you in Shingong then? Asked Di Ling mockingly. I am one of the top geniuses, I belong to the Shingong North. Said Hao Ping. You are from Shingong where the qi of the earth and the sky is extremely dense. Considering those facts, you are actually a weakling. Said Di Ling. Hao Ping was stupefied. He turned his head and saw Di Ling's cold smile. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Said Hao Ping indifferently. Finally, they arrived in front of a gigantic palace. In front of the palace were several silhouettes. It seemed like those people were waiting for them. As expected, Hao Ping jumped and landed on the roof of the palace. He looked at one person respectfully and said, Your Highness, I brought them. You worked hard. Said the middle-aged man indifferently. That person didn't sound or look like an incredible person, he looked like your average Joe. Even his qi was normal. That person was the leader of Shingong. What was his cultivation level like? Everybody wanted to know how strong that person was. It is an honor for me to receive so many outstanding geniuses in Shingong North. Since you are my guests, we should have a banquet together. After the dinner we will bring you to the next place. Said the leader of Shingong North. He didn't sound proud at all, he just sounded like a nice person. He was probably easy to get along with, he even looked like he respected them already. A banquet, thought Lin Feng. Shingong also prepared banquets. Lin Feng was wondering what that place really was. Lin Feng was a bit upset because of the incredibly beautiful women on the leader's side. All of them had an extraordinary qi, they were all extremely strong and had natural abilities. And yet, they were only following them around. Lin Feng didn't feel at ease. He had the feeling that Shingong was an odd place. What did they want to do? The great competition of Shuiyu was managed by Shingong. What was their goal? Was it really to see who the strongest cultivators were? All of them had never thought about these things until now. But suddenly they were all starting to ask themselves these questions, not only Lin Feng. A group of women in white clothes brought tables, chairs, food. Everything was put on two sides of the table and the middle was reserved for the respectable people of Shingong North. All right. Everybody, let's start. Said the leader of Shingong North. Then they looked at everything and their eyes lit up. That is the banquet? On the tables, apart from alcohol and food, there were specks of grass and pills. That banquet was luxurious and extravagant, there were grass and pills. And all of them were extraordinary, everybody could sense the pleasant qi emerging out of them. Shingong, sighed Lin Feng. That was how strong and rich the sphere of influence was. Ordinary people couldn't imagine such things. Even cultivators like Lin Feng, who had become stronger step by step, who had gone through hardships, had taken risks. And had, step by step, broken through to higher cultivation layers. Maybe Shingong's people, with their wealth, only had to listen to some teachers and partake in some small battles against their fellow disciples. Learning incredible skills and techniques made them monstrously strong. Sometimes they would go out to practice using some grass and pills, they could destroy extremely strong cultivators with all of that. Those who made great efforts in Shingong could become gods. That was the difference between a place like Shingong and a country like Shuiyu. The conditions at birth were different, so the future was different. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't going to undervalue himself. On the path of cultivation, going through hardships and taking risks were wonderful things. If a cultivator who had become godlike by going through hardships and taking risks fought a godlike cultivator who had enjoyed a comfortable life, there would be no suspense. The winner would be obvious. But Lin Feng didn't deny that it was the case for all of them. Surely, some people from wealthy groups also went through difficult times. Generally speaking, people from wealthy groups all had better conditions. What was important was the way the elders educated them. However, those who reached the clouds thanks to their own efforts could be proud of themselves. In comparison with those Shingon people, the geniuses of the great competition of Shuiyu didn't have such luxuries. They had to rely on themselves a lot and didn't have access to incredible treasures to improve themselves with on the path of cultivation. Please, said the leader of Shingon North when he saw that the crowd was astonished. The leader of Shingon North took the best seat and sat down. Then the many beautiful women sat down around him. And then some extremely strong cultivators came and sat down with them too. I wish I could know you better, please introduce yourselves, said the leader of Shingon. He was, as before, extremely polite. He didn't sound arrogant at all. Firmament Empire, D-Ling, said D-Ling. Firmament Blood. D-Ling, not bad, said the leader of Shingon North while nodding. Shuiyu, Duan Wu Dao. The unruly and ultra-violent crown prince. What you have accomplished is great for such a tiny country as Shuiyu, said the leader of Shingon North. It seemed like he knew everything about them already. Black Wings Empire, Shueisha. Magnolia Empire, Ling Xiao. The leader of Shingon knew all of them. And then Lin Feng introduced himself. Shuiyu, Lin Feng, said Lin Feng, but this time the leader of Shingon North looked surprised. He didn't know him, Lin Feng from Shuiyu? He had never heard of such a genius. Who was that? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 650, Shingon's Goal. Chapter 650, Shingon's Goal. Lin Feng, whispered the leader of Shingon North. Lin Feng was from Shuiyu. A tiny little country like Shuiyu had two geniuses in the top 15. That was very rare. Besides, Lin Feng had only broken through to the 5th Xin Qi layer, so the leader of Shingon North was even more surprised. Apart from him and Yun Fei Yang, they had all broken through to the 7th Xin Qi layer and beyond. Not bad. You are extremely young, such a cultivation level is rare. I hope that after having gone to our special places, your cultivation level will increase. I hope that you will become much stronger, said the leader of Shingon North. In his eyes, Lin Feng was so young and was already stronger. He could be proud of himself because that was already incredible. Lin Feng slightly smiled and bowed but said nothing. Dragon Mountain, Jun Mo Shi, said Jun Mo Shi. There are 6 people from Dragon Mountain and the countries under its jurisdiction. Shingon will remember that and there will be an award, of course, said the leader of Shingon North while smiling and looking at Jun Mo Shi. Jun Mo Shi was, of course, delighted. Everything was going better than he had expected. Lin Feng and Yun Fei Yan were even there in the top 15. Everybody introduced themselves and then the leader of Shingon North said, "Alright, everybody help yourself. Please don't be shy." After that, the leader of Shingon North looked at the beautiful women and young men in armors. Weren't you curious to know those geniuses? You have the opportunity now. You can even measure your strength with theirs. They nodded. Some beautiful women were drinking alcohol while looking at the men in admiration. Many of those young men were looking at Qing Meng Xin. She looked so lovely and attractive. She could make men's souls shake. Her beautiful skin looked like a precious material. She had a resplendent smile on her face and her neck was as white and beautiful as that of a swan. When they looked down at her cleavage, they only wanted to see more. However, the first one who stood up didn't go towards Qing Meng Xin but towards Tang Yuyu. Tang Yuyu looked cold and elegant. She was different from Qing Meng Xin but they were both beautiful. Even though Tang Yuyu wasn't sensual, she looked delicate. Your name is Tang Yuyu, would you like to sit next to me and have some drinks? Said Hao Ping, waiting for Tang Yuyu's response. He looked strange. At the same time, a beautiful woman moved next to Jun Mo Shi. She was looking at him in a sensual and alluring way. Her eyes looked as limpid as water. Lin Feng was stupefied. He had the feeling that the banquet was a blind date meeting. Beautiful women loved heroes, and handsome heroes also loved beautiful women. A group of beautiful women walked towards Di Ling, Duan Wu Dao, etc. Because there were only 4 women, the young men from Shingon moved towards 1 person each. Those beautiful women looked outstanding and extraordinary, one could see it from their qi. Lin Feng looked right and left. On his left, there was Jun Mo Shi. On his right, there was Tang Yuyu. They were both accompanied, only Lin Feng was alone. He had only broken through to the 5th Xin-Chi layer. It was too low for the beautiful women of Shingon. But then a beautiful woman who was drinking alcohol moved towards him. She looked left and right, and then smiled wryly and asked him, "Can I sit next to you?" "Of course," said Lin Feng with a slight smile on his face. That beautiful woman was wearing a blue cheongsam and she sat down on the floor with him. She looked different from the rest. When she saw that Lin Feng was looking at her, she raised her glass and took a sip. Lin Feng also took a sip. The girl who was sitting with him was the most beautiful of all the girls there. But she looked different, she looked lonely and solitary. "You don't like that kind of atmosphere?" asked Lin Feng in a very low voice. The girl raised her head, smiled and said, "We, people of Shingon, need the purest and strongest blood." Lin Feng was stupefied. He understood what she meant. The banquet had been organized to create couples between the most outstanding geniuses of the great competition of Shuiyu and their people. They needed their women to give birth to incredible geniuses. Therefore, there was that kind of banquet. "I understand," said Lin Feng while smiling and nodding. The girl lowered her head and drank her glass of alcohol. And then suddenly, as if she had thought about something, she raised her head again and looked at Lin Feng. "Look, what do you think? If you and I. Would you be willing?" Lin Feng looked surprised, "Just like that? Anyways, if it's not you, it's them. Even though your cultivation level is low, you look handsome to me. You seem to have very high natural abilities, your blood mustn't be that different from mine," whispered the girl with a wry smile. "Since you don't like selling yourself, why don't you find a lover instead? Wouldn't that be better?" asked Lin Feng. "I am a Shingon girl. We are as outstanding as those young men, but we don't have as much choice as them. We have to find people who have amazing natural abilities, even if their cultivation level is low, it doesn't matter." "You're quite audacious," said Lin Feng while smiling and shaking his head. That place was so huge, with the leader's cultivation level, even if she was whispering he could probably hear what she was saying. "The leader knows we don't want to do this. But he doesn't care. The most important thing is Shingon. He doesn't repent anything at all," said the girl as if she didn't care. Lin Feng was speechless, but that girl was interesting. In other circumstances, Lin Feng might have even fallen in love with her. "I already have wives," said Lin Feng while smiling. When Tang Yu heard him, she glanced at him and turned her head again. Then she said to Hao Peng, "Go away, I'm not interested in you." Hao Peng was speechless. He had just invited Tang Yu to sit with him, but she was refusing him so outright. He had never thought she would react like that. He was so astonished that he could only pull a long face. Then he stood up and looked at Lin Feng and the girl. Then he looked at the girl and said, "Qing-chan, you're really becoming worse and worse. Choosing a cultivator of the 5th Xin-Chi layer, that's ridiculous." Then, Hao Peng rolled up his sleeves and looked at Lin Feng with discontent. "Ignore him, he's very arrogant. He thinks that he's the most amazing cultivator in the world. But there are actually many people in Shingon who are much stronger than him," said Qing-chan indifferently. Hao Peng had already been rejected by that girl in the past. He was still furious, so that's why he was being rude with her. Lin Feng slightly nodded and took a pill from the table which he immediately swallowed. An incredible feeling invaded his body. It wasn't comfortable at all, but it felt like his pure qi was getting purer than before. After a short time, everybody went back to their own seats, those beautiful women as well. The leader of Shingon North smiled and said, "You are the most outstanding geniuses of Shuiyu and those are the most outstanding young men and women of Shingon. I organized the banquet so that you can exchange. All right. Since you don't feel like it right now, I will first bring you to the special area." The leader of Shingon North then stood up and said, "Follow me." Everybody suddenly became interested. On the path of cultivation, people were mostly interested in increasing their strength. Everybody rose up in the air and followed the leader. What was that special area the leader had been talking about? They were finally about to benefit from the great advantages of Shingon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 651, The Special Area. Chapter 651, The Special Area. Apart from the leader of Shingon North and the 15 geniuses, several outstanding cultivators from Shingon followed them too. They were all heading for the special area. After a while, the clouds rolled away and a gigantic area appeared. There was no palace, only a moonlight shining upon clouds. That's clearly another world. There is a moon and a sun. Even at night it cannot get dark. The sun and the moon seem like they will never disappear. Lin Feng looked at the moonlight and was surprised. He had seen many incredible things, but he had never thought such a thing could exist. That was another area of Shingon, the special area. In the past, I went to the fire desert when I crossed the illusionary door in the lovesickness forest. Could Shingon be a place like Tianya High? Lin Feng suddenly thought about that mysterious place where he had been in the past. Li Shan had helped him fabricate his banner there, but he had had evil intentions. It had been very difficult to escape. And then he had forced his parents to block the entrance to that world and never go back again. It was too dangerous. When Lin Feng thought about that, he raised his head and looked at the sky. "Let's go up," said the leader of Shingon North. The crowd followed, rising higher up into the sky. The clouds were rolling more and more violently. The crowd had the feeling that they were traveling back and forth. They were surrounded by clouds. When they got closer to the sun, 16 gigantic and ancient gates appeared. They could cross those gates. "Those gates all lead to a special place, you have to use your keys to open them," said the leader of Shingon North. That's why there could only be 16 participants in the end at the great competition of Shuyu, because there were only 16 gates. What would there be behind the gates? Nobody knew, maybe that the leader of Shingon North didn't know either. Those gates were next to each other. From above, it had the shape of a semicircle. Some gates were very high, some less. "Those who have the last two keys can enter the 14th and 15th gates," said the leader of Shingon North. Quickly, Yunfei Yang and the 14th person walked to the gates, took out their keys and opened the gates. The atmosphere vibrated and the gates opened themselves. A gigantic vortex appeared and the two silhouettes disappeared. 13th, said the leader. It was the girl with the eye-soul skill. She also entered the special area. The leader continued calling people until the 10th, but at that moment, he was speechless. He had also been observing people while calling them, and he had tried to guess who the last ones would be, but Lin Feng was still there? Lin Feng had broken through to the 5th Xin Shi layer and was in the top 10. With his cultivation level, the leader could be mistaken. Even if Lin Feng was using a secret skill to hide his cultivation level, the leader of Shingon North would still know Lin Feng's cultivation level. He looked at Lin Feng in a strange way and said, "From 6th to 10th, you can go." Those people immediately moved to the special areas. The leader was still astonished. Lin Feng was still standing there, calmly and motionless. Lin Feng was in the top 5. Di Ling and Duan Wudao were there as he had expected, but Lin Feng was still there. The leader was also surprised about Tang Yu. He would have expected her to be at the end of the top 10. Are they 4th and 5th? Thought the leader of Shingon North. He then continued, 4th and 5th, go, dot. I'm off, said Jun Emoshi to Tang Yu and Lin Feng. He immediately moved to the special area. Duan Wudao also went to the 4th special area. Tang Yu and Lin Feng were still there. The leader was astonished. Even the outstanding young men of Shingon were astonished. What was going on? Lin Feng and Tang Yu were in the top 3. Tang Yu, Haopeng was staring at Tang Yu in a perverted way. His eyes were twinkling. 3rd, go, said the leader. But Tang Yu and Lin Feng remained motionless. Instead, Di Ling entered the 3rd special area. 2nd, go, said the leader, his heart was pounding. Lin Feng and Tang Yu were 1st and 2nd. I'm off, said Tang Yu to Lin Feng. She then used her jade key to open the gate and disappeared. Lin Feng was the last one left. Lin Feng. The leader of Shingon North and the others were absolutely astonished. The first one was Lin Feng, dot. But he had only broken through to the 5th Xin Shi layer. How could he be first? Interesting, thought Cheng Chan. At that moment he was smiling. That cultivator of the 5th Xin Shi layer was interesting. Do you have the first jade key? Asked the leader of Shingon North. He couldn't believe his eyes. Lin Feng stretched his arm and opened his hand where the first jade key appeared. I'm very surprised, said the leader, sighing. Lin Feng, you will benefit a lot from the 1st special area. You have 7 days there. Only the first key can allow you to stay there for 7 days. Cherish that opportunity and the treasures you will acquire. It will not only help you now with your cultivation level, but it will help you in the future too. Many doors will be open for you in the future. Thank you, said Lin Feng, nodding. Shui Wuchang had told him that the 1st special area would be extra special. It seemed like that place was going to be extraordinary. You can go, said the leader. Lin Feng nodded and went to the 1st gate and opened it. A vortex appeared and Lin Feng disappeared from everyone's field of vision. The leader looked at Lin Feng disappearing and then said, Hao Peng, bring Shui Wuchang to me. Roger, leader, said Hao Peng while nodding. His silhouette flickered and he disappeared. In a flash, he came back with Shui Wuchang. Leader, said Shui Wuchang while bowing. Wuchang, I'm very surprised by the current rankings. Tell me, how are those 15 people? Oh, said Shui Wuchang while nodding and then continued, Di Ling and Duan Wudao are extremely strong, they are brutal and violent. They still haven't used their full strength because all of their opponents so far were very weak. They are third and fourth. The fifth one, Jun Mo, she can use vital chi of righteousness. He is very enigmatic and unfathomable. Besides, I don't know what his spirit is. Then the sixth one is Shui Sha and the 10th one is the dead tree, they are similarly strong. Maybe, with the benefits of the special area, the difference will be made for the end of the competition. The most important person amongst the higher numbers is actually the last one, Yunfei Yang. He has a very deep knowledge of cultivation. He shouldn't be the last one, he will be in the top 10. I noticed that too, he's hiding his true strength. He is very enigmatic, said the leader when he heard him. What about Tang Yuyu and Lin Feng? Tang Yuyu and Lin Feng entered the temples together. Tang Yuyu's agility techniques and spirit are very particular. She definitely belongs to the top 10 in terms of strength. I don't know how it will end for her though. We will see, said Shui Wuchang. People would fight until the end to be in the top 10. What about Lin Feng? Lin Feng. Shui Wuchang made a pause and said, he has a terrifying power of understanding. With the strength of the 5th Xianqi layer, he used the memories he obtained in the temple to kill people who had broken through to the very top of the 7th Xianqi layer. He is very young too. I don't quite understand him either. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 652, Amazing Sword. Chapter 652, Amazing Sword. A cultivator of the 5th Xianqi layer who can kill people of the 7th Xianqi layer? The leader of Xingong North was astonished. Shui Wuchang, what do you think will happen in the first special area? Asked the leader. His cultivation will improve and not only a little. Even if he doesn't break through to the 6th Xianqi layer, he will be able to defeat cultivators of the 8th Xianqi layer, said Shui Wuchang. What if I help him break through to the next cultivation layer? Leader. Shui Wuchang was astonished. The leader wanted to help Lin Feng, so Lin Feng was able to get the first jade key. I hope we have him on our side, said the leader. Then he looked at Ching Chan and said, you and Lin Feng should make friends. Ching Chan didn't know what to say. She had talked Lin Feng because he was alone, she didn't want him to feel embarrassed or lonely. She hadn't thought that he had such monstrous natural abilities at that moment. To the extent that the leader of Xingong North would attach so much importance to him. I will do my best, said Ching Chan while bowing. Ching Chan lowered her head and smiled wryly. The leader of Xingong North nodded and looked at the outstanding boys and girls. You are all the most outstanding disciples of Xingong. Those people are the most outstanding people of Shuiyu. They all belong to clans and sects who are not as wealthy as us. They relied on themselves and nobody else to reach such cultivation levels. If Xingong helps them, they will become monstrously powerful. If you manage to steal their heart, it will be beneficial for Xingong and for yourselves. Indeed, leader, said everybody while nodding. A few girls were looking at Ching Chan enviously. She had chosen the best one, Lin Feng. The one who was considered as precious by the leader of Xingong North. Alright, I'm going to talk to the respectable master now. The crowd was surprised, the leader of Xingong North was going to talk to the respectable master about Lin Feng. Hao Peng was pulling a long face. He despised the geniuses of Shuiyu, but the leader of Xingong North attached such importance to him. He was even going to talk to the respectable master about Lin Feng. Lin Feng entered the special area and found a thick, rich chi of the earth and sky surrounding him. It was 5 times denser than the one outside in the normal areas of Xingong and 10 times denser than in the outside world. It meant that practicing cultivation was also 10 times faster in such an environment. The chi of the earth and the sky was 10 times thicker than outside, but apart from that the world didn't seem much different. It was just vast and arid, there was absolutely nothing. There was no sun and no moon either, but it was bright. Lin Feng made a step forwards, he had used the first jade key to come to that place. And there was nothing? How could that be useful to him? How could that be helpful for my cultivation? Thought Lin Feng. However, that arid place looked similar to where Lin Feng had obtained the sword memories. It had then fallen down from the sky and Lin Feng had been able to visualize it. There had been nothing else but a sword. However, at that moment, there was only Lin Feng and nothing else. Is there anything special here? Thought Lin Feng. He was in the best special area, there couldn't be only a thick chi of the earth and sky. Otherwise it wouldn't have deserved to be called the first area. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and started practicing cultivation. It seemed like that vast and arid area came from an ancient memory. It looked ordinary and extraordinary at the same time. In Lin Feng's heart, there was only one sword. Lin Feng was remembering the memories from the sword temple in that arid area. That sword appeared again in front of him and it was surrounded by an incredible quantity of sword energy. A real sword that could lacerate the universe. There was nothing else but the sword for Lin Feng at that moment, he was focused on it. Lin Feng released some sword energy which whistled in the air. The sword chi rolled in the atmosphere, it was terrifyingly sharp. If anyone had been around they would have gotten lacerated by that sword. That sword is in front of me. Strange, thought Lin Feng as he abruptly opened his eyes. A terrifying sword light flashed and his heart started pounding. In front of him, in the desert there was a sword and it was suspended in air. It seemed like it had existed since the creation of times, it definitely didn't look like it had just appeared. From that gigantic sword there was monstrous intent. Or more precisely, it looked like a special category of sword intent. One glance and he had the impression that the sword was an almighty warlord and could destroy the continent of the Nine Clouds. CRRR. CRRR. In spite of Lin Feng's willpower and determination, he still got propelled backwards a few steps from that sword intent. It is not an illusion. It is real. Thought Lin Feng with his heart was pounding violently. A real sword had appeared in front of him and it contained real intent. Such a powerful strength was terrifying. One couldn't understand it by looking at it with their eyes, they needed to use their heart to understand it. How come it's like this? And how come the sword memories appeared here in reality? Lin Feng couldn't calm down. Was it? Did he only need to think about something for it to appear? Everything seemed to be an illusion except for the sword and its intent, those were absolutely real. And Lin Feng wasn't crazy. He slowly walked forwards and sensed that real sword. The terrifying sword intent was cutting at his skin so he didn't continue moving forwards. All of this was part of the memories, and now those memories had turned into reality. It was astonishing. A terrifying sword energy emerged out of Lin Feng's body and whistled in the atmosphere. There was sword energy everywhere. Lin Feng was trying to walk steadily, he wanted to actually sense that real sword and merge with it. In Lin Feng's heart, there were only 4 words, I can do it. The sword chi was becoming increasingly violent and it was lacerating the atmosphere. But Lin Feng was convinced he could do it. He still had the feeling that it was extremely difficult. The sword energy was monstrously strong, more than what he had expected. It didn't belong to his strength. If it had been a part of his strength it wouldn't have appeared in the air out of nowhere. What I think becomes true. Thought Lin Feng, his heart was still pounding. His sword energy became stronger as he ran towards the gigantic sword in front of him. He wanted to see it for real. Lin Feng stretched his hand and put it on the sword. An incredible sword energy which could cut through the entire world spread in the air. Lin Feng and the sword seemed to have fused together, he was the sword and the sword was Lin Feng. Rise. Lin Feng raised his arm. It was very easy as he managed to rise that sword up in the air. Lin Feng was sure that if he had been a really strong cultivator, those geniuses at the great competition of Shuiyu would have all been insects in front of him. With that terrifying sword energy, he could destroy anything. Lin Feng made another step and jumped up in the air as if he had been trying to attack the sky. There was nothing else in that world but his sword. Lin Feng looked like a sword god. His body was like a sword which could annihilate everything. Will I be like that in the future? Thought Lin Feng, unable to think about anything but his sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 653, Sword in Haruka. Chapter 653, Sword in Haruka. Lin Feng closed his eyes and remained in the air while firmly holding his sword. He was calmly sensing that extreme strength. He was using his heart to understand the sword. That strength didn't belong to him, but he could clearly sense that the sword energy was reaching the clouds, his sword cultivation was drastically improving. He didn't know how to go and look for it, it was just there in front of him. How convenient. He could immediately sense it this way. He had a feeling that he could control swords better than a moment before. How strong he was becoming. He could understand and grasp information faster and faster, like a sponge. That sword intent was becoming a part of himself. In the future, if he could use it, he would progress much faster. That's why the leader of Shinggong North told me that what I learned inside the special area would improve my cultivation, and also help me in the future, thought Lin Feng. That special area was magical, all the things he thought about could become real. Then he could use them to study, how wonderful. If he had the ability to practice there, he would progress incredibly quickly. After a few months in that incredible area, his power of understanding would also drastically increase. The vast and arid area was filled with sword energy, there was nothing else. He looked particularly proud in the sky. Then he closed his eyes and continued releasing monstrous amounts of sword energy unconsciously. Lin Feng was studying sword cultivation deep in his heart, he was fusing together with his sword. It lasted for a long time, and even then Lin Feng was still immersed in that state. He couldn't stop these feelings that were extremely deep and profound. That kind of environment really helped him improve his power of understanding. Even if Lin Feng had some moments of consciousness, he still refused to open his eyes. He wanted to enjoy every single second in that marvelous place. Each time he visualized the sword, he could progress on the path of cultivation. Learning alone and learning from a strong cultivator were two different things. Extremely strong cultivators could dispel the clouds and see the sun, they could enlighten people with perfect wisdom and flawless teachings. But Lin Feng had become an extremely strong cultivator alone, all by himself. His power of understanding was way more advanced than the majority of people. Suddenly, Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes and there was a terrifying sword light in the sky. It looked like sunlight, but it turned into a sword light. It looked like the sword of a killer. 5 days. I only have 2 more days, thought Lin Feng. Some rumbling sounds spread in the air and the sword lacerated the entire space. The earth and sky were shaking, the sword chi was cutting through them. CRRR. A massive and terrifying amount of sword chi continued spreading in the atmosphere as the area was lacerated. Then the sword penetrated into the ground of the arid area. 2 more days. I could continue practicing sword cultivation, but I have more abilities that I need to improve, thought Lin Feng. He shook his body and the sword disappeared. The atmosphere became calm again as if nothing had ever happened. That place was truly incredible. After a short moment, Lin Feng sat down again, cross-legged. There was no sword anymore, however, a new world appeared, the world formed from the memories of the Haruka. Apart from his sword skills, Lin Feng also had the terrifying strength of the Haruka. He needed to understand it to improve it. The special area gradually turned dark like night. Then a gigantic golden Buddha appeared, it was sitting and suspended in air. Its golden light was dazzling, it was a real Buddha. It could protect all sentient beings from torment and sufferings. Facing the Buddha, there was a pitch-black body. It was releasing a terrifying evil energy which seemed extremely ancient. Just like the yin and the yang, those two seemed like they were fighting. The Buddha kept chanting some mantras in Sanskrit and golden letters came out of his mouth. Those golden letters turned into golden hands and then its entire body was surrounded by golden hands. On the evil statue there was a black light which turned into a yaksha. Translator's note, a yaksha is a malevolent spirit in Buddhism, but it had the body of an asura. An asura is a malevolent spirit in Indian mythology. Those lights looked deadly. That black light was the exact opposite of the paramithas. The 6 paramithas are practices to reach enlightenment in Buddhism. It was turning into an authentic devil from ancient times. Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes and looked at the golden light and the black light. He couldn't help but shake, he was standing between the Buddha and the malevolent spirit. They were actually fighting right next to him. Under his feet there were golden and black light shining too. It was extremely intriguing that an authentic Haruka had appeared. It had the strength to destroy the universe. Lin Feng was standing between the two sides of the Haruka and had the feeling he was going to drown from their struggle. If someday I can transform into a gigantic golden Buddha and illuminate the world. Or turn into an evil and malevolent spirit, and then I could become a Haruka. And annihilate anybody standing in my way, thought Lin Feng. He felt like a hero, his heart was burning. He had only broken through to the 5th Xin Shi layer, but he was able to participate at the great competition of Shuiyu and dazzle everybody. People had even attached importance to him and respected him. They had told me that I was a rare bird, but compared with authentically strong cultivators, he was still too weak. The Xian Shi layer was nothing. That statue with the golden hands could destroy the entire planet if it was challenged. The Haruka could even destroy people's hearts. Lin Feng was convinced that there were no gods in that world, Buddha or Haruka. All that mattered in the end was strength. The strong could annihilate the rest. No matter how strong the Haruka was, a cultivator could become a Haruka. When Lin Feng thought about it, he sat down and looked at the battle between the Haruka and the Buddha. Around his body was a golden light which turned into a gigantic golden Buddha. His entire body was changing and turning into a real Buddha. He then slowly rose up in the atmosphere. He was looking down at the earth. He was above the sky and the stars were within reach. The planet was tiny. Even though Lin Feng knew that it wasn't his own strength, he could still clearly sense it and feel it. At the same time, he was studying the teachings of the Buddha and the Haruka, understanding their power. Everything he could understand was going to belong to him and he would be able to use it after leaving the special area. One day after, Lin Feng was still in the air and his body turned black. He had transformed into an evil spirit. "Go!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. In the atmosphere, an Azura shot towards the ground. It seemed like it could annihilate anything as a gigantic sound spread in the air and a large crater formed. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. It looked like an endless abyss. "I really can't wait to use that kind of strength later." Lin Feng stretched his hand and continued practicing evil cultivation. He looked cold. He wasn't a Buddha at that moment, he was a malevolent spirit. I've never really sensed the strength of the evil swords, but here in this special area, I can turn into a malevolent spirit and then I could use the hands of that body to use the evil swords. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes and visualized the evil swords to summon them. In the air 9 swords appeared. They looked absolutely calm as they weren't moving at all. Lin Feng opened his eyes and the 9 swords were emitting a terrifying evil light, but then they merged together and became one sword. In that sword was a terrifying evil energy, as well as a terrifying sword energy. That sword looked like that of a sanguinary killer. It looked bloodthirsty and cruel. The evil sword is even more powerful than my gigantic sword. Besides, my gigantic sword is an illusion whereas the evil sword is real and I can actually hold it in my hands. Unfortunately, I cannot control it, thought Lin Feng. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the evil sword. Black clouds started spreading in the air, but at that moment the evil sword looked calm. The evil sword was an object malevolent spirits could use. Maybe, only a malevolent spirit could control the evil sword. And right now Lin Feng was an evil and malevolent spirit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 654, Coming Out. Chapter 654, Coming Out. Lin Feng was holding the evil sword and the result of the combination of the 9 swords. Lin Feng had turned into an evil spirit. His eyes looked extremely evil, ice-cold, cruel and emotionless. The evil sword was releasing a monstrous evil chi which had fused with his heart. The evil sword had its own life and its own intent. With it, it could influence people's cultivation. Even when he had turned into an evil spirit, his body was getting polluted and influenced. If an ordinary person fused with the evil sword, they would be unable to escape unless they turned into an evil spirit. "Go!" Lin Feng moved his hand. The sword streaked through the sky. It seemed like a fissure had appeared in the air where it had cut. Some rumbling sounds in the air and then the sword disappeared. Lin Feng just had the feeling that he was in a dream. Having the ability to control that sword was incredible, but he would regularly have that feeling in the future. Someday, he would become a real Haruka and then slaughter everybody. With that evil sword, he would be able to annihilate everything. Lin Feng felt extremely happy and free from worries after that experience. He had the feeling that someone had just showed him the path to enlightenment. Boom, boom, boom. The special area started shaking intensely. Lin Feng frowned. That world didn't seem too solid. It was probably very difficult for people to remain in it for a long time. Actually, it was probably impossible, otherwise people from Shingon would spend all eternally practicing in there to become incredible geniuses. They would resemble Hao Peng or someone similar. They would be really terrifying. The first special area was a perfect world to increase one's power of understanding. It saved cultivators 1 year or even 10 years of time. That kind of sensation was incredible. Most people would never have such a sensation in their entire life. Sometimes, people couldn't break through to the next cultivation layer. If that was the case, then entering the special area could help them overcome their difficulties. Boom, boom, boom. Some loud bangs sounded. The space was shaking. Lin Feng was stupefied. He turned his head around and saw a silhouette walking towards him. Ha! What was going on? There were other people in the special area. That was the first special area. Shingon wouldn't let anything go wrong. But there was a person at that moment. And Lin Feng didn't know who it was. Back! When Lin Feng saw the silhouette getting closer, he started moving back like the wind. However, it was useless, that person was too faster. Lin Feng couldn't see any face though, only a silhouette. It doesn't look good, Lin Feng was astonished. That person was too fast, he couldn't move faster than he was. Bzzzzz, Lin Feng shivered, a finger landed on Lin Feng's shoulder that made him shake violently. He then shook his head, it was as if he had fallen into a coma. The pure qi all around him started rolling violently and spinning at full speed. Lin Feng's qi was becoming stronger and stronger, it was turning into an incredible essence. Don't worry. I am anointing your head with the purest cream, I am enlightening you with perfect wisdom. Your strength determines the quantity of qi of the earth and sky that you can absorb. With your cultivation level, you don't need to resist. You can easily absorb it and your cultivation level will increase. Just let things go smoothly, said a voice which resonated in Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng had to stop resisting and let the qi flow in his body. After a while the voice disappeared from Lin Feng's head and he was sitting cross-legged. He was using his Cosmos Burning Sun skill to make the entire surroundings burn. Huge flames of qi were burning around in the air. A sun pattern appeared on Lin Feng's body. In the sky, even though there was initially no sun or moon, a sun appeared and started shining upon Lin Feng's body. The fire was becoming hotter and hotter. Boom! That terrifying fire became rampant, Lin Feng was bathing in a gigantic sea of flames. That terrifying fire seemed like it could burn the entire space. There was only that fire in Lin Feng's heart. He slowly stood up but his eyes were closed as before. He raised his hands and two suns appeared. Those two suns rose up and floated in the sky. Then, more suns appeared, up until the ninth sun. They were shining upon Lin Feng's body. This time, Lin Feng had an infinite quantity of pure qi sun fire. The suns belonged to him and he could use all of their fire. Burn the cosmos, thought Lin Feng. The flames started burning even more violently, there was nothing but flames all around Lin Feng. The entire arid and vast area was covered with an infinite number of flames. Lin Feng opened his eyes and saw the fire. So that was what it looked like when the skill reached its maximum. When it became an authentic sun skill. It could really burn the entire cosmos. Boom boom boom. The vast and arid area kept shaking, it was more and more violent. It seemed like it was going to collapse. Lin Feng looked sad. 7 days. He really wanted to stay there longer, every day in there was wonderful. He had made the same progress that he would have made in 1 year's time outside. Unfortunately, he could only stay 7 days in that great world and now it was over. Actually, only Lin Feng was missing in the outside world, everyone else had already finished their time. They all looked more mature as if they had all made great progress. They hadn't left him though. They raised their heads and looked at the first gate which was also the highest one. Lin Feng had obtained the first jade key so he got to train there. They were wondering when he would come out. The first special area is the best one and is also the place where one can spend the most time. It must be much better than all the special areas where we went. Lin Feng has been there for 7 days, even if he hasn't changed his skills or anything he should have broken through to the next cultivation layer, said Tang Yu while watching the first gate. Actually, Lin Feng was the only one who had spent 7 days in a special area. Tang Yu had been able to stay 6 days in the second area, and she had benefited a lot from those 6 days. Breaking through to the next cultivation layers is only a matter of time. Even if Lin Feng doesn't finish at the top of the rankings this time, he has already obtained a lot and will have a brilliant future in front of him. He will be even more successful in the future. He is able to progress faster than us, said Jun Emoshi in a low voice. When Emo heard that, he groaned coldly and looked solemn. He hated Lin Feng for having obtained the first key, he wished he had spent 7 days in the special area. He didn't even have 5 days to practice cultivation. But now, 7 days had finally passed. Outside and around the gate, some clouds appeared as the gate opened itself. A silhouette appeared and descended from the sky. That person's qi was different. However, his cultivation level hadn't changed. He had only broken through to the 5th Xin Qi layer. 5th Xin Qi layer? The leader of Shingong North was surprised. But then sharp lights twinkled in his eyes and a magnificent and radiant smile appeared on his face. That boy is hiding things. If the leader of Shingong North could only see that Lin Feng had broken through to the 5th Xin Qi layer, it meant that he was being fooled by Lin Feng's secret skill to hide his cultivation level. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 655, The Prologue. Chapter 655, The Prologue. He's only broken through to the 5th Xin Shi layer. Almost everybody looked at him with disdain. He had spent so much time in a place where the chi of the earth and sky were extremely strong and rich. In the end, it seemed like he had been practicing for 10 days. Besides, breaking through to the next cultivation layer after the 5th or 6th Xin Shi layer wasn't easy at all. It might be that Lin Feng would remain at the 5th Xin Shi layer his entire life. Maybe he wouldn't be able to condense pure chi anymore and would remain at the top of the 5th Xin Shi layer. Sending a person like you to the first area was a waste of resources, said Umo indifferently. Lin Feng had spent 7 days in there and hadn't even broken through to the next cultivation layer. If Umo had been in there, he would have become a monster. Umo had entered the 7th special area, but he had only been able to stay there for less than 4 days. During that time he had sensed what it was like to break through to the Tianqi layer. He had realized what it was like to become a monstrously strong cultivator. And concerning his real strength, his cultivation level was now at the very top of the 8th Xianxi layer. He was convinced that those 4 days spent in the special area had enlightened him. He had understood things which would help him break through to the Tianqi layer at some point. When Lin Feng heard Umo, he just smiled indifferently. He didn't have to justify himself because it was pointless, fighting would be proof enough. Even though we could continue the great competition of Shuiyu now, if you want to consolidate your cultivation here in Xingong, we can delay it by 2 days, said the leader of Xingong North slowly. Everybody looked at him and nobody replied. Nobody was willing to postpone it. Leader, since everything was planned already, let's not delay it, said Di Ling indifferently. He didn't want to delay the competition. Yes, he's right. We're about to start the last battles. Everybody is waiting for them now. If we delay it, then everybody will be upset and worry. Let's continue now, said Umo. Since he had been injured by Lin Feng during the first round in the evil area, he was furious. On top of that, he hadn't obtained any treasures there. During the second round, in the Flood Dragon Cave, he wanted to prove to everybody how amazing he was. He had grabbed a jade key, but then Shueisha stole it, and then Jun Imoshi had attacked him too. In the end, he had only been able to grab the 7th jade key. Umo was furious. He needed to prove to everybody that he was actually strong. All right, said the leader of Xingong North. He didn't insist when he saw that everybody was unwilling to stay. All right, you guys can bring them to the exit of Xingong, said the leader to the young people who all nodded. The leader was asking them to bring them back, which was obviously another attempt to make couples. Xing-chan, didn't you want to leave Xingong for some sightseeing? This time, I will allow you to go and watch the great competition of Shuiyu, said the leader of Xingong. Xing-chan was astonished. She quickly glanced at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes and then nodded. She perfectly understood what it meant. He was asking her to go and make friends with the genius, Lin Feng. All right. You are all geniuses, so don't worry if you lose your battles. You made it so far already, concentrate on your cultivation now, said the leader of Xingong, trying to comfort everybody. All right, go now. We're off. Goodbye, leader. Leader, thank you. Everybody was saying goodbye to the leader or thanking him. After all, he was the one who had let them enter the special areas and enabled them to practice cultivation. They could only be grateful. Besides, the leader of Xingong had to be extremely strong. Everybody left. Lin Feng was flying through the sky when someone suddenly appeared next to him. It was the girl who had talked to him before. Xing-chan looked at Lin Feng, smiled wryly and said, I wouldn't have thought that you would fool me. You are actually monstrously powerful. You got the first jade key and entered the first special area. You can only use those special areas once a year. Even the leader of Xingong North cannot use it more than once a year. This time, you surprisingly had that incredible opportunity. You never asked me, so why would you say that I fooled you? Said Lin Feng while shaking his hand. He was a bit surprised. Only once a year? Only the most outstanding cultivators? This time, Xingong had opened the doors of the special area for the 16 of them and had enabled them to increase their cultivation level. What was the reason? Were the participants of the great competition of Shuiyu more important than the disciples of Xingong themselves? It didn't seem plausible. In terms of strength and natural abilities, the geniuses of Shuiyu couldn't be stronger than the geniuses of Xingong. How could they rival with them? You're right, said Chengchan Lin Feng. Do you know why I am here? It's only a coincidence. It's because I talked to you for a few minutes and then the leader of Xingong North asked me to chase you. He hopes that we can become friends and that you will contribute to the glory of Xingong. Lin Feng hadn't replied because Chengchan had instead. Lin Feng nodded and said, I knew that. Qingchan smiled resplendently and looked at the sky. Then she whispered, "Will you accept?" "I won't," said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Qingchan nibbled her lips, turned her head to look at him with a wry smile. "You seem quite sure. You are leaving me absolutely no margin. Can't you give me face, dot? If I had met you before when I didn't have feelings for anyone else, maybe. You're so beautiful, charming, and nice, I would have fallen in love with you," said Lin Feng with a gentle smile. "What you mean to say is that I'm too late to receive your feelings?" asked Qingchan with a provocative smile on her face. Lin Feng smiled wryly. He nibbled his lips and remained silent. "Joining Shingon would be incredible for you. With your personality, plus the education Shingon would provide you, you would become so much stronger," said Qingchan in a low voice. "My heart refuses. It would just become a prison for me," said Lin Feng, shaking his head. There were too many forbidden things in Shingon. If he joined Shingon, he really would become stronger, but on the other hand, he would lose his freedom. He would have to listen to Shingon's orders, etc. Lin Feng couldn't live under restrictions. Qingchan seemed like she could and couldn't understand at the same time. She smiled back and said, "No matter what your reply is, if you like me or not, I still want to get out of Shingon and leave with you." Yes. The leader of Shingon had told Qingchan to stay with him when he was outside of Shingon. Lin Feng wasn't going to refuse. The crowd was leaving Shingon and arriving back to the normal world again. The chi of the earth and sky were becoming thinner. They were not used to how little there was. The 15 cultivators left along with some people from Shingon and headed for the fighting stage at the great competition of Shuiyu. When they returned, they found that the fighting stage had become larger. And around it the crowd had become even noisier. Everyone had shown to watch the end of the competition. They arrived. At that moment, the crowd saw a group of people in the sky. They had left several days before and were finally coming back. Finally, the 15 strong cultivators were back. Who was going to dazzle this time? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 656, Monstrously Strong Cultivators, the Prologue. Chapter 656, Monstrously Strong Cultivators, the Prologue. There are some people with them, they must be cultivators from Shingon, thought the crowd when they saw that there were more than 15 people in the sky. There were beautiful girls there. The strong cultivators had gone to Shingon and were returning with Shingon girls. They were incredibly beautiful and were also extraordinarily strong female cultivators. The 15 finalists also looked different, as if they had changed. It seems like they have greatly benefited from the excursion, thought the crowd. The 15 finalists' eyes were twinkling. They were the strongest cultivators from the 13 countries of Shuiyu. Everybody was wondering how strong they had become now that they had benefited from Shingon's treasures. They had obtained jade keys with numbers from the second round. Lin Feng and Tang Yu had finished first and second, but they would probably fall in the rankings during the final round. Boom! All the cultivators landed on the fighting stage as an incredible chi dashed to the skies. The crowd could sense how strong their chi had become. Lin Feng has become stronger. This time, he will astonish everybody, thought Han Man, staring at Lin Feng from his bronze mask. Ling Xiao, Yu Xiao Xiao. What a glory for you, you are such dazzling cultivators. In the distance a voice rolled in the sky. The crowd was surprised as they turned their heads. There were a group of people flickering in the sky. The leader had a golden Chang Pao and looked domineering. He held a zither and a sword, he was probably skilled at using them. Teacher, said Ling Xiao and Yu Xiao Xiao, surprised. That old person was their teacher and the patriarch of the strongest sect in the Magnolia Empire, the Yun Xiao sect. In Magnolia, the Yun Xiao sect was even stronger than the Imperial City clan of Magnolia. The Yun Xiao sect also made most of the more important decisions in their country. The crowd was happy to see Ling Xiao and Yu Xiao Xiao's teacher. They were both amazing cultivators in Shuiyu and they were the two most outstanding cultivators of Magnolia. Their teacher had come to meet Chen, so he must really care about the results of the great competition of Shuiyu. The patriarch of the Yun Xiao sect nodded to them and said, "No need to pay attention to anyone else, just focus and try to be the most dazzling ones." "Yes, teacher," they said together. They had joined the great competition of Shuiyu to win. Could Magnolia ever dazzle anywhere? Asked a cold voice. That voice came from far away where a black cloud had appeared in the sky. It was surrounded by a monstrous evil chi. What a terrifying chi, thought the crowd, they were shaking. Even though the person who spoke was still far away, their chi could be felt by everybody there. It seemed like they were going to drown at it. How terrifying. Mr. Ian Shah. Several people had recognized that old man. He was the patriarch of the Tian Sha sect, Mr. Ian Shah. His cultivation was terrifying. And not far from him was someone else. That person was extremely skinny, like a skeleton. And it seemed like everything was dying around them. Teacher! Teacher! Shui Sha and the dead tree both shouted that word at the same time. Two strong cultivators from Black Wings had arrived, Shui Sha's teacher and the dead tree's teacher. Their teachers had come to see them because they also attached great importance to the great competition of Shuiyu. Oofy walking corpses. Utterly worthless vegetating people, said the patriarch of the Yun Shao sect mockingly when he heard Mr. Ian Shah. Mr. Ian Shah was smiling strangely and most evilly. The first of the competition will be Di Ling, said a loud voice at that moment. Several people from Firmament had arrived too. There was a middle-aged man in a dragon robe, his chi was something like a warlord. It seemed like everybody disappeared when they near him, as if they had to submit themselves. Di Ling's chi was very similar. Father! Shouted Di Ling to the middle-aged man. Di Ling's eyes were twinkling as he said, Dad, I will finish first. I'm waiting to see that. I hope so. Said the middle-aged man full of confidence. Di Ling represented the Firmament Empire, how could he lose? He was the best. Yumo's teacher also arrived with some people from the Firmament Empire, but he just nodded to Umo. Di Ling was the most important person there. Even though Umo was extremely strong, nobody could offend Di Ling. Umo didn't have the Firmament blood like Di Ling, so there was a huge difference. The difference between the two might be defined by their blood alone. He wasn't aiming for the first place, but for second. The Firmament Empire had to dazzle. After that, people from Magnolia and Black Wings also arrived and surrounded the fighting stage. Everybody wanted to watch the great competition of Shuiyu. Those geniuses were the future of Shuiyu. A few dozens years later and they would become the leaders of their empires and countries. They had to be monstrously strong then or else their empires would crumble. But there was someone else, and he was smiling faintly. That person looked calm and indifferent towards everyone else there. However, that person's chi was that of a king. Why wasn't he saying anything? He just looked at Jun Emoshi, and remained standing in the middle of the crowd. It seemed like he was communicating something. Jun Emoshi turned around to look at him too. A faint smile appeared. That person was his father, the Emperor of Dragon Mountain. They're all here, the strongest cultivators from Shuiyu came. The crowd was absolutely speechless this time. It was also a gathering of the strongest cultivators of Shuiyu and the gathering of geniuses. Everybody had come for the great competition of Shuiyu. It seems like the competition is going to be something to remember. The crowd was extremely excited with their fists clenched into balls. It really proved how important the competition was. Everyone could watch the future leaders of Shuiyu improve during the final round of the competition. After it ended, nobody knew what they would do to continue progressing. He. Everybody has come to meet Chang for the great competition of Shuiyu. What an honor it is for us from Shuiyu to host this competition. However, Shui Wu Chang had things to add. Even though these cultivators are your offspring, no matter what happens you cannot intervene. I am talking to the extremely strong seniors now. Otherwise, Shingon will come to punish you. Threatened Shui Wu Chang calmly. Everybody shivered. Shui Wu Chang was incredible, he was stronger than those emperors and powerful patriarchs. They all respected and feared Shingon. Not everybody could win the competition, so Shui Wu Chang was warning them in advance. How aggressive, Shingon is too scary. Thought the crowd surprised. Even those strong cultivators didn't dare defy Shingon. Everybody remained silent. Alright, let's just watch calmly. The great competition of Shuiyu is a fair and equitable competition, said Shui Wu Chang indifferently. He looked to the candidates and said, Alright, let's get ready for the last battles. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 657, Forfeit. Chapter 657, Forfeit. Everybody kept silent when Shui Wu Chang spoke. It was 7 days after Shui Wu Chang had sent the fighters to the special area, and now they had finally come back. The rules had changed too, people weren't going to be eliminated in one battle this time. There would be too much luck involved if they did that again. He had said that everybody would fight each other so that the strongest fighters would stand out. Shui Wu Chang wasn't done talking. This time, the last battles are about to start. Everybody is going to fight against each other. The number of victories will determine your position in the rankings. The fighters nodded. Indeed, that kind of battle was extremely fair. The one with the most victories would be ranked first. Nobody could afford to be careless with each fight. Everybody had to win if they wanted to dazzle. This time, almost the entire population of Shuyu was watching. They wanted to see who the most dazzling cultivators of the region were. Those with the best cultivation levels, skills and techniques should put on an amazing show. Besides, the strongest cultivators of the four empires were there to watch too, Shingong included. There is something else I want to tell you. This time I will allow you to give up. If you feel like you have no chance of winning and that fighting could affect your following battles, you can give up. Of course, that will count as a loss, said Shui Wuchang. The crowd remained silent. That would allow fighters to save their strength and energy for their next battle without being exhausted. But would it be worth it for a loss? Besides, the order of the battles is based on the same principle as the previous battles. The one with the first Jade Key can challenge who they want. So Lin Feng will be the first one and then it will be Tang Yuyu's turn. Then after everybody is done battling, it's Lin Feng's turn again. However, there is one rule. You cannot challenge your own self and you cannot challenge someone who has just battled. You must wait until the next round to challenge them, explained Shui Wuchang. As before, the ones with the best Jade Keys could challenge first, but it wouldn't provide with such great advantages. Eventually, everyone would fight everybody else. Everybody would have to fight each other without exception. Apart from strength, endurance was going to be tested here too. I told you the rules and I think everybody understands. Now, everybody move aside. Lin Feng, stay here and choose your first opponent. All right, nodded Lin Feng. He stayed in the middle of the fighting stage and the others gradually moved away. All eyes were on Lin Feng and they wondering who he would choose first. You, said Lin Feng, pointing at the 14th person. That person's strong point was physical strength, his body was like an indestructible iron wall. That person deeply stared at Lin Feng, he expected that he'd be chosen. Lin Feng would probably fight against the strongest cultivators later. Lin Feng and Yun Fei Yang were good friends, so he didn't want to fight him first. Boom boom. That person was making the ground shake after each step. It seemed like the fighting stage was going to cave in. Give up, I don't want to hurt you and influence your next battles, said Lin Feng indifferently. That person was surprised at how arrogant Lin Feng was. That person was 14th, but he was extremely strong. And now Lin Feng was telling him to give up because he didn't want to hurt him. Everyone was surprised when they heard Lin Feng. Another step made the atmosphere vibrate. Even though I only spent one day in the special area, I also progressed. Besides, with my corporeal strength, I can fight you. You might win, but I want to try at least, said that person. Lin Feng had increased his sword cultivation in the special area and might be able to kill him with one sword attack. But that person was really strong too. If he didn't fight the first battle, how would he be able to fight the next battles? He would lose credibility. Lin Feng slightly nodded and said, "Alright, let's fight then." Lin Feng made a step forwards, and in a flash his sword emitted whistling sounds in the atmosphere. He was placing pressure on the physical strength of his opponent. Sword force and physical strength force were colliding in the air. That person violently trampled on the ground towards Lin Feng when he sensed how sharp the sword energy was. Boom boom boom. A terrifying physical strength was shaking the entire fighting stage violently. Physical strength cannot win against my sword, whispered Lin Feng. And then he launched forwards. CRRRR. CRRRR. A terrifying sharp sound spread in the air. It seemed like sword chi was going to lacerate the entire atmosphere. Lin Feng's sword had started to look like that of a monstrously strong cultivator. It could finally lacerate the atmosphere, but it was only the start though. What a terrifying sword, thought the crowd, staring at Lin Feng's sword. 7 days before, they had seen how terrifying Lin Feng's indestructible golden body was. And then they saw Lin Feng's terrifying bloodthirsty sword. It was then that they had realized how terrifying he was. Now, they realized that Lin Feng's sword ability had increased. Lin Feng was giving off the feeling that he had perfectly fused with his sword. His sword intent was terrifying, it was more terrifying than any simple human sword fusion. His sword intent was jaw-dropping. As expected, sword intent, the crowd sighed. Last time they hadn't sensed it clearly, but this time the sword intent was fierce and swift. Lin Feng's opponent already looked glum. Lin Feng's sword was putting too much pressure on his body already, and that sword intent actually cutting the air. It was moving towards him and emitting terrifying whistling sounds. His own physical strength force didn't have a chance. As expected, I doubted his abilities previously because last time he defeated a cultivator of the same strength as me. But training in the first special area. I already lost now. Fought Lin Feng's opponent. His physical strength force was moving back. He looked at Lin Feng and said, I lost. He had lost, he wasn't going to try and fight. Lin Feng's terrifying sword energies immediately disappeared. He didn't put any more pressure on his opponent, he just smiled and nodded. Then, he moved aside. After watching Lin Feng, the crowd was wondering what his real strength was. It seemed like he had only broken through to the 5th Xin Qi layer, but with his terrifying sword intent he could easily annihilate cultivators of the 7th Xin Qi layer. He was probably hiding his real cultivation level. Lin Feng had probably become stronger. People were impatient to see Lin Feng's next battles to see how strong he had actually become. Who would be able to defeat him and his sword? Then it was Tang Yuyu's turn. She picked the Ice Soul Girl again. Last time, you lost. I challenge you again, said Tang Yuyu. That Ice Soul Girl looked glum. 7 days before she had been to figure out how to resist Tang Yuyu's punches. But she had no idea, the only solution she could come up with was speed. She had to be faster than Tang Yuyu, or her physical strength had to surpass that of Tang Yuyu. However, it seemed impossible. Especially seeing how Tang Yuyu had gone to the 2nd special area, and the Ice Soul Girl had gone to the 13th one. She had no chance. I forfeit, you win, said the Ice Soul Girl, unsurprisingly. She closed her eyes as if she was trying to save some strength and energy for her next battles. Tang Yuyu nodded. Just like Lin Feng, she moved back to her initial position. Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu had both won their first battles, so there were 13 more to go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 658, Poor UMO. Chapter 658, Poor UMO. The third battle was Di Ling against the 12th, and Di Ling had won. Then, Duanwu Daocho's Cheng Meng Xian and Cheng Meng Xian gave up. Jun Mo she looked at Umo and smiled indifferently. Jun Mo she's smile made Umo upset, he was choosing him again. This time, I'm sure that I will win, said Umo, his pupils looked ice cold. 7 days before, he had taken everything to heart. Umo was an incredible cultivator, but he had surprisingly lost to Jun Mo she from Dragon Mountain. He had lost face. Boom! A terrifying vortex appeared. There weren't many actions, no words, only a vortex which emerged out of Umo's body and moved towards Jun Emoshi. It looked dreadful. Vital Chi of Righteousness, said Jun Emoshi as a terrifying golden light emerged out of his body and rose up in the air. A gigantic Chi of Righteousness dashed to the skies. A gigantic vital energy of righteousness. Die! Shouted Umo furiously. He then assaulted the atmosphere with his fists towards Jun Emoshi, who just stared back at Umo. His vital Chi of righteousness was incredible, it seemed like no evil Chi could pierce through it. Umo's punch made the Chi of righteousness fluctuate even more violently, it was insanely dashing to the skies now. Ha! Umo was astonished. How was that possible? He couldn't pierce through his vital energy of righteousness. He had broken through to the very top of the 8th Xin Qi layer, how could it be that difficult? His pupils turned black and white, some trigrams patterns appeared in his eyes as well as in his hand. He was persevering but wanted to destroy Jun Mo she's Chi of righteousness. Boom! Boom! That terrifying vital energy of righteousness continued to dash towards the skies. Jun Mo she was bathing in a pure and holy energy, the trigrams pattern still had no effect. Jun Mo she is even scarier than 7 days before, thought the crowd, shivering. His energy was as gigantic as a mountain. You thought that you had become strong enough to defeat me after training in that special place? Asked Jun Mo she. Umo was shaking. At that moment, Jun Emoshi's eyes were twinkling and looked dazzling. It was the first time that such dazzling lights appeared in his eyes. Don't forget that I entered the 5th special area. Even before the special area I was stronger than you, so it makes sense that you are still weaker than me, said Jun Emoshi, jumping forwards. His terrifying energy of righteousness invaded the entire atmosphere, there was nothing else but righteousness. Ha! The crowd was astonished. Jun Emoshi's chi was really terrifying. It was entirely gold, was able to turn into a hurricane. But then, it formed into a golden dragon. The crowd could sense it, they felt tiny insects. Apart from the crowd, Umo also had that feeling. He felt like a piece of trash in front of that energy of righteousness which could annihilate any evil person. Umo had no more self-confidence. He was just staring at Jun Moshi bathing in his golden energy. You are a genius? Asked Jun Moshi mockingly. Those words painfully resonated in Umo's heart and brain. The terrifying dragon hurricane swept away and took Umo along with it. His body was blown away. Jun Moshi had an overwhelming victory. Jun Moshi won. The crowd was shaking. Everything had happened so fast. What was going on? The fight had just started. Jun Moshi released his energy of righteousness and oppressed Umo so much so that he flew away. The difference between the two was so much. Jun Moshi's words were resonating in people's thoughts. Was Umo a genius? Was he really one of the 8 most outstanding geniuses of Xueyu? Was he too weak or was Jun Moshi too strong? Umo groaned. The energy of righteousness had invaded his body and he was fighting it. Next, said Jun Moshi calmly, turning around and going back to his seat. Umo couldn't believe what he heard. No, we're not done, said Umo, suddenly looking particularly evil. He couldn't take his eyes off of Jun Moshi. Enough! Shouted a voice which resonated in Umo's brain painfully. Umo raised his head and saw a pair of ice-cold eyes staring at him. I told you. On the path of cultivation, your heart must become as solid as a mountain if you don't want it to break, said Jun Moshi. He had won. For the 6th battle, Xuesha chose Yunfei Yang, just like Lin Feng had expected. Yunfei Yang immediately forfeited. The 7th battle was Umo's turn, but because he had already been chosen and had already fought, he would have to wait for the next fight. Qicheng Jianling Xiao chose Ku Yaotong the Dead Tree. Both of them were part of the 8 most outstanding disciples of Xueyu. This time, Qicheng Jian showed no mercy. He immediately unsheathed 7 swords which all contained sword intent. The dead tree had death in his eyes as he opened them. In a flash, everything was filled with a dead energy. But in the air, Ling Zhao's swords cut through the energy. Rosy clouds emerged out of the swords and dashed to the skies. Soon after, Ku Yaotong lost. There were only 15 people, so when it arrived to Liu Qin Xiao Zhao's turn, everybody had already fought once. So she chose the 14th cultivator and won. During the 2nd round, Lin Feng chose the Ice Soul girl. Using his sword intent, he destroyed the girl's ice soul. His sword couldn't be frozen, thus Lin Feng won again. Tang Yuyu chose the one with the silver sword and won as well. It was their 2nd victory already. Then, Di Ling chose Qing Meng Xin, who immediately forfeited. Then, Duan Wu Dao chose Ku Yaotong. Everybody thought that the battle would be disastrous, but Duan Wu Dao was way too violent and powerful. It seemed like he only held disdain for the dead tree, even though Duan Wu Dao was younger than him. He had destroyed him in one punch and won. Jun Moshi this time chose Liu Qin Xiao Xiao and won. Then, Xuesha chose to fight against Ling Xiao. Xuesha's deadly chi collided with Ling Zhao's sword and there was a huge explosion. However, in the end Xuesha won. Xuesha had won twice. After, it was Umo's turn to choose. He chose Yunfei Yang. He was the only one left who hadn't fought during that round. Unfortunately, I cannot kill you, said Umo evilly to Yunfei Yang. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who had offended him. Jun Moshi had also made him appear as a buffoon. Now, he wanted to regain face by crushing Yunfei Yang. Unfortunately, Yunfei Yang would probably immediately forfeit and would refuse to fight. How come you're still standing there? Yunfei Yang jumped forwards and looked back at Umo. He sounded indifferent. Umo was astonished. Yunfei Yang was going to fight? Yunfei Yang had forfeited when Xuesha had challenged him. He had also forfeited against Ku Yaotong the Dead Tree. But in front of Umo, he was going to fight? Why? Umo looked glum, but then he realized what was happening. He wanted to humiliate Yunfei Yang, and the latter knew that. So by accepting the challenge, he was alternatively humiliating Umo. You are not giving up? Asked Umo. Yunfei Yang ignored him and immediately jumped forwards. In a flash, a gigantic rumbling sound spread in the air. The force of the earth and sky became heavy. Umo pulled a long face. Not only wasn't Yunfei Yang going to forfeit, but he had immediately took the offensive. Die. This time, Umo was infuriated. Terrifying trigrams appeared. Without hesitation, his blood like 8 trigrams surrounded Yunfei Yang's body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 659, Blood Red Sword. Chapter 659, Blood Red Sword. You asked me to forfeit? I will really wonder how you plan to back that up. At least, you should be able to one-shot me if you're strong enough to ask me that," said Yun Fei Yang with a cold smile. He jumped forwards and terrifying rumbling sounds spread in the air. He condensed the force of the earth and sky. Once again, he was borrowing the strength of the planet which enveloped the 8 red trigrams. "Since you don't want to forfeit, I will teach you a lesson," said Umo coldly. The 8 trigrams looked even more frightening. And then Umo shouted furiously, "Annihilate!" The 8 trigrams were moving chaotically through the air. A black and white color then rose up and moved towards Yun Fei Yang. This time, Umo was using his full strength. It seemed like he wanted to kill Yun Fei Yang. He wanted to regain his popularity. "The force of the earth and sky is mine. A strong force can annihilate anything," shouted Yun Fei Yang furiously. Pure chi was emitting whistling sounds in the air as Yun Fei Yang started running. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was shaking violently, some fissures even appeared. The force of the earth and sky was that powerful. Yun Fei Yang's chi and force were dashing boundlessly and then turned into an airstream spinning rapidly. He was fusing together with the earth. 7th Xian Chi layer. The crowd was astonished, extremely surprised. Yun Fei Yang had broken through to the 7th Xian Chi layer. He had been hiding his real strength. Apart from his terrifying force of the earth and sky, he had also broken through to the very top of the 7th Xian Chi layer. That guy. He has incredibly frightening methods. And to top that, he managed to hide his strength from us, thought Lin Feng, smiling. Yun Fei Yang and Lin Feng were very similar, they were both hiding their real cultivation levels. Umo was astonished. He even looked glum. No wonder Yun Fei Yang had accepted the challenge. He wasn't scared at all because he had hidden his real strength. 7th Xian Chi layer or not, I will still kill you, scorned Umo coldly. A terrifying spirit chi emerged and rolled into the atmosphere abruptly. His 8 trigram spirit looked terrifying. In Umo's eyes, everything was black and white. And blood red. 8 trigrams, total annihilation. Umo closed his eyes and a myriad of trigrams appeared. Then they moved towards Yun Fei Yang at full speed. Yun Fei Yang was surrounded by the 8 trigrams, his pure chi was being consumed. Boom, 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 boom. The ground was shaking insanely. This time, Yun Fei Yang continued running and the force of the earth and sky was oppressing Umo's body. He then condensed all the force he could onto Umo, creating an intense pressure. "You're still not dying," shouted Umo, whose eyelids were shaking. His world was still black and white. He was maneuvering his trigrams back to block Yun Fei Yang's way. Now he wanted to kill Yun Fei Yang more than anything. "Ha!" Lin Feng frowned. This time Umo was using his full strength, he wanted to kill Yun Fei Yang. And for the latter, the situation seemed dangerous. Boom boom. But the sound of Yun Fei Yang's steps were spreading in the air. Yun Fei Yang arrived in front of Umo and condensed a massive amount of force to oppress Umo. It seemed like Umo was going to be crushed under the pressure. Die! Die! They both shouted at the same time, their hearts were both filled with murder. Boom! A terrifying force violently crashed onto Umo's body. Even though Umo was stronger than Yun Fei Yang, Umo was projected backwards and his blood splashed. He had been injured. Yun Fei Yang had condensed so much force that he could injure Umo. The crowd couldn't believe it, they had never thought Yun Fei Yang was that strong. "You will die!" shouted Umo like a madman. There were trigrams on Yun Fei Yang's body and Umo still had some around his own body. Yun Fei Yang was already oppressed by the trigrams, so Umo still had hope. "I give up," said Yun Fei Yang, moving back. He had injured Umo but was still forfeiting. It was enough for him. "You will die, no matter if you forfeit or not. Today you will die, said Umo, looking sick. Blood was pouring out his mouth, making him look possessed. His terrifying trigrams swallowed Yun Fei Yang's pure chi and enveloped him. Yun Fei Yang had given up, but Umo still wanted to kill him? The crowd was shaking, Umo was really furious. He had gone insane. He had lost his first battle against Jun Emoshi and then was injured by Yun Fei Yang during the second. That was just too much for him. Umo had forgotten about the rules of the competition and went insane. Die. Umo had gone mental, he had to kill Yun Fei Yang. Yun Fei Yang's face drastically changed. He thought he would be safe after forfeiting. But then a terrifying hurricane appeared on the fighting stage. A red, blood light had appeared. The crowd only saw a blood-red setting sun appear. "Ha! The crowd was stunned. They couldn't tell what was going on or what that blood-red thing was. It seemed like a silhouette was appearing. CRRRR. A subtle sound spread in the air that wasn't loud at all. It seemed like wings had appeared on that setting sun. It was dazzling as it streaked across the sky. "Fuck off!" shouted UMO furiously. He then punched the atmosphere with terrifying strength. Several more sounds were heard and a weak, frail blood-red light could be seen. It seemed like the strength of his hand was gradually being cut. In a flash, UMO's sleeve was in pieces and blood gushed out of his hand. UMO suddenly sensed a terrifying pain in his arm. His entire arm was swallowed by that blood-red light. At the same time, his body was also projected backwards. Lacerate. Another blood-red light spread in the air and it was just as terrifying. UMO released a terrifying physical strength to cut the blood-red light into two. The moment when the light disappeared, the crowd could clearly see what was happening. On the fighting stage, a silhouette in white clothes had appeared. That person looked thin and desolate. In his hand was a blood-red sword that looked dazzling and bloodthirsty. Lin Feng. The crowd couldn't contain themselves. Lin Feng had surprisingly gotten involved. That blood sword of his was terrifying. Now UMO's sleeve was minced and blood was gushing everywhere. Lin Feng had injured him with his sword before. How strong? Thought the crowd. Many had even stood up. They were enthralled with Lin Feng. They wanted to see him use his full strength. Could it be that he could defeat UMO, who had broken through to the very top of the 8th Xin Qi layer? UMO looked ice cold and stared back at Lin Feng. He had been injured again. He had been injured by Yunfei Yang and now by Lin Feng. Someone who he had considered an insect. In the evil area he had almost killed Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng was strong enough to injure him with his sword. Shameless bastard. You attacked me by surprise, said UMO coldly, while insisting on the word surprise because he wanted to keep face. I attacked you from the front, not the back, explained Lin Feng indifferently. He held his bloodthirsty sword firmly. He then added coldly, don't forget that you were the first one to break the rule. Then, Lin Feng turned around and moved to Yunfei Yang. A moment before, UMO didn't have the time to take care of Yunfei Yang when Lin Feng attacked him. The trigrams had disappeared already and Yunfei Yang looked normal again. Are you alright? Asked Lin Feng. I'm alright. He's worse than I am, joked Yunfei Yang. He didn't care about the result of the battle. What was important was his heart. The most important thing was to surpass oneself. Strength didn't matter that much, even if the results of the battle were predetermined. Once the body and mind were determined, they couldn't be influenced by such reasonings. The most important thing to him was to become better, and that was enough. Yunfei Yang had just attacked UMO and had injured him. That's exactly what it was about, hurting other people. Since I am more hurt than you, do you want to continue the battle? Asked UMO darkly, staring at Yunfei Yang. No need. I forfeited, replied Yunfei Yang calmly. He didn't care. Continue? Said Lin Feng. He raised his head and looked at Shui Wuchang, then asked, Mister, it's already the end of the second round. It's my turn now, so can I challenge him? Lin Feng was pointing at UMO. The crowd was silent. Lin Feng wanted to challenge UMO for the third round. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 660, A Sword Destroying the Atmosphere. Chapter 660, A Sword Destroying the Atmosphere. Lin Feng was challenging UMO. Shui Wuchang's eyes twinkled. He remained silent for a while but looked at UMO and said, he broke the rules first. Even if it's another round, it's no good to fight twice in a row. But if UMO is willing to fight, then I have no objections. The crowd looked to UMO after they heard Shui Wuchang. Would he accept even though he is injured? UMO didn't know what to say, looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had obtained the first jade key, so UMO had no occasion to challenge him before. He had always thought that he would be the last person Lin Feng decided to challenge, but he had been looking forward to that fight. Since the beginning, he had wanted to kill Lin Feng. However, UMO hadn't anticipated that Lin Feng would challenge him during the third round of the final battles. UMO glared at Lin Feng coldly. He thought that Lin Feng's sword was very powerful, he could even use sword intent. There was still a difference of 3 cultivation layers between them. Could Lin Feng really compete with him? UMO decided that it was impossible. Lin Feng was challenging him and he was going to die because of it. Of course I agree, why wouldn't I? Said Umo, looking back at the blood on his arm. His pupils looked just as cold as before. Lin Feng was going to die. Lin Feng wanted to kill Umo even more when his eyes. In the evil area, Lin Feng was so much weaker than Umo, but now. Lin Feng glanced at Yunfei Yang and smiled, "Go back, he's mine." When Yunfei Yang saw how confident Lin Feng was, he smiled and said, "Alright, if you can kill him, don't show any mercy." Of course. Lin Feng said, nodding. Umo wanted to kill Lin Feng, why would Lin Feng show mercy? Lin Feng shook his hand and a pill appeared. He looked at Umo and said, "That pill will cure all your injuries." He threw the pill at Umo. Umo stretched his hand and caught the pill. He was speechless, Lin Feng was giving him a pill to recover. The crowd was just as bewildered, Lin Feng was that confident. "Don't worry, that pill is a real one. With Mr. Shui Wu Chang and all the strongest cultivators of Shuiyu here, how could I think to poison you? Take it. If you die, people will avenge you. If you manage to kill me, I will die without regrets just as well." "Alright, very good," said Umo with an ice-cold smile. He swallowed the pill and a pleasant feeling invaded his body. As expected, his injuries caused by Yunfei Yang and Lin Feng immediately healed. Even his physical wounds disappeared, and his pure qi was stronger than before. "Now, let's fight?" said Lin Feng indifferently. The crowd looked impatient. They wanted to see that battle. Lin Feng was going to fight against one of the 8 most outstanding disciples of Shuiyu. Was Lin Feng going to become one of the 8 most outstanding disciples of Shuiyu? Besides, Lin Feng was going to fight against an extremely strong one, Umo. "I've wanted to kill you for a long time, now you're begging for it yourself," giggled Umo. He jumped forwards and oppressed Lin Feng with his peak 8th Xin Qi layer power. "You think that you are so strong because you can use some sword intent? There is a huge difference between your cultivation level and mine. You simply cannot compete with me," said Umo. He didn't immediately use his 8 trigrams like he had against Yunfei Yang. He was trying his terrifying force instead. Indeed, there is a huge difference. However, with the strength of the 5th Xin Qi layer I can kill people of the 7th Xin Qi layer easily. If I was at the 6th Xin Qi layer, wouldn't I be stronger? Asked Lin Feng coldly. He was smiling resplendently. After that, Lin Feng made a step forwards and released a terrifying sword energy. Lin Feng's pure qi was revolving around his body at full speed. 6th Xin Qi layer. All of a sudden Lin Feng's qi was of the 6th Xin Qi layer, not of the 5th. Surprisingly, he had hidden his strength and Umo hadn't seen it. Honestly, nobody had. Lin Feng had studied an impressive secret skill. So what if you broke through to the 6th Xin Qi layer? The difference between each cultivation layer at the Xin Qi layer is huge. The difference between a cultivator at the 6th Xin Qi layer and a cultivator of the 8th Xin Qi layer is too great. Besides, I am not at the 7th Xin Qi layer, I am at the very top of the 8th Xin Qi layer. I am not afraid of you, you can only die. After remaining silent for a moment, Umo said those words again. He was threatening Lin Feng. Is that so? Said Lin Feng with a cold smile. He jumped forwards again and released a terrifying pure qi which dashed to the skies. The crowd was shivering. How was that possible? The crowd was surprised with his next step. Lin Feng had released an energy and force equal to the 7th Xin Qi layer. Editor's note, even the editor is surprised face. How could Lin Feng have broken through to the 7th Xin Qi layer? Could it be due to the gifts he received in the special area? Even though the special areas were incredible places, the others hadn't broken through to higher cultivation layers like that. How could Lin Feng have broken through 2 cultivation layers in a row? Those who had gone with him to Shinggong were even more speechless. They knew how incredible the special areas were, but it was impossible for Lin Feng to have broken through 2 cultivation layers in a row. Absolutely impossible. Especially in 7 days. Did Lin Feng hide his cultivation level before? That was impossible. People were all wondering how that was possible. Now, are you as confident as before? Asked Lin Feng. He was holding his bloodthirsty sword obliquely. Terrifying whistling sounds were spreading in the atmosphere. His sword intent surrounded Umo. Lin Feng's bloodthirsty sword could cut through the entire atmosphere. Die. Lin Feng's bloodthirsty sword started dancing, it was moving at an inconceivable speed. A blood-red light shot out towards Umo. Go! Shouted Umo furiously. He shook his hand and a terrifying strength moved towards Lin Feng's red light. Some muffled sounds spread as Lin Feng's sword lacerated that physical strength. It was too sharp. Die! Shouted an ice-cold voice. Yuemo was stunned. He raised his head and noticed that Lin Feng was attacking him again. The red light of his sword looked particularly terrifying. 8 trigrams! Shouted Yuemo unsteadily. Lin Feng's sword was way too fast, the reflections on it looked like shooting stars. Yuemo didn't have a single second to breathe. The 8 trigrams moved swiftly through the air and then the blood-red light of the sword was reflecting on them. Yuemo wanted to kill Lin Feng just like he had tried to kill Yin Fei Yang. During this crucial moment, Lin Feng decided to close his eyes. His body and mind were in perfect harmony. His body was in perfect harmony with his energies, with his sword, with the earth and the sky. CRRR. CRRR. A terrifying sword chi moved straight through the atmosphere with insane speed. Those in the crowd not already standing quickly did and started shaking. That sword was too fast. A blood-red light invaded the entire arena. It seemed like the whole crowd was bathing in a sea of blood. It even looked like it was raining blood. It was a shower of bloodthirsty swords lacerating everything, including the trigrams. 12 swords! Said a voice coming from the sky. An infinite number of red lights were pouring. The 8 trigrams hadn't collided with Lin Feng, instead they were lacerated by Lin Feng's sword. What terrifying swordplay! Thought the crowd. They were astonished. Yuemo looked absolutely enraged. His entire physical strength dashed to the skies. He was using all his strength he could muster at the top of the 8th Xian Qi layer. Without restraint his 8 trigrams soared to the skies and seemed heavy like they contained some sanguinary energies. Yuemo's eyes had become bloodshot. CRRRR. Only some slight tearing sounds spread in the air, no explosion or quakes. An incredible blood-red light seemed like it was wreaking havoc on the stage. Yuemo looked particularly cruel and evil, again like a madman. Even if you're insane, you will die. Lin Feng said. 13th sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 661, One Sword. Chapter 661, One Sword. Blood-red lights transformed into a vortex as Lin Feng's sword fell from the sky. His bloodthirsty sword was destroying the entire space and it seemed like nothing else existed but that sword. Yuemo is in danger. The crowd thought, all of their attention was on the sword. They couldn't see Lin Feng's silhouette anymore, they could only see a bloodthirsty sword moving with an indomitable will. Nobody had expected such strength, nobody had believed that Lin Feng would be able to deploy such a sword attack. Aha! A blood-curdling shriek spread in the air. Yuemo's blue veins were looking particularly swollen, almost like he was about to explode. He had never thought that he would be in such a difficult situation against Lin Feng. Stop! Shouted a voice which made the entire stadium shake, everybody's hearts skipped a beat. Lin Feng was in symbiosis with his heart at that moment and that voice made his entire soul tremble. He let out a groan from the pain. He had to leave his trance-like mental state of mind and came back to reality. His sword force also went back to normal. Go! Shouted Yuemo violently. He condensed all the physical strength he could to soar into the sky and bombard Lin Feng's bloodthirsty sword. More subtle sounds spread in the air, the red light from the sword impenetrable. The crowd only saw Yuemo get projected backwards with his blood splashing out. Yuemo looked like a madman the way he was looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng descended from the sky and landed. The tip of his sword rested on the fighting stage with Yuemo's blood was dripping from it. Lin Feng looked like a proud hero. Lin Feng turned around and looked back at Yuemo who had landed far away in the distance. The shout from before was probably Yuemo's teacher who had tried to distract Lin Feng. Lin Feng had just sensed his soul shake from that soul attack. If he hadn't shouted, Lin Feng would have killed Yuemo. Shui Wuchang looked at that person, you could tell how furious he was from eyes. Yuemo already lost, I am just forfeiting for him. I won't get involved again, I only wanted to save his life and nothing more. Explained that person, rising up in the air and frowning. He sounded calm as he defended himself. That shout was an attack and you say you didn't get involved? Said Lin Feng furiously, looking at Yuemo's teacher. That teacher was a tiny little person, but he was monstrously strong. He had heard Lin Feng's soul a moment before with only a shout, so that teacher must have already broken through to the Tianqi layer. With one shout, he could injure cultivators of the Xianqi layer. The Tianqi layer is way beyond the Xianqi layer. Yumo's teacher hadn't only broken through to the first Tianqi layer, he was much stronger. Little boy, be quiet. There's no need to make big gestures here. Yumo forfeited, that's all. Go back to your seat now. Let the next battle start. Thank you, said the teacher indifferently, glancing down at Lin Feng. He even sounded like he was threatening Lin Feng to a certain extent. Big gestures? Go back to his seat? Was Lin Feng the first one who wanted to kill in this match? Ridiculous. Lin Feng didn't pay any more attention to that teacher. He looked at Shui Wuchang and asked, Mister, did they violate the rules? Indeed, said Shui Wuchang nodding. I believe you then, said Lin Feng while bowing. Immediately after, he looked at Yumo and released a terrifying sword energy which was seemingly even stronger than before. The sword energy was extremely sharp and was lacerating the atmosphere. The whistling sounds it was emitting were piercing painfully through people's eardrums. Ha! The crowd wasn't sure what he was doing. Was he going to continue the battle and kill Yumo? Shui Wuchang made a step forward and arrived in front of Yumo's teacher. He then said coldly, all the participants of the great competition of Shuiyu are geniuses. Shingong doesn't hope that they will die. If Yumo hadn't initially wanted to kill Lin Feng, I would stop Lin Feng now. But since Yumo has been trying to kill Lin Feng this whole time, the result is logical. I said it once, if you get involved once again, you will die here in Michang. Die in Michang, everyone's hearts were beating extra quick from the stress. Shui Wuchang was furious. He despised Yumo's teacher. Yumo and Lin Feng could solve their problems by themselves. Nobody could get involved. Even if Yumo's teacher was an extremely strong cultivator of the Tianqi layer, Shingong wouldn't allow him to interfere again. This time he would kill him. How incredible, they are so cruel. The crowd was extremely excited. Lin Feng was cruel, and Shui Wuchang was just as cruel. A cultivator of the Tianqi layer had just attacked Lin Feng, yet he wanted to continue his battle against Yumo. The more he fought, the more he wanted to kill Yumo. This time the Tianqi cultivator wouldn't get involved. Yumo was face to face with Lin Feng and Yumo's teacher was facing Shui Wuchang. What could the teacher do now? Yumo's teacher didn't care about Shui Wuchang, but Shingong was a different story. Shui Wuchang was the manager of the great competition of Shuiyu, he represented Shingong and its authority. What he said was Shingong's word. If he got involved again, Michang would become his final destination. An incredible cultivator of the Tianqi layer was now helpless. Lin Feng was still firmly holding his sword. He slowly walked towards Yumo and said coldly, you wanted to kill me back in the evil area, back then you didn't think such a day would come. Yumo looked ferocious and hideous. He had, of course, never thought such a thing would happen. Not even in his worst nightmares. Back in the evil area, he had humiliated Lin Feng and considered him as an insect. He wanted to kill him then, but now the table was turned. What a sad truth. The participants of the competition were narrowing their eyes. Lin Feng was really strong. He had even managed to defeat Yumo. The entire crowd looked excited. These battles were incredible, brutal, dazzling. They had never thought that Lin Feng would be so incredible at the competition. Of course, it wasn't such a pleasant surprise for some people. Like certain people from Tianfeng or those of the Wanshou sect, or even for Yu Qingshan. They hadn't left yet because they had all been waiting for Yumo to kill Lin Feng. But just like in their worst nightmares, they were devastated to see Lin Feng succeed. His sword chi was becoming stronger and stronger. Lin Feng, with his state of mind and willpower, was starting to leave tears in the air. His sword was moving straight towards Yumo. No. No. People's hearts were pounding violently. It was impossible. Lin Feng's sword intent was becoming stronger. How's that possible? Lin Feng hit his cultivation level and his real strength. A short time before, his sword intent was at the first level, but now it was at the third. His sword intent had increased by 2 levels. Yumo was astonished, his heart hurt from the pressure. Why had he put himself in such a situation? Could it be that Lin Feng is still becoming stronger? Thought the crowd. They kept shaking their heads, it was impossible. Lin Feng had already become so strong and there were limits. He couldn't be so much stronger in such a short time, it was impossible according to the laws of cultivation. His sword intent stopped at level 3, and left the atmosphere filled with sword chi. Blood was still dripping from his sword. Lin Feng walked slowly towards Yumo and said, do you understand? A moment ago, I just used you to practice my sword intent, that's all. Practice his sword intent? Lin Feng's words were resonating in everyone's heads. Umo was scared. A moment before, Lin Feng had used him to increase his sword intent, just like a guinea pig. What a humiliation. Boom. It seemed like the atmosphere was going to collapse with all that sword energy. It was everywhere as Lin Feng started moving swift like the wind. I only need one sword attack to kill you actually, said Lin Feng. Then his sword started moving even faster. A blood-red light descended from the sky as it was being cut in half. Immediately after, the crowd saw Umo terrified. Surprisingly, he had forgotten to block. Truthfully, he was unable to block such an attack. He could only watch as that light descended from the sky. Suddenly, a wound appeared on his body. That wound was deep. One sword is enough. Lin Feng's words were still echoing. One sword really was enough to kill him. Umo was dead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 662, The Dead Tree. Chapter 662, The Dead Tree. Umo was cut into two. Blood was gushing and splashing onto Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng's bloodthirsty sword was drinking Umo's blood again. In the air, Umo's teacher couldn't believe it. He just watched as the blood was absorbed by Lin Feng's sword. The teacher wanted revenge. Umo. Lin Feng had brutally killed his student in front of him. With only one sword attack. Even after he threatened Lin Feng and his student was still killed, he had to persevere until the end. The sword was absorbing blood as it was shaking violently. The light diffused by the sword was becoming even more dazzling. It seemed like it was gaining vitality and vigor. Lin Feng looked emotionless. He turned around and put his sword away. As the blood stopped, the sword seemed satisfied. Then Lin Feng moved back to his original seat as if nothing had happened. Nobody's heart slowed down. Lin Feng had the strength of the 7th Xin Shi layer and his sword intent was level 3. And then there was his terrifying bloodthirsty sword. His sword was murderous. Lin Feng not only managed to injure Umo, but he had even killed him. Everybody needed to reconsider Lin Feng's strength. The crowd had thought that Di Ling and Duan Wu Dao were the strongest at the great competition of Shuiyu. The third was probably Jun Moshi, followed by the other 5. But now, Lin Feng had proved them wrong. He had just killed one of the 8 most outstanding disciples, which meant that Lin Feng was one of them, so to say. It seems like everybody underestimated the one who obtained the first Jade Key, thought the crowd. Lin Feng had used one sword attack to kill Umo. Lin Feng, with his strength, was maybe one of the 5 strongest cultivators at the competition. The 4 best ones had to be Di Ling, Duan Wu Dao, Jun Imoshi and Shui Sha, then Ling Xiao. Everyone was impatient to see Lin Feng fight against Ku Yaotong the Dead Tree. If Lin Feng managed to defeat Ling Xiao, he would end up in the top 5. He actually hid his strength well, thought the crowd. They had never thought that Lin Feng, who used to be of the 5th Xin Shi layer, would be one of the 5 best cultivators. Who wasn't surprised? They were all impatient to see the rest of the battles. Seeing these battles made them want to cultivate even more determinedly. Are you going to take of the corpse or should I do it? Asked Shui Wu Chang to Umo's teacher. The teacher looked cold. He glanced at Lin Feng and said, I will take care of it. The teacher appeared in front of Umo's body, grabbed it, and left. As he left, a violent hurricane emerged that oppressed Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was too outgoing. He had killed Umo. It was a terrible offense to infuriate a Tianqi level cultivator. Lin Feng would have to be careful in the future. Shui Wu Chang moved back to his original position when he saw the teacher leave. Then he said, since Umo is dead, those who haven't fought against a Umo yet will receive an additional victory and thus an additional point. The crowd was surprised. Since Umo was dead, those who hadn't fought against him were getting an extra victory. That wasn't fair at all because those who were initially able to defeat Umo were treated the same way as those who weren't. The most annoyed was Yun Fei Yang. Umo had fought only 3 battles and had lost against Jun Imoshi and Lin Feng, but he had won against Yun Fei Yang. This meant that everybody else had won against Umo except for him. Tang Yuyu won, as before. Apart from Tang Yuyu, the ones who were at the top of the rankings also all won. Lin Feng then won again against the 12th cultivator with the silver sword. The cultivator with the silver sword had forfeited the moment Lin Feng's bloodthirsty sword was about to collide with his own. After the young man with the silver sword, Lin Feng fought against Liu Qin Yu Xiao. Because Umo died, everybody had obtained a free win. Yu Xiao used a zither as a weapon. With that music she could make people's hearts burn by sensing all the vibrations of her melodies. Because Lin Feng's soul was monstrously powerful, Yu Xiaoxiao's music was unable to affect him. Even though Yu Xiaoxiao was extremely strong, she hadn't managed to make Lin Feng give up. In the end, Yu Xiaoxiao lost. Lin Feng had already won all of his 5 battles. With the free victory obtained because of Yu Mo's death, Di Ling, Duan Wudao, Zhu Nemoshi, Xuexia and Ling Xiao had also won all of their battles. Of course, there was someone else who had surprised everybody. Tang Yuyu had also won all of her battles. The 6th battle was Lin Feng against Ku Yaotong the Dead Tree. If Lin Feng wins this fight, he will become one of the 6 best cultivators, thought the crowd. Lin Feng and Ku Yaotong were facing each other on the fighting stage. Lin Feng had already defeated 2 of the 8 most outstanding disciples of the competition, Yu Mo and Yu Xiaoxiao. He had killed Yu Mo and crushed Yu Xiaoxiao. There would be no suspense if Lin Feng managed to win against the Dead Tree. He would be one of the 6 best in any case. The Dead Tree was sizing up Lin Feng. He didn't despise Lin Feng considering that he had already killed Yu Mo in 1 sword attack. Who would insult someone that strong? The Dead Tree couldn't afford to be careless. If the Dead Tree might lose if he was careless. Behind him appeared an actual dead tree. It was his spirit. His nickname was the Dead Tree because his spirit was a dead tree. It was a very particular spirit, and on top of it, he also had another technique called the eyes. All of his abilities were incredibly powerful. Take out your sword, said the Dead Tree, challenging Lin Feng, but Lin Feng shook his head. He wasn't unsheathing his sword. I don't have to sword. You used to think that I only had the golden body skill in the past. But against you, my fire skills will be more appropriate, said Lin Feng slowly. Just then, a terrifying fire appeared around Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was bathing in a sea of flames, watching the atmosphere burning. Ha! The crowd was stupefied. Lin Feng could also use fire. It made sense to use fire against the Dead Tree instead of his sword. Alright, let's see how well it works against me, said the Dead Tree. His death energy was becoming increasingly violent. It seemed like everything was dying around him. Suddenly several branches grew out from Dead Tree's arms and hands and moved to surround Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng stepped forwards as he condensed some flames in his hands. He grabbed the branches and started burning them to ashes. What a strong fire, thought the crowd. Several more branches were moving towards Lin Feng that looked like sharp swords. Burn, said Lin Feng. More fire appeared as he shook his hands. The sun started shining upon those flames and the branches burnt again. There were no surprises at all. Die, shouted the Dead Tree furiously. Between him and Lin Feng, several dead trees with gigantic branches appeared. Everything around them seemed to be dying. It seemed like a new world filled with darkness. He used their branches to surround Lin Feng's body and stretched his hands, filled with death chi, to attack Lin Feng. Ku Yaotong's body now looked like a real dead tree. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 663, The 7 Swords. Chapter 663, The 7 Swords. Death Intent. Lin Feng was surprised. In the middle of all those dead trees he could sense some death intent. Intent wasn't a specific attribute of swords, other things could have intent like death energy. Provided that the cultivator could understand intent, they could use it. Burn, said Lin Feng coldly. Again a terrifying fire was emitted, and his entire body was surrounded by blazing flames. Those flames seemed like they could burn everything. Intent, the dead tree's pupils shrank. That terrifying fire contained intent as well. The entire area had turned into an ocean of flames that burned through everything. Those branches disappeared without a trace each time they came in contact with Lin Feng. Lin Feng had been right to use fire against the dead tree. Die, shouted a voice coming from within the flames. Lin Feng was his extremely hot cosmos burning sun fire. The dead tree tried to dodge the flames because touching them would spell his doom. That fire was too hot. I skill. The dead tree's eyes suddenly looked empty, like that of a dead person. Everything seemed like it was fading. Lin Feng's fire seemed to weaken. Ku Yaotong looked particularly evil at that moment. It seemed like his branches were becoming alive. Ha! Lin Feng was surprised again. Impossible. His eye technique couldn't be so terrifying that it was giving life to the branches. It had to be an illusion or a hallucination. It has to be a trick, thought Lin Feng, determined. Ku Yaotong could make Lin Feng believe things and make people believe he was a dead tree. But when someone realized that it was only an illusion, the death intent could make the branches alive. Lin Feng knew that it was a hallucination, but those eyes filled with death intent were powerful. It seemed like they could influence people's intent. Lin Feng's fire was becoming weaker and weaker. Eye technique, thought Lin Feng. His eyes suddenly started turned black, deep, and mysterious. He looked like a demon with his pupils ice-cold and emotionless. Now nothing could affect his thoughts or intent, everything was clear and distinct. Everything appeared in his head just like a painting. Kuyaotong shivered when he saw Lin Feng's eyes turn black. Those eyes looked so cold. Even his death intent couldn't influence Lin Feng anymore. It seems like your real strength is constricted in front of me, said Lin Feng confidently. He made a step forwards as his fire regained its passion. That fire again seemed like it could burn the planet. The dead tree's world gradually vanished. In Lin Feng's hand appeared a sword condensed of sun qi. Rising sun. That sword rose like the rising sun, filled with the fire of the sun and fire intent. The sun was shining upon that sword dazzlingly. CRRRR. CRRR, Ku Yaotong's qi was being lacerated by Lin Feng's sword. Ku Yaotong retreated backwards like a madman. He could only watch as the fire was moving to engulf him. Some of the flames had even reached his body as he nearly started burning. That fire was filled with intent and was destroying a certain amount of his physical strength. Sun fire. Ku Yaotong was shaking because Lin Feng's fire was too terrifying. It was too hot, he couldn't put it out. He might end up paralyzed if he got burnt, or even his cultivation might end up crippled. Everything Lin Feng had said was turning out true. The dead tree qi and the eye technique were powerful, but it seemed like Lin Feng could restrain them. Lin Feng's fire and sword were sufficient to put immense pressure on Ku Yaotong. He had almost no chance to win now. I'm not fighting anymore. I give up, said Ku Yaotong. He turned around and moved back to his original seat. He gave up because he had no chance of winning. He preferred to save his strength for the next battles. He preferred fighting when he was sure to win, otherwise, he might end up injured. Then he would lose the other battles. That was Lin Feng's sixth victory. It seems like there is no suspense anymore. Lin Feng is the sixth strongest now. Lin Feng is the most surprising cultivator at the competition, thought everybody. Lin Feng's strength was overwhelming. He had now defeated 3 of the 8 most outstanding disciples at the competition. People barely recognized him with his natural abilities and his strength. Tang Yuyu then chose to fight against Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was a bit surprised because there were other people less strong than Ling Xiao left to challenge, but she had chosen him. He held 7 swords on his back. As he started walking to the stage, he asked Tang Yuyu, "Is Lin Feng your boyfriend?" Eh? Tang Yuyu was caught off guard. She hadn't thought that Ling Xiao would ask her that. The crowd was just as surprised. Lin Feng, Jun Emoshi, Tang Yuyu, Chang Meng Xan and Yin Fei Yang all belonged to Dragon Mountain. They were all very good friends, especially Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu. Their relationship seemed a bit different. Could it be that Ling Xiao was right? Was Tang Yuyu really Lin Feng's woman? Why are you asking? Tang Yuyu was a bit defensive. Ling Xiao was a bit too curious. They were there about to fight, not to talk about her private life. Xiao Yu is my female fellow disciple and I love her. When I see you and Lin Feng, I see the same emotions, so I was curious, said Ling Xiao indifferently. He released some sword qi which surrounded his body, making him look like an extremely sharp sword. People's eyes were twinkling. Ling Xiao was getting angry. He seemed to be offended because Tang Yuyu was challenging him before Lin Feng had. Ling Xiao turned around and looked back to Yu Xiao as he said, "Yu Xiao, today our teacher is here in front of everybody. I will show that I, Ling Xiao, can protect my beloved one forever." So that's what he meant, thought the crowd. They understood now. Ling Xiao wanted to show everybody that he loved Yu Xiao and that he was strong enough to protect her. Tang Yuyu was going to be a stepping stone for him. I want to tell you, Yu Xiao, as well as our teacher, that I am determined and that I am worth it. Ling Xiao slowly turned around and faced Tang Yuyu. It is an honor for you to fight against such a strong cultivator. Those 7 swords on his back were releasing terrifying rosy qi that dashed to the skies. A strong wind started blowing. He unsheathed all of his 7 swords at the same time. They were dazzling and the qi they emitted was extremely powerful. Those 7 swords contained different colors and all contained terrifying sword intent. They seemed like they could make deities cry. What a terrifying sword qi! They are emitting level 3 sword intent. The crowd was surprised. Level 3 sword intent was already quite high. Tang Yuyu didn't expect that. She was feeling oppressed by all the 7 swords and their sword intent. Ling Xiao was the strongest cultivator she had faced so far during the competition. She hadn't thought that he would be so strong. She and the crowd had underestimated him. Ling Xiao wanted to prove to Yu Xiao that Tang Yu was his victim. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 664, Between Swords. Chapter 664, Between Swords. Ling Xiao seemed extremely arrogant, as if Tang Yu or Lin Feng were ants. In Ling Xiao's heart, there was only Yu Xiao. He wanted to use his sword to prove to Yu Xiao that he was worth it. What a terrifying sword level. We underestimated Lin Feng, but we also underestimated Ling Xiao, thought the crowd. That sword energy was terrifying. Tang Yu was in danger. Level 3 sword intent emitted from 7 swords. How could Tang Yu block that? Now people were wondering if Ling Xiao intended to kill Tang Yu or not. Ling Xiao was deploying so many means, 7 swords. The situation was perilous for Tang Yu. Level 3 sword intent, Lin Feng frowned. He looked at Ling Xiao. He had also never thought that Ling Xiao would show such strength against Tang Yu. Ling Xiao thought that Tang Yu was Lin Feng's woman, so he wanted to avenge Yu Xiao because Lin Feng had defeated her. That reason was good enough, but Lin Feng understood that Ling Xiao was mainly trying to show to Yu Xiao that he loved her. This fight was a stepping stone. Ling Xiao had already shown everyone that he was strong. He was dazzling all the way. Tang Yu frowned. That sword chi was way too oppressive. She started to look deathly pale. Tang Yu immediately released her spirit in some extremely powerful chi. She just felt an impending doom was upon her. She thought that she could die. 7 swords, go! Shouted Ling Xiao furiously. The 7 swords dashed to the skies, all dazzling with different colors. Ling Xiao's swords seemed like they could annihilate everything. The 7 swords jetted towards Tang Yu's all at the same time. They wanted to cut straight through her. Those swords seemed like they contained Ling Xiao's entire strength and oppressive force. Tang Yu had no time to think when she saw all those dazzling swords. 1,000 shadows! She shouted furiously. A myriad of Tang Yu clones suddenly appeared. CRRR 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 CRR. All the clones attacked the swords but were killed. Tang Yu retreated back at full speed. She even fell off the fighting stage. Ling Xiao's one attack was monstrous. Tang Yu couldn't resist to him. Sword lights were everywhere as Tang Yu could only try to avoid them. Give up! Shouted Lin Feng extremely loudly. Then Tang Yu said, I give up. Tang Yu's soul was damaged as all of her clones were killed. She was left bleeding. It seemed like the swords weren't stopping. The clones had delayed the attack but they kept moving towards her as if Ling Xiao wanted to kill her. Tang Yu raised her head to try and block the swords. But then she saw red lights appear in front of her. Sword chi was dashing to the skies and emitting sharp whistling sounds. Ling Xiao groaned as he called back his 7 swords. He was facing Lin Feng. She already gave up, so I got involved. I didn't violate the rules, did I? Asked Lin Feng to Shui Wuchang. Shui Wuchang nodded. Lin Feng had not violated the rules. Tang Yu had forfeited and Ling Xiao had continued attacking. He was the one who had violated the rules. Lin Feng nodded and turned back to Ling Xiao. Shicheng Jian Ling Xiao, you want to kill or hurt people to prove how strong you are. You tell us that you love your woman and that you can protect her. We don't care about your private life. However, I hope that you can remain friendly. It would be unfortunate if we became enemies. Don't forget that choices are important. Lin Feng then turned around and started walking away from Ling Xiao. The crowd was surprised. Ling Xiao's swords were extremely strong, but Lin Feng's sword was able to stop them. A confrontation between those two sword geniuses seemed inevitable. Lin Feng was right, choices were important, especially seeing how he had the first jade key. Ling Xiao had tried to harm Tang Yu using Lin Feng as an excuse. Lin Feng walked towards Tang Yu who was bleeding her mouth, and asked, Are you severely injured? No need for sanguine soul grass. I will recover in a few minutes, said Tang Yu, trying to assure Lin Feng. She didn't want him to use the other half of his grass. She knew that the grass was very important to him. He was going to use it to save someone's life. It's not that easy. Find a place to recover, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. It was the best method to recover, seeing how other pills were useless. Only extremely precious things would work better. Tang Yu sat down and closed her eyes. The battles continued on the fighting stage. Di Ling and Duan Wudao were still extremely strong. Nobody could win against them. Then Jun Mo she moved to the fighting stage and looked at Ling Xiao. The crowd was surprised that Jun Mo she wanted to avenge her. However, Ling Xiao had just fought. According to the rules, Jun Mo she couldn't fight against him. How would a battle between Jun Mo she and Ling Xiao end though? Jun Mo she, leave him to me, said Lin Feng. Jun Mo she turned his head and smiled. He nodded and said, alright, he's for you, but even though I don't like to fight against women, we will all have to fight against them sooner or later, said Jun Mo she to Yu Xiao Xiao. Ling Xiao and Yu Xiao Xiao were surprised. It seemed like it wasn't such a good idea to bully Tang Yu. Now, Jun Mo she was going to avenge her. That battle held no suspense at all. Jun Mo she could easily defeat Yu Mo, so he could easily defeat Yu Xiao Xiao. Yu Xiao Xiao had already lost, so now she had lost 3 battles total. She was the weakest of the 8 most outstanding geniuses. Ling Xiao could only avenge her. Ling Xiao was sad. He had bullied Tang Yu and now Jun Mo she fought Yu Xiao Xiao. However, he didn't hurt her because he didn't like to bully women. The battles continued and none were surprising. The lower-ranked cultivators continued losing and weren't very exciting to watch. Then, it was Lin Feng's turn again. Lin Feng moved to the center of the fighting stage. Everybody was getting excited from the anticipation. They were all looking at one person, Ling Xiao. It was probably going to be a battle between 2 sword cultivators this time. A bloodthirsty sword and 7 swords. Lin Feng's sword intent was level 3 just like Ling Xiao's. How would a battle between them two end up? The crowd found that watching Lin Feng fight was exciting. Their hearts were filled with even more ardor, tenacity, and vigor as if their blood had been boiling. Perhaps it was only because they hadn't anticipated such situations happening. They had seen Lin Feng from the beginning to the end becoming stronger and stronger. If he managed to win against Ling Xiao, it would mean that he was the 5th strongest cultivator. Lin Feng could almost be certain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 665, Bad Choice. Chapter 665, Bad Choice. Just as the crowd had expected, Lin Feng looked at Ling Xiao. Since Ling Xiao had bullied Tang Yu, revenge was unavoidable. Ling Xiao wanted to prove to everybody, especially to the girl he loved, that he was strong and dependable. He fought Tang Yu, who he thought was Lin Feng's girlfriend, to avenge Yu Xiao Xiao. Could Lin Feng forgive him? Do I need to call on you? Asked Lin Feng. Ling Xiao immediately jumped to the middle of the fighting stage. Even if you hadn't challenged me, I would have challenged you, said Ling Xiao coldly. He unsheathed his 7 multicolor swords once again. They were all filled with a monstrous sword intent. Let's see if your sanguinary blood is stronger than my 7 swords, said Ling Xiao. He had 7 swords that were all different. His sword intent was level 3. They contained the force of 10,000 swords. Sword battles were extremely dangerous and were often fatal. Sword intent was whistling in the air and strong air currents emerged. It seemed that there were only swords in the world. Even though Ling Xiao hadn't reached a level where he could destroy the world, he could kill people from extremely far distances. It was easy for him. Ling Xiao didn't need to use his hands to control his swords, he could use them from far away. Lin Feng was calmly watching those swords. A light sound spread in the air and a blood-red light appeared. His bloodthirsty sword buzzed in the air, shaking violently with excitement. His bloodthirsty sword had its own life and it was pointed at the 7 swords. A terrifying sword energy spread in the air, his bloodthirsty sword then dashed to the skies. That bloodthirsty sword was excited, it wanted to fight. What terrifying swords! Thought the crowd. The 7 swords and the bloodthirsty sword all seemed alive, they had their own lives. Sword energies were dashing to the skies. Ling Xiao looked fierce and conceited. His 7 sword, the bloodthirsty sword, and their intent were all extremely precious. Your sword is not bad and your sword intent is also level 3. I respect you, you are a good sword cultivator. Let's fight and finish the battle in one sword attack, said Ling Xiao. From Ling Xiao's back appeared a sword light spirit. His sword energies became stronger. He was a pure sword cultivator and had a sword spirit. However, Lin Feng didn't release his spirit. He was singularly relying on his bloodthirsty sword whose red light was dashing to the skies. A terrifying killer energy invaded the atmosphere, he hadn't used killer energy for such a long time. The crowd was watching the battle, the anticipation was terrifying. They're going to start the battle now, thought the crowd. Whose sword was stronger? Right, I am a real man so I am going to win. I will show everybody that I am the best sword cultivator of Shuiyu. I will show Xiaoyu that my sword will never be defeated. said Ling Xiao arrogantly. He seemed to think that he had already won the battle. Indeed, you are brave, but you chose the wrong person to prove everybody that you are the stronger, said Lin Feng as confidently as Ling Xiao had been. Is that so? You have only one sword and I have 7, said Ling Xiao while jumping forwards. In a flash, his sword energy shot out at Lin Feng, destroying the atmosphere on their way. CRRR. 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 Some subtle sounds spread in the air. Nothing could stop those swords. However, when the sword lights started illuminating the atmosphere, the crowd also saw Lin Feng move. He was holding his sword with both hands and was spinning in the air. His bloodthirsty sword was filled with killer force. Lin Feng was also releasing massive amounts of energies. He's crazy, thought the crowd. Lin Feng wasn't like Ling Xiao, he wasn't trying to fight from far away. Instead, he was trying to fight in close combat as he threw his body at his opponent. Did he want to die? Blood-red lights illuminated the atmosphere and followed Lin Feng's body. Right at the moment when everybody thought that Lin Feng was insane, a magnificent light illuminated the atmosphere. Lin Feng's bloodthirsty sword was attacking. Boom! A blood-red light illuminated the atmosphere. It seemed like the atmosphere was filled with blood. The blood-red light seemed more and more dazzling as it grew stronger. The loud whistling sounds in the air grew louder. CRRRR. CRRR. That light dazzled people's eyes. The blood-red lights annihilated the other lights and moved straight towards Ling Xiao. That sword wasn't filled with level 3 intent anymore. It had increased to level 4 intent. Buzzing sounds were resonating in people's heads. Many people were clenching their fists and sweating. Lin Feng's sword intent was level 4. Incredible! Lin Feng had hidden his strength against the dead tree and against UMO. He was stronger than they previously believed. The difference between level 3 and level 4 intent was huge. Understanding intent was extremely difficult, each level was entirely different from the other. It was extremely hard to increase one's intent level, even more so than breaking through to a superior cultivation layer. Lin Feng's sword could annihilate anything. That sword looked like the one he had used to kill UMO. However, a devastating sword was useless if it wasn't fast enough. With speed, it was almost impossible to stop it. Ah! A horrible shriek spread in the air. The blood-red light finally disappeared, Lin Feng and Ling Xiao's energies collided. Terrifying sounds echoed in the air, louder than a horrible shriek. However, the crowd had already forgotten about the energies, they only wanted to see who had shouted. Qi Chang Jian Ling Xiao hadn't died. However, his arm fell down on the ground. A moment before, the bloodthirsty sword hadn't killed him, he had moved aside and sacrificed his arm. The crowd was astonished. They had stopped breathing, the atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. When everything calmed down again and the energies disappeared, Lin Feng was still holding his bloodthirsty sword, calmly standing there. Ling Xiao was covering the wound where his arm had been cut off, but blood kept gushing. Ling Xiao looked like he was agonizing. He didn't look arrogant and proud anymore at all. It seemed like the two of them had descended from the sky. What a pity! Such a genius like Ling Xiao had lost an arm. He would lose his reputation. Yu Xiao was astonished, even Ling Xiao's teacher was stunned. A moment before, he had been talking so arrogantly and proudly, but now Lin Feng had cut off his arm. That was already the second person who had suffered from Lin Feng's hands. The first one was Yuemo who had died, and now Ling Xiao. They had both been one of the 8 most outstanding young people of Xueyu. Lin Feng had won his 7th fight. It seemed like he was going to finish 5th in the end. Lin Feng saw that Ling Xiao didn't look proud or arrogant anymore. He said, "You were right to declare your love, but you were wrong about using Tang Yuyu to prove it to everybody." Ling Xiao had chosen Tang Yuyu to show Yu Xiao that he loved her. He made a terrible mistake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 666, The Day Before the Great War. Chapter 666, The Day Before the Great War. There was still lots of blood on the fighting stage. Ling Xiao was staring at Lin Feng, but Lin Feng wasn't facing him. Ling Xiao could only watch his back. His eyes were bloodshot and cruel. He couldn't calm down, but he didn't look determined, proud, or self-confident anymore though. He had really made a bad decision. Why had Lin Feng hidden his strength? His intent was level 4. And his bloodthirsty sword was terrifying, it had cut off his arm. But this time, the bloodthirsty sword resisted drinking his blood. "Cure it well," shouted Ling Xiao's teacher. Ling Xiao then moved back to his seat and sat down like Tang Yuyu. He took out a pill and swallowed it. His arm had already been cut off, so he would never get it back, so now he needed to heal the wound. If the wound healed, he would be able to keep fighting. Swords are powerful because they can move with the power of your brain. You can kill people from far away, so an arm is not that useful. It can't stop you from moving forwards. Ling Xiao, your arm was cut off, but you can still become a monstrously strong cultivator that reaches the clouds. You cannot give up, said the old man. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and sharp lights twinkled in his pupils again. It seemed like he had regained his motivation to become a strong sword cultivator. Even if he had lost an arm, he could still become an extremely strong cultivator and reach the clouds. His heart started beating faster again, he was filled with ardor. He wanted to become a hero. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the old man. No wonder his words sounded like prayers that could motivate people, he was a cultivator of the Tianqi layer. They were filled with ardor and made people's souls shake. Alright, it's Tang Yuyu's turn, said Shui Wuchang while looking at Tang Yuyu, who was still sitting on the ground. Even though he knew that Tang Yuyu was still recovering, the competition had to continue. Tang Yuyu still needed to heal, but she had to challenge someone. Tang Yuyu opened her eyes, she wanted to stand up, but Lin Feng touched her shoulders and shook his head. She still needed to heal. You can choose Di Ling or Duan Wu Dao and forfeit immediately. You cannot fight, said Lin Feng gently. When Tang Yuyu heard him, she smiled. Then she said, I choose Lin Feng, and I forfeit. Lin Feng was speechless, he just saw Tang Yuyu smiling childishly, she was so smart. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. In any case, he would have never fought against Tang Yuyu. She had chosen him, so why not? That was Lin Feng's 8th victory, he had 8 points already, but there were a few more battles left. With his strength, Lin Feng can definitely finish in the top 5. Even if we don't know who the stronger one is between Lin Feng and Shui Sha, Duan Wu Dao and Di Ling will definitely defeat Lin Feng, thought the crowd. Lin Feng couldn't finish in the top 4. They still had to see Lin Feng's battle against Shui Sha though. Would Lin Feng choose Duan Wu Dao or Di Ling for his next battle? But there was also Jun Emoshi. Lin Feng was his good friend, so how would their battle end? Di Ling, Duan Wu Dao, Jun Emoshi and Shui Sha were winning but weren't fighting each other. Nobody could defeat them though. Initially, Ling Xiao with his 7 swords and level 3 intent was as strong as Shui Sha. He could have even put some pressure on Duan Wu Dao or Di Ling, but now Ling Xiao's arm was crushed, so he couldn't do much. Amongst the other 8 outstanding geniuses, the Dead Tree, Yu Xiao and Ling Xiao couldn't defeat the 4 best ones. Yuan Mo would have never been able to defeat them either. Therefore, the crowd was guessing that Lin Feng couldn't finish in the top 4. Di Ling, Duan Wu Dao, Jun Emoshi and Shui Sha were, in their eyes, the 4 champions of the competition. Then came Lin Feng in 5th position. But they were only guessing. Those 5 hadn't fought against each other yet. They hadn't deployed their full strength, so nobody knew how strong they really were. In the top 5, Lin Feng was the one who had revealed his strength the most. But they were convinced that those battles would come soon. The battles continued and they were sanguinary. Apart from those 5 people, there was the Dead Tree. It seemed very difficult to stop him, even Yunfei Yang or Chang Meng Xin couldn't defeat him. Even though Yunfei Yang had lost against Yumo, he was very strong. With his terrifying sword force, he could even defeat Yu Xiao. Everybody was astonished. The competition would show Shuiyu who its real geniuses were. Editor's note, could anyone leave me a comment as to what chapter established Yunfei Yang had sword force? The fights continued and Lin Feng was going to fight his 10th battle. The crowd sighed because Lin Feng had defeated Ling Xiao and hadn't battled since then. Chang Meng Xin and Yunfei Yang also forfeited against Lin Feng. It seemed like they were trying to help him. After the 10th battle, Lin Feng still had 4 battles to fight. Di Ling, Duan Wu Dao, Jun Emoshi and Shui Sha, the 4 strongest cultivators. Tang Yuyu still needed time to heal, she gave up against Di Ling. Then she forfeited against Di Ling, so it was Di Ling's 10th victory, just like Lin Feng. Just like Lin Feng, he only had the 3 best cultivators left in Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had to fight against 4 extremely strong cultivators, not 3 like Di Ling. 4 battles. After that round, the best battles will start, thought the crowd. Duan Wu Dao still had to fight. Because Jun Emoshi won when Yunfei Yang forfeited against him, another battle arrived and it was Shui Sha's turn. The crowd looked at Shui Sha, he wasn't going to fight against Ling Xiao it seemed, instead, he was looking at Jun Emoshi. He could wait to fight against Ling Xiao because that battle wouldn't be difficult. With the next battles being terrifying, it was better to choose someone else. Therefore, Shui Sha chose Jun Emoshi. Jun Mo Shi and Shui Sha were facing each other and the crowd was shaking with excitement. Two of the 5 best cultivators were going to fight. Who would win? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 667, Evil Fight. Chapter 667, Evil Fight. Shui Sha was a genius of the Tiansha sect. His teacher, Mr. Yin Sha, attached a particular importance to his disciple. He was the youngest cultivator at the competition of Shuiyu. Jun Mo Shi was the prince of Dragon Mountain and had a chi of righteousness. He could bring justice into the world. Those two were opposites, one was benevolent and the other was malevolent. They were both some of the 5 best cultivators of the competition. Their battle would certainly be incredible. People were all firmly staring at the fighting stage. They didn't want to miss a single bit of that fight. This time, evil was going to fight against good. Who would win? Vital energy of righteousness, said Shui Sha with an evil smile. He was making fun of Jun Mo Shi's energy of righteousness. In the continent of the 9 clouds, strong cultivators are respected, no matter if they are evil or good. The most important thing is strength. If you are strong, you can bully others and vice versa. It is not because you are benevolent that you amaze people, it is because you are strong, nothing more. I know, but at least being good enables you to have friends, said Jun Mo Shi indifferently, smiling. Shui Sha was a bit surprised. Indeed, Jun Mo Shi was right. Being strong was important and earned you respect, but evil people were feared. Of course, Shui Sha had chosen that path, so he wasn't going to change. He just wanted to be strong. Fighting isn't about making friends, said Shui Sha, his face turned paler and paler. It seemed like there was absolutely no blood in his face. He slowly raised his hands and a terrifying evil chi rose. The crowd felt paralyzed even though they were far away. That evil chi made them feel like they were suffocating, it was so uncomfortable. Jun Mo Shi groaned coldly as he released some vital energy of righteousness. Shui Sha's chi collided with the energy of righteousness and immediately disappeared. The vital energy of righteousness could annihilate evil energies and make them melt. Energy of righteousness? Get ready to endure the real evil energies, said Shui Sha, smiling evilly. In a flash, his body disappeared from his original position and he jolted forward with his fist. A terrifying evil energy was condensed in his fist and was aimed at Jun Mo Shi. Evil energy will just melt in my energy of righteousness, said Jun Mo Shi, running forwards. He didn't seem to care about the evil chi. Vital energy of righteousness was moving in the air at full speed. It was oppressing the evil energy. But then the evil energy dispersed and moved in all 4 directions. That evil chi seemed to contain some corpse chi, it smelt like a cadaver in putrefaction. Wow! The corpse chi moved in all directions, the audience felt nauseous and sick. They wanted to vomit. Some people even turned black as if their lives were being swallowed, maybe they were going to turn into corpses. Oh no! That wind is terrifying. The crowd was bursting out in an uproar, many of them were moving back chaotically. Very quickly, the area emptied. Several people who were weak had collapsed. Their bodies were black, their muscles were twitching, and then they stopped moving. They had become corpses. How astonishing! How terrifying, how morbid! Thought the crowd, their hearts were pounding violently. Being touched by the corpse chi could make people turn into authentic cadavers. Only strong people like Jun Mo Shi could resist such energies and fight against Shui Sha. Some of the crowd was terrified. They were so strong, those 2 fighters were titans. A majority of the people in the crowd couldn't fight these 2. Rumbling sounds were spreading in the atmosphere, corpse chi and energy of righteousness collided. Some strong winds were blowing. There was a gray wind and a golden wind and none of them were disappearing. Shui Sha is so much stronger than Umo, thought the bewildered crowd. Umo hadn't been able to resist Jun Mo Shi at all, he had just been crushed. However, Shui Sha was able to resist against Jun Mo Shi's energy of righteousness. Even though he managed to resist against the energy of righteousness, it still seemed like the corpse chi was disappearing slowly. Sea of blood and corpses, said Shui Sha when he saw that he was starting to lose the struggle. He couldn't help but be furious. His corpse chi suddenly became even more terrifying. At the same time, his hands became particularly scary, they looked like they were swollen with blood. With each attack, his hands seemed like they were sucking up Jun Mo Shi's blood. They were absorbing Jun Mo Shi's pure chi and they wanted to swallow his blood and flesh too. Emo San Lan had a similar attack, thought Lin Feng when he saw that. Back then, Mo Sanlan had learned a terrifying evil skill which could absorb people's blood and flesh. It seems that Shueisha possessed it too. But Shueisha's attack was way more powerful than Mo Sanlan's. June Mo she was just too strong and Shueisha couldn't destroy that energy of righteousness. No matter how strong the evil attacks were, it was difficult to destroy energy of righteousness. Woo woo. The sound of a mourning ghost spread in the air and a terrifying corpse energy moved towards June Mo she. Shueisha's hands turned even redder, he was moving towards June Mo she and wanted to catch him. Vital energy of righteousness can annihilate evilness, said June Mo she while walking forwards. His energy of righteousness was rolling in the atmosphere like waves. Those golden waves were rolling towards Shueisha, making all the evil energies melt away. Boom boom boom. A terrifying sound spread in the air. It seemed like the vital energy of righteousness was infinite. Evil energies were melting and being swallowed. At that moment, the energy of righteousness was dashing to the skies. June Mo she looked like an angel, pure and holy. Energy of righteousness was surrounding his entire body. He looked like a hero bringing justice and destroying evil. How strong, thought the crowd. He had only used vital energy of righteousness, from the beginning to the end. What an incredible accomplishment during such a battle. June Mo she had only learned how to use vital energy of righteousness, seemingly nothing else. Knowing only one skill and being so strong with it was incredible. Boom! The evil chi kept moving back and disappearing. Shueisha's face turned even paler, he was shaking. Blood was flowing out of his mouth. June Mo she. You resisted until now, so you can be proud of yourself, said Shueisha evilly. His face was deathly pale like a ghost. He released even more evil chi and from his back appeared a terrifying silhouette. It was a corpse. It was a monumental corpse. That evil corpse seemed like it could make the planet turn into a hell. Around Shueisha appeared several skeletons, the scene was astonishing. Shueisha looked like a real monster. Evil chi, corpse invasion, shouted Shueisha furiously. The corpses started moving and roaring. The sounds were so scary that many people were putting their hands on their ears. Around Shueisha appeared a sea of blood. There wasn't an infinite corpse chi though, but it seemed like June Mo she's vital energy of righteousness was moving back. Die! Shouted Shueisha furiously. Just like a corpse, he threw himself at June Mo she. An incredible quantity of corpse energy collided with the vital energy of righteousness. The crowd was watched Shueisha's face as an extremely evil and hideous smile sprouted. Annihilation! An evil voice spread in the air. Shueisha seemed like he was turning into a ghost, without a real body. He jumped into the vital energy of righteousness. His skeleton hand immediately crashed into June Mo she's chest and penetrated into it. It's over, thought the crowd. Was June Mo she going to die? Was Shueisha going to kill him? His spirit had made him turn into a skeleton. A moment before, they had thought that his spirit only enabled him to use corpse chi. Do you have anything to add? Said Shueisha with his evil grin. But June Mo she didn't look like he was in pain, he looked calm and serene. Shueisha didn't feel reassured. June Mo she was going to die but wasn't afraid? What I want to say is, you are not the only person who has a spirit, said June Mo she slowly. Immediately after, an incredible quantity of vital energy of righteousness surrounded the evil energy. Shueisha's cringed away. It seemed like his body was going to melt. He lowered his head and looked at June Mo she's chest. There was no blood where he had stabbed his hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 668, Evil Night Light. Chapter 668, Evil Night Light. What astonished Shueisha the most was the speed at which June Mo she's injury was recovering. A moment before, he had badly injured June Mo she with his hand, but it was now healing itself. Shueisha raised his head again and saw June Mo she smile. His heart started pounding violently. He could only move back, he had no other choice. But now June Mo she wasn't going to give him the chance to escape. His vital energy of righteousness was falling down like a waterfall. It crashed onto Shueisha's body and he drowned in it. Shueisha's body gradually became real again. The terrifying vital energy of righteousness kept penetrating into his body and blood started gushing out of his mouth. Get away! Shouted Shueisha furiously. He used his entire body attack June Mo she and then bounced backwards. He had landed 1 kilometer away. His chi continued flowing but he was astonished again, a wave of vital energy of righteousness was closing in. Jun Emoshi was getting near him again. Shueisha's heart was pounding. He looked to Jun Emoshi and shouted, "I lost." Jun Emoshi immediately stopped in front of Shueisha and his vital energy of righteousness faded away. Shueisha had given up. Shueisha had lost that battle. Jun Emoshi had oppressed the corpse chi. But what was his spirit? Shueisha looked at Jun Emoshi's chest and found that the wound had completely healed already. The crowd was also staring at the injury. Such a lethal injury had disappeared. A moment before, they had seen the energy of righteousness had stopped the evil energy from penetrating into the wound. Then Jun Emoshi immediately recovered. What was that? Was that Jun Emoshi's spirit? What is your spirit? Asked Shueisha aggressively to Jun Emoshi. He had lost, but he wanted to know Jun Emoshi's secret. You cannot blame yourself for the defeat. His spirit is extremely rare, it is impossible to kill him actually. He has an immortal spirit, any monumental attack cannot kill him because he can heal the wounds. There is only one way to kill him and that's use enormous physical strength and then kill him in one strike. That will make his soul fly out of his body, then his immortal spirit cannot save him. However, if you haven't broken through to the Tian Chi layer, it is impossible to kill him. Said Insha in the sky. Everybody was astonished. Jun Emoshi had an extremely rare immortal spirit. What a terrifying spirit, Immortal spirit, whispered Shueisha. He looked extremely evil. He looked at Jun Emoshi and said, I lost and it's absolutely normal. Your spirit is extremely strong, otherwise you would already be unable to talk to me right now. Said Jun Emoshi indifferently. He then turned around and walked away. Jun Emoshi had won. Jun Emoshi had oppressed Shueisha from all sides, it was terrifying. Jun Emoshi was definitely one of the best cultivators of the competition. Lin Feng might also be able to defeat Shueisha. It meant that 3 of the 4 best geniuses of the competition would belong to Dragon Mountain. The most terrifying fact was that 2 of them would be Duan Wudao and Lin Feng, who were from Shueyu, a small country under the jurisdiction of Dragon Mountain. Was it the rise of Shueyu? Surprisingly, it had 2 amazing and dazzling geniuses at the competition. What glory! The battles continued. Those who were at the end of the rankings didn't interest the crowd. A new round was about to start and it was Lin Feng's turn to challenge someone. The crowd was excited again. He was going to fight against an extremely strong cultivator now. Lin Feng already had 10 points. He had to fight against the 4 most amazing cultivators now and had no other choice. This time, it would be another clash of titans. Lin Feng could choose Di Ling, Duan Wudao, Jun Emoshi or Shueisha. Who would he choose this time? Lin Feng slowly turned his head and looked at Shueisha. You wanted to kill me, so now you will have your opportunity. Said Lin Feng to Shueisha. Lin Feng was surprisingly choosing him, what a bastard. He was making him appear as the weakest of the 4 best cultivators. Lin Feng had started from the very bottom and was considered the weakest cultivator at the beginning, but now he had climbed up the rankings. Lin Feng's opponents were becoming stronger and stronger. This meant that Lin Feng didn't consider Shueisha as strong as Di Ling and the 2 others. Even though Shueisha had lost against Jun Emoshi, he still considered himself extremely strong. All right. I will kill you and regain prestige. Said Shueisha. He felt better again. Outside, it was gradually getting dark and night was falling. There was only the full moon in the sky illuminating the area and the fighting stage. During the last battles of the competition there was no difference between day and night. It was only about battling, about who was strong or weak, who was a winner or a loser. Those were incredible battles. Afterwards people would remember their names. Would they make fun of them or would they remember them as dazzling heroes? Those battles were going to determine their future and make them appear as dazzling cultivators. I don't like the daytime, I feel my best in the dark. Said Shueisha looking evil. His eyes were twinkling with evil lights. However, Lin Feng just sat there looking perturbed. You always thought that you were the strongest, but now you already lost a battle. How can you still be so confident? I really admire you for still being able to joke. Said Lin Feng jokingly. Shueisha became angry, his eyes were bloodshot and fixed on Lin Feng. Wait and you will see, I will suck up all your pure chi. I will swallow your blood and flesh. It will be a cruel night for you. Said Shueisha while slowly walking forwards. A terrifying corpse energy invaded the atmosphere of the night. The night seemed even deeper and more mysterious. One couldn't see too far in front of them. Evil skills were particularly efficient at night and Shueisha was no exception. I also like the night. said Lin Feng, staring at sky and gazing into the distance. It really was a pitch-dark night. Lin Feng turned around and faced Shueisha. There was a piercingly ice-cold energy. It seemed like an evil light. Lin Feng's pupils looked like that of a devil, surprising Shueisha. Jun Mo, she used vital energy of righteousness to defeat you. I will use an evil power and we will see which of us is the most evil, said Lin Feng. Everybody stopped breathing. Lin Feng had evil powers? Could it be that, apart from his bloodthirsty sword and his golden body and his fire, he had other powers still? What was Lin Feng going to use? How many skills did Lin Feng know really? The crowd was looking at Lin Feng, the unfathomable. They would never understand him. At the beginning, Lin Feng was an insignificant cultivator of the 5th Xin Shi layer, and now he was one of the best cultivators at the competition. He just had to defeat Shueisha and he would end up 4th in the end. There was really only one Lin Feng. There were black lights emerging out of Lin Feng's body surrounding him. Those lights made the night look even scarier. The crowd was stupefied when they saw Lin Feng's body. His body was surprisingly becoming bigger. It was incredible. His body turned black and was growing. His eyes were so strange that they sufficed to make people shiver at first glance. That's a demon. The crowd was astonished again. Lin Feng didn't only have a golden Buddha body. At that moment he had turned into demon. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 669, Demon's Body. Chapter 669, Demon's Body. What a mysterious guy. What's that? Thought the crowd. That guy was way too mysterious. He was full of surprises. Apart from his Buddha skills, he also knew some evil skills. That usually wasn't possible. But it was true. Lin Feng couldn't be lying. Besides, his evil lights were becoming more and more profound. It seemed like he was trying to tell people that his evil powers weren't ordinary. It's a demon. The crowd was really astonished. Lin Feng had turned into an ancient demon. He looked tall and majestic like a mountain. He was a real demon. It wasn't a mere illusion. It was a real demon. You're purposely making a mystery of simple things. You turned into a demon, so what? I don't think that you can defeat me because I'm going to kill you, said Shueisha coldly. A terrifying evil chi then emerged out of his body. The crowd moved backwards again. At the same time, a vortex appeared and a strong wind carried away some putrid chi all around. They didn't want to get poisoned by the putrid corpse chi and turn into a cadaver. Corpse chi. How could a demon fear corpse chi? Said Lin Feng, smiling. Some pure chi landed on his body, but he didn't move at all. He remained standing steadily and tall, looking proud. Corpse chi couldn't penetrate into the demon's body. It was almost immune to such a chi. Ha! Shueisha frowned. Lin Feng wasn't scared at all. Lin Feng's body was extremely strong. The atmosphere of the night was invaded by black evil lights and were protecting his body. The evil chi couldn't pierce through. I don't believe that you can resist much longer because you are not that strong and your defense can't be that good, said Shueisha coldly. A terrifying corpse chi emerged from his hand and began rolling. Immediately after, his body moved too. He then threw himself at the demon known as Lin Feng. Defense? Who talked about defense? Then that demon body moved like a mountain. Lin Feng's voice was the same as before, which made people guess that he wasn't a real demon. It was just Lin Feng who had adopted the shape of a demon, but it looked extremely real. Lin Feng could already transform his body into a real demon. A fist bombarded the atmosphere. It was gigantic and filled with oppressive, evil energies. Shueisha only saw a hand move towards him. He released even more corpse chi as his hand then collided with the gigantic demon hand. Boom! A muffled sound spread in the air. The crowd was shaking when the energies collided. Shueisha was projected backwards. He couldn't resist against the demon's strength. Not only couldn't his evil chi penetrate into Lin Feng, but he also couldn't resist the demon's strength. Of course, it had to do with Shueisha's specialty. He could use his corpse chi to kill people, but against Lin Feng it was useless. Bomb boom! Extremely loud sounds spread in the air. The fighting stage was shaking. The gigantic demon body was moving step by step towards Shueisha. The evil lights around his body kept spinning. Each of the gigantic demon's steps were huge. It only took a few to arrive in front of Shueisha. Then, Shueisha released some more terrifying energies. Boom! Some corpse chi collided with Lin Feng. This time, Shueisha's body flew away. His strength was no match for the demon's body. That demon had a terrifying strength and Shueisha couldn't stop him. Arg! Shueisha looked furious and roared violently. He had just been projected backwards by Lin Feng. He was no threat to Lin Feng. Shueisha pulled a long face. He had already lost against Jun Emoshi, who had used his immortal spirit. At least he had an excuse for that defeat, but now, it was getting really belittling for him. He didn't even have time to breathe. At that moment, Shueisha was releasing a terrifying corpse chi because he couldn't lose. People couldn't breathe the chi, otherwise they would die and turn into cadavers. Die! Shouted Shueisha furiously. The corpse chi kept rolling in the air and moving towards the demon. Lin Feng's demon body was surrounded by corpse chi. Lin Feng frowned and made brutal steps forwards. A terrifying evil light appeared and crushed everything in the air and broke the corpse chi. The corpse chi couldn't get near the evil lights. At the same time, Shueisha was also running towards Lin Feng. A vortex of evil energies appeared and crashed onto Lin Feng's demon body. A crackling sound spread as if Lin Feng's demon body had broke. So what if you have a demon body? I can destroy it, said Shueisha looking glum. Lin Feng despised him. Everybody was a tiny insect compared to Lin Feng when he became a demon. Shueisha stopped smiling when he saw Lin Feng's face. He was furious and looked cruel. You used almost all your strength and made me move a little bit. And now you think that you are amazing? Does that make you a genius? Said Lin Feng mockingly. Evil lights were twinkling in his eyes and around his body. I will teach you a lesson. I will show you what a real demon is, shouted Lin Feng furiously. His gigantic demon body was moving and Shueisha was shaking. It seemed like the demon was going to crush him. He saw two hands which looked like crosses moving straight towards him. Ha! No, dot. Shueisha seemed like he had suddenly understood something. Immediately after he ran away at full speed, he could sense the terrifying strength emanating from those two black evil hands moving towards him. Get lost! Shouted Shueisha. A terrifying cross-shaped physical strength bombarded his body, and at the same time Lin Feng jumped forwards and shouted, Azura body. In a flash, a gigantic sanguinary Azura appeared and attacked Shueisha as sharp as a sword. The two silhouettes looked real, just like the demon. It was monstrously powerful. Spirit, Shueisha was astonished. His skeleton spirit appeared again and his body turned into a ghost. It seemed like Lin Feng really liked to fight at night. His evil energies were terrifying. A terrifying and oppressive physical strength started spinning. Shueisha was stupefied. He raised his head and saw Lin Feng's demon body descend from the sky. It looked like an ancient demon descending from the sky, like a king of the night. Boom boom boom. Terrifyingly loud sounds spread in the air. The fighting stage was shaking unceasingly. Shueisha's skeletons kept getting destroyed. Shueisha's body was blocked and constricted by the demon. The Azura threw himself once again. It contained deadly and killer energies. Motionless demon body, said Lin Feng. Another demon body appeared filled with evilness, and it moved towards Shueisha. Shueisha didn't know what to do. He was being oppressed by three demons at the same time. It was almost impossible to resist Lin Feng's demon body. He had used a massive physical strength to counter Jun Emoshi, but it was useless against Lin Feng. This battle was really tragic for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 670, The Arrogant D-Ling. Chapter 670, The Arrogant D-Ling. Lin Feng is really terrifying, thought the crowd shivering, watching the demon prey upon Shueisha. Now there was the Azura and another demon. Three demons from ancient times were fighting for Lin Feng, who had turned himself into a demon. Shueisha couldn't rival with him. It only took one demon to defeat him. Lin Feng has so many incredible assets, sighed the crowd. However, they didn't know that Lin Feng initially only had the strength of the Haruka. Later he coincidentally penetrated into the temple of the evil area and had obtained the memories of the Haruka. If he hadn't learnt the Haruka skill at the Yunhai sect, he wouldn't have been able to deploy such monstrous strength. Lin Feng was really grateful to Shingon for having given them the opportunity to go and practice in the special areas. Lin Feng had spent 7 days in the special area where his thoughts had turned to reality. He had been able to see a world where good and evil, lightness and darkness had fought. People couldn't imagine how powerful and incredible such a battle had been. Lin Feng had entered a world which belonged to remote ages and had experienced it as if he was a part of it. He had visualized the ancient battles and had been able to participate even. That had allowed Lin Feng to understand the skill of the Haruka and develop his physical strength. One could even assert that the things Lin Feng understood in the special region had made him become even stronger than if he had only broken through to another cultivation layer. Boom boom boom. Another brutal attack crashed onto Xuexia's body which made him groan with pain. He was unable to resist. Now, Lin Feng's strength of the Haruka could already rotate 7,000 times. Besides, it was coupled with the demon body, his punches were monstrously powerful. With the demons he could invoke, he was incredibly strong. Xuexia could barely resist against such a monumental strength, and especially against such an evil power. The demons together did not fear Xuexia's trivial evil skill. "You wanted to kill me, but now I really wonder how you're going to do it," said the demon, making huge steps. On Lin Feng's demon body was a massive amount of black physical strength revolving all around. Everything had become dark and gray. The three other demons were fighting at the same time. Xuexia was shaking violently as he continued to flee. "Where are you going?" asked Lin Feng playfully. His gigantic body rose up in the air and chased Xuexia halfway up into the sky. The pressure was so great that Xuexia had to groan. His body was projected away. The three demons followed him and Xuexia's face drastically changed. He then shouted extremely loudly, "I forfeit." "Come back!" shouted Lin Feng coldly. In a flash, the three demons came back to Lin Feng and penetrated into his body again, as if they had merged all together. "What kind of skill is that?" thought the crowd astonished. They were shaking. Lin Feng had turned into a demon and then three demons had appeared. Lin Feng was monstrously scary. In the darkness of the night, Lin Feng looked at the injured Xuexia and said indifferently, "Can you kill me? If you hadn't given up once again, you would have died twice. You wanted to rank first at the great competition of Xueyu? Ridiculous!" ridiculed Lin Feng. Those words made Xuexia's face turn deathly pale. Lin Feng was humiliating him. He had destroyed his heart and dreams. Xuexia didn't feel like a strong cultivator anymore and had lost his determination. Lin Feng was right though. Xuexia had forfeited twice, so his determination and willpower had been crushed. He thought that he would dazzle all the way on the fighting stage. On top of that, he hadn't fought against Duan Wudao and Di Ling yet, but had already forfeited twice. He had lost against Jun Emoshi and Lin Feng. He would have never thought that he would lose against those two. "You're a piece of trash. You call yourself a genius, I really wonder why," continued Lin Feng. Then he turned around and slowly walked away. Xuexia was coughing up blood. Lin Feng had humiliated him so much, he was trash. He was now considered a loser. He had lost twice and thus lost face twice. "Next battle," said Shui Wuchang, whose eyes were sparkling. His heart was also beating faster. Xuexia was already extremely strong. With his corpse chi he was able to make people turn into cadavers. Even ordinary cultivators at the top of the 8th Xian Qi layer would have been crushed by him. And then there was his terrifying spirit. Unfortunately, Xuexia had encountered two geniuses who were more terrifying than him. One was Jun Emoshi, who could stop Xuexia's evil qi with his vital qi of righteousness, and top of that had an immortal spirit. Then, Lin Feng had turned into a demon and had even invoked other demons. All of them had released terrifying evil energies, much more evil than Xuexia's own evil energies. Xuexia had been unable to resist Lin Feng. All he could do was run away and protect himself. He had lost twice. How tragic. In short, a genius had encountered two even more incredible geniuses than himself. This time, the great competition of Xueyu had a few terrifying geniuses. On top of that, two other geniuses hadn't shown how strong they really were yet, Di Ling and Duan Wudao. They had won all their battles extremely easily. Therefore, Xuexia's next opponents would be even more terrifying. It seems like Xuexia is going to rank 5th, Lin Feng and Jun Emoshi can rival for the 4th place, thought the crowd. Their eyes were brimming with excitement. Being one of the 4 top winners of the competition, what glory! Tang Yu gave up another battle. Her soul had been too injured. How could she fight against Di Ling or Duan Wudao? She had no hope to win against them, so she conceded. Then, Di Ling's turn arrived. He also had to challenge extremely strong cultivators from that moment on: Duan Wudao, Jun Emoshi, Xuexia. There wasn't a single weakling. Besides, Lin Feng and Xuexia had just battled, which meant that he had only 2 choices: Jun Emoshi and Duan Wudao. In the end, Di Ling looked at Jun Emoshi. He still didn't want to fight against Duan Wudao. He wanted to save him for the end. Di Ling and Duan Wudao's battle would certainly be one of the most incredible battles. Jun Emoshi looked calm yet a bit nervous. Indeed, Di Ling was one of the strongest cultivators at the competition and was releasing a terrifying battle energy. Di Ling, possessor of the firmament blood, whispered Jun Emoshi. He then released a massive amount of vital energy of righteousness which dashed to the skies. Di Ling's eyes were golden as he stared at Jun Emoshi. Your vital energy of righteousness and your immortal spirit are incredible, however, the immortal spirit also has limits. A spirit is a kind of strength, and if I keep injuring you, you will run out of strength and energies. If I use a powerful enough physical strength, I can even kill you. Even if you have a very strong spirit, you must be very strong yourself. When the crowd heard Di Ling, they were already anticipating the battle. Indeed, the spirit was only a particular aspect of the cultivator's strength, it was an innate power. Some people could obtain a new spirit after birth, but that was extremely rare. Since the spirit was only an aspect of a cultivator's strength, it had limits. Di Ling was considered as the strongest young man in the competition, his perspectives were much broader than that of others. His future wasn't going to be limited to Xueyu. You are saying that my cultivation has limits and that you can defeat me? Said Jun Emoshi to Di Ling. Di Ling nodded impolitely and said, of course, I am going to be the final winner of the competition. You are no threat to me, and Xue Sha is even worse off. Lin Feng cannot threaten me either. Only Duan Wu Dao is strong enough to challenge me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 671, The Firmament Spirit. Chapter 671, The Firmament Spirit. How arrogant is Di Ling? Thought the crowd. Di Ling was insufferably arrogant. He despised Jun Emoshi and his vital energy of righteousness and his immortal spirit. Jun Emoshi was an incredibly strong cultivator, but Di Ling despised him. In Di Ling's eyes, there was only Duan Wu Dao. We have to fight to verify your beliefs, said Jun Emoshi indifferently. He looked calm and serene, especially after hearing how arrogant Di Ling was. Let's fight, you go first then, said Di Ling, looking proud and self-confident. He looked extremely sure that he would win. Nobody could defeat him. Jun Emoshi released more vital energy of righteousness which emitted strident whistling sounds. He jumped forwards and landed in front of Di Ling. A terrifying vortex of energy of righteousness started spinning. Finally, Di Ling released some chi and force. It was an extremely brutal firmament energy. He stretched out his arm and shook it, immediately attacking the vital energy of righteousness. Di Ling was absolutely fearless. His hand crossed the vital energy of righteousness and continued moving towards Jun Emoshi. Jun Emoshi smiled coldly. He jumped and the chi of righteousness started revolving at full speed. He didn't even pay attention to Di Ling's hand, he was just concentrating on his own attack. Ha! Di Ling frowned and immediately moved his hand back. It seemed like Jun Emoshi's vital energy of righteousness was going insane in the air. Energy of righteousness, destroy the earth and sky! Shouted Jun Emoshi furiously. His strength seemed like it could destroy oceans and mountains. The massive amount of vital energy of righteousness kept oppressing Di Ling's body. Humph! Di Ling groaned coldly. His clothes were fluttering in the wind. Di Ling moved his hand again, and all around him seemed like the atmosphere was tearing apart. Strident whistling sounds emerged and his energies attacked the vital energy of righteousness. Boom! A terrifying collision-like sound spread in the air. A hurricane formed from the struggle. Jun Emoshi moved back 3 steps, but Di Ling didn't move at all. He remained standing tall like nothing could affect him. I told you, you can't rival with me. It's useless if you rely on your immortal spirit to resist against me. I am not that stupid, said Di Ling indifferently. A moment before, Jun Emoshi hadn't cared about Di Ling's attack. He had just attacked at the same time using his vital energy of righteousness. It meant that he had been relying on his immortal spirit to resist Di Ling's attack, but Di Ling wasn't that stupid. He knew that Jun Emoshi could recover quickly, but he couldn't recover so quickly. Nobody can defeat me, I have the firmament blood. I will have to show you how strong that blood is, said Di Ling. A terrifying blood chi started spreading in the air as he released some firmament blood chi. Pure chi was roaring and rolling in the air powerfully. How strong! No wonder that Di Ling is the strongest cultivator at the competition, thought the crowd. Di Ling's strength was indeed monstrous. His chi could already make people shake, it seemed like it could even make them suffocate. Di Ling raised his fist, and it seemed like the oxygen in the air was disappearing. Brutal firmament chi had appeared on his fist. Jun Emoshi, since you're using your immortal spirit, I will show you the strength of the firmament, said Di Ling while jumping forwards. The atmosphere was rippling all around him. It seemed like a terrifying physical strength was condensed that fist. Vital energy of righteousness, indestructible, said Jun Emoshi when he saw that terrifying fist. He was fearless. He condensed his vital energy of righteousness, faced that fist head on. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. Jun Moshi's punch was destroyed. However, Jun Moshi didn't frown at all. His left hand was also filled with vital energy of righteousness and kept moving towards Di-Ling. He didn't stop moving forward for even a second. His right hand was injured but recovered extremely quickly. "No use," said Di-Ling indifferently. He had condensed some firmament strength in his left arm and attacked Jun Moshi with it. Di-Ling was unperturbed. Jun Moshi couldn't believe it. He raised his head and hands, then his terrifying vital energy of righteousness dashed to the skies. Energies were spinning violently as a terrifying dragon appeared from his hands. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was shaking. The terrifying dragon made Di-Ling's body move back and groan coldly. His facial expression looked cold. "Incredible, that's incredible." The crowd was awed. They didn't want to miss a single second of that battle. Jun Moshi's Dragon of Righteousness immortal spirit was terrifying. It had managed to push Di-Ling back. With a Jun Moshi didn't need to block attacks, he could just attack unceasingly. Even though Jun Moshi had only broken through to the very top of the 8th Xian Qi layer, he was monstrously strong. Ordinary cultivators of the 9th Xian Qi layer couldn't rival with him, but Di-Ling had just been injured a little bit. They were both incredible. Di-Ling touched his mouth and found some blood on his fingers. Di-Ling's mouth was bleeding. He now looked particularly ferocious. "Very good, your immortal spirit is extremely rare and mysterious. But now I will show you the firmament spirit." Boom! Di-Ling released some firmament blood, and Jun Moshi felt like he was being oppressed by a physical strength. The entire atmosphere and fighting stage were shaking violently, shaking at the same tempo as Di-Ling's heart. The firmament spirit is invisible, it uses the strength of the firmament to control the earth and sky, said Jun Moshi indifferently. At that moment, he had the impression he was in another world. "So you know about my spirit. You may have the immortal spirit and won't die, but now you know you cannot defeat me," said Di-Ling, making huge steps. He clenched both his fists and the strength of the firmament oppressed his entire body. He then launched waves that moved towards Jun Moshi following Di-Ling's fists. "Gigantic dragon strength!" shouted Jun Moshi furiously. A terrifying dragon strength emerged in the air, but it was covered by Di-Ling's firmament spirit. Jun Moshi's strength was oppressed, the firmament strength became even stronger at that moment. It seemed like there was nothing else in the world. Boom! A terrifying strength crashed onto Jun Moshi's body that made him fly away. At the same time, a terrifying strength caught him mid-flight. Di-Ling had jumped up and was prepared to strike Jun Moshi again. He then said coldly, "I will see how long you can endure my attacks with your immortal spirit." "Why endure?" asked Jun Moshi with an indifferent smile. He then added, "I give up." He fell down to the ground just like a falling leaf. He had lost, but he didn't care. "How come you didn't kill me even though you are insufferably arrogant and hate my immortal spirit?" asked Jun Moshi. Then he turned around and moved back to his seat. He had lost, so what? Di-Ling was indeed stronger than him, but he couldn't use Jun Moshi as he wished. He couldn't threaten Jun Moshi or use him as a puppet. "Did you see how strong he is?" asked Jun Moshi to Lin Feng, still smiling. Lin Feng nodded. Di-Ling was really terrifying. "If you're aware of how strong he is, I hope you can avenge me," said Jun Moshi smiling. He had lost, but it wasn't that important to him. Losing and winning were normal in the frame battle. Nobody could be an eternal winner. There was always someone stronger. "I will do my best," said Lin Feng, nodding. He then looked at Di-Ling. It would be difficult to fight against him. After that battle, Di-Ling was already one of the third best cultivators, and Jun Moshi might end up ranking third or fourth. It depended on his battle against Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 672, Duan Wu Dao's Strength. Chapter 672, Duan Wu Dao's Strength. Di-Ling and Jun Moshi had been incredible, they were both too incredible. Di-Ling in his firmament spirit with his terrifying punches, how many gene of power did they fists possess? Jun Moshi's huge dragon had even been destroyed, an authentic dragon could have been killed by Di-Ling. Jun Moshi had still lost the battle with his immortal dragon spirit and his vital energy of righteousness. The next one is Duan Wu Dao, his eyes were twinkling. He looked at Shueisha and said, "Get over here." Shueisha was awkwardly looking at Duan Wu Dao. He had already lost against Jun Moshi and Lin Feng, he couldn't lose this time. If he did, he wouldn't even be able to finish fourth. After all, Di Ling could probably defeat him just like Lin Feng and Jun Emoshi. He had no chance to defeat Di Ling, so he had to defeat Duan Wudao. I have to win, thought Shueisha determined. He made a step forward silently and looked at Duan Wudao. Give up, said Duan Wudao coldly. He looked really conceited in front of Shueisha. In his eyes, Shueisha wasn't a threat. Duan Wudao made Shueisha even more nervous. He had just had the thought that he could win, but now Duan Wudao was hurting his confidence. The crowd was also surprised. Duan Wudao was arrogant and aggressive. He was probably as strong as Di Ling. He had just told Shueisha to give up very calmly, as if it was the only logical choice. There was no suspense for Duan Wudao because he already knew the result of the battle. I still want to see how strong the Crown Prince of Shueyu is though. Why should I give up? Asked Shueisha looking glum. He felt extremely humiliated when Duan Wudao told him to give up. What a lamentable humiliation. Ha! Duan Wudao raised his head and stared back at Shueisha. A terrifying light appeared that seemed extremely brutal and dazzling to the eyes. He had the energy of a warlord. What a terrifying warlord, thought the crowd. Duan Wudao was like Di Ling. Was he really only the Crown Prince of Shueyu? Die! Shouted Duan Wudao. A terrifying golden warlord energy appeared. That golden energy was emitting whistling sounds as it launched towards Shueisha. The entire stadium was shaking. Shueisha was scared to face that horrible pressure. Warlord punch! Duan Wudao's fist seemed like it could destroy the planet, just like a peerless warlord. That terrifying warlord energy rose up in the air. Shueisha only sensed that his muscles were twitching. He was trying to release some corpse chi, but it was useless. His corpse chi was insignificant compared to Duan Wudao's warlord chi. The Crown Prince of Shueyu has the blood spirit of the king. Many people were shaking when they sensed Duan Wudao's chi. What a terrifying strength. Duan Wudao possessed warlord chi and had learnt the warlord punch. How incredible. That kind of power could only be learnt by monarchs. Duan Wudao was the crown prince and had the temperament of a warlord. To him, learning such a skill was absolutely normal. Boom! The warlord punch destroyed the corpse chi. It didn't even have time to condense before being destroyed. Corpse spirit! Shouted Shueisha furiously. His spirit appeared and he transformed into a ghost. A terrifying putrid wind started blowing and moving forwards. The corpse chi was moving straight towards Duan Wudao. Duan Wudao had wanted to defeat Shueisha in one punch, but he wouldn't allow that. Humph, pointless, said Duan Wudao coldly and aggressively. A terrifying warlord punch then bombarded the atmosphere again. Then Duan Wudao holding some kind of strength in his hand. Suddenly, Shueisha felt extremely uncomfortable. It seemed like his putrid spirit was being squeezed by something and then sealed. His face then turned deathly pale. The situation was getting bad for him. Get lost! Shouted Duan Wudao furiously. He immediately bombarded the putrid soul with his fist and Shueisha was projected away. Blood splashed everywhere as he was badly injured this time. Piece of shit! You made me waste my time, said Duan Wudao coldly. He moved back to his seat and his aggressive, violent voice was still resonating in people's heads. Even though that battle had been short, it had been incredible. Just like the kind of battle Jun Emoshi and Di Ling could offer. Duan Wudao had managed to severely injure Shueisha with 2 attacks. Duan Wudao is terrifying. He might be the strongest cultivator at the competition, thought many people in the crowd. Some of them had thought that Duan Wudao was even stronger than Di Ling. He was way too strong. He had defeated Shueisha in 2 hits. They all knew how strong Shueisha was. He might end up 5th at the end of the competition, but Duan Wudao made him appear as a weakling with his warlord punch. He had even called Shueisha a piece of shit. All of them were geniuses, but there was a difference between certain geniuses too. They weren't all equally strong. For example, Duan Wudao was much stronger than Shueisha. Di Ling was focused on Duan Wudao. He would be his strongest opponent. He had always considered him as the other strongest cultivator at the great competition of Shueyu since the first time he had seen Duan Wudao. He had always believed that apart from him, there was nobody else to compete with. Lin Feng was awed by Duan Wudao. How strong was he? Duan Wudao was brutal and violent. He didn't kill those who didn't offend him but didn't hesitate to kill his enemies. Lin Feng would have never thought that Duan Wudao would be that strong. No wonder Duan Wuya believed in his brother so much. Even if Lin Feng finished in the top 9, he couldn't defeat Duan Wudao. Duan Wuya perfectly knew how strong Duan Wudao was. The sealed door's strength, Shueisha fell to the ground as blood splashed out of his mouth. A moment before, Duan Wu Dao had punched him with the strength of the sealed doors and had made his body become real again. His ghost form was unable to reduce the strength of that punch. "The competition continues," said Shui Wuchang indifferently. He was also very surprised. Duan Wu Dao's strength was incredible. He was wondering how the battles between Duan Wu Dao, Di Ling, and Lin Feng would be. The others couldn't rival with them. Everybody was looking forward to seeing those battles. However, the other battles didn't interest the crowd anymore because only the very best made them feel excited. The winners would be the most dazzling cultivators in all of Shuiyu. They would draw everybody's attention. At the end of the rankings, Yu Xiaoxiao won against the dead tree. Then there was also Chang Meng Xian and Yun Fei Yang. Yun Fei Yang was particularly strong with his force of the earth and sky. After that round it was finally Lin Feng's turn again. This time, Lin Feng could only challenge 3 people, Di Ling, Jun Emoshi and Duan Wu Dao. Who would he choose? Lin Feng, said Jun Emoshi suddenly. Lin Feng then turned his head and looked at him. Lin Feng, Duan Wu Dao defeated Shui Sha. He's not weaker than Di Ling, he's an incredible genius. I wouldn't have thought that such monstrous cultivators as you and Duan Wu Dao would appear in Shuiyu. You can even put pressure on me. I already lost one battle which interrupted my series of victories. Now I will give up and let you continue, what do you think? Asked Jun Emoshi. He had already lost a battle, so his statistics didn't look perfect anymore. Besides, Duan Wu Dao would be extremely difficult to defeat. Jun Emoshi was ready to help Lin Feng stay healthy for his last battles. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 673, Di Ling and Duan Wu Dao. Chapter 673, Di Ling and Duan Wu Dao. Lin Feng was speechless. He knew what Jun Emoshi meant. He just had to nod and Jun Emoshi would offer him a victory. Then Lin Feng would just have to fight against Di Ling and Duan Wu Dao. He wanted Lin Feng to keep his determination to fight and struggle for victory. Lin Feng looked at Jun Emoshi and nodded. Jun Emoshi nodded and smiled. He had no hope to become the first one anyway. Di Ling and Duan Wu Dao would probably struggle for victory, but Jun Emoshi still hoped that Lin Feng would dazzle. All right. Lin Feng, challenge me now, said Jun Emoshi gently. The crowd was baffled. Jun Emoshi was asking Lin Feng to challenge him? Okay, said Lin Feng, nodding. I choose Jun Emoshi. Lin Feng wanted to fight against Jun Emoshi? The crowd didn't understand, they hadn't heard Lin Feng and Jun Emoshi's conversation a moment before. Jun Emoshi smiled, he didn't go to the fighting stage. Instead he said, I forfeit. Forfeit. Jun Emoshi was giving up. The crowd was astonished. They obviously knew why he was giving up. He wanted to offer Lin Feng a free win and one more chance to win the competition. Lin Feng only had to fight against Di Ling and Duan Wu Dao now. Jun Emoshi was allowing Lin Feng to be one of the 3 best cultivators at the competition. Jun Emoshi and Tang Yu were both looking at Lin Feng. They had both offered him a free win. Finally, it was Di Ling's turn. He had no choice, he had to fight against Duan Wu Dao. Jun Emoshi had told Lin Feng to choose him so Di Ling couldn't challenge Lin Feng anymore. The moment Di Ling moved to the center of the fighting stage, a gigantic hurricane spread in the air. Everybody had been waiting for this. Di Ling was considered the strongest young man at the competition. Many people were sure that Di Ling would finish first and would be the most dazzling cultivator of the competition. Duan Wu Dao was extremely brutal and violent. Since he had won against Shui Sha, people considered him as the second best cultivator. He had defeated Shui Sha in 2 strikes, that was incredible. However, some people also believed the opposite was true. Duan Wu Dao was gaining more and more prestige. He was the genius of Shuiyu, a small country belonging to Dragon Mountain. He was making his country dazzle. Now, the decisive battle was about to start. Who would win? Many people's hearts were pounding. Duan Wu Dao arrived in front of Di Ling. Di Ling was the strongest opponent Duan Wu Dao was going to fight. That battle was going to be decisive for them. If I defeat you, I will rank first and become the strongest cultivator at the great competition of Shuiyu, said Di Ling indifferently. After Duan Wu Dao, he only had to fight against Lin Feng, who was no challenge. I will finish first, said Duan Wu Dao calmly. He had the warlord Qi, he was going to win the competition and reach the clouds. The victory would be for him alone, Duan Wu Dao. Let's fight, said Di Ling, releasing some firmament energy that dashed to the skies. He only wanted to dazzle at that moment. "Let's fight!" shouted Duan Wu Dao furiously. The chi of both fighters seemed like they could exterminate the planet. It seemed like deities could respect Di Ling for his firmament chi, but Duan Wu Dao seemed like a deity with his warlord chi. What a terrifying and brutal chi! This battle is going to be incredible, thought the crowd. They were drooling with anticipation. In their eyes, the winner of that battle would be the most dazzling cultivator at the great competition of Shuiyu. "Fist of the firmament!" shouted Di Ling furiously. A terrifying energy dashed to the skies and rolled in the air. The pressure was gigantic, bringing a strong winds and powerful energies with it. "Warlord punch!" shouted Duan Wu Dao just as aggressively. His warlord fist was terrifying. It seemed like he could squeeze the atmosphere. He was moving straight towards Di Ling. Boom! A terrifying light covered the two fighters. Explosions resonated in the air along with Duan Wu Dao and Di Ling's heartbeats. A white color and a golden color collided and turned into an incredible beam of light. After some incredible lights illuminated the atmosphere, the two fighters moved away from each other and collided again. The crowd couldn't even follow them with their eyes. Boom, 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 boom. A terrifying hurricane spread in the air. The crowd only saw two lights lacerate the atmosphere. Their fists kept colliding over and over again. The two silhouettes were in the air and dazzling lights were everywhere. Explosions continued to sound. The two of them then separated again and stared at each other this time. They both looked extremely self-confident, like heroes. "You didn't disappoint me, Duan Wu Dao, but I'm still going to win," said Di Ling as sure as before. He then raised both his hands and a terrifying firmament energy spread in the air. A vortex appeared and the atmosphere was twitching. Di Ling was controlling the space again. Even Duan Wu Dao was twitching as if he had been about to break along with the atmosphere. "Di Ling, you have the firmament blood and the firmament spirit, you understand firmament intent and can control the atmosphere. However, is it that easy for you to win? The atmosphere is not yours," shouted Duan Wu Dao sharply. He released some more warlord chi and all around him appeared some seal chi. The atmosphere suddenly stopped twitching around him. "Die!" shouted Duan Wu Dao furiously. The atmosphere around Di Ling also stopped twitching and a seal strength locked the atmosphere. They are both so terrifying. Di Ling had the power of the firmament, Duan Wu Dao had the strength of the seals. They could both control or lock the atmosphere and thus influence their environment. Di Ling looked glum. What a terrifying seal strength! Duan Wu Dao was much stronger than what he had expected. "Warlord punch!" shouted Duan Wu Dao furiously. The seal strength and the warlord punch shot out towards Di Ling at an incredible speed. It seemed like time had stopped. "Firmament destruction!" shouted Di Ling while raising his fist. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. The firmament looked like it was going to get annihilated, and the terrifying warlord punch also got crushed. Only warlord chi was left. Boom! Another explosion sounded in the air. This time, Di Ling was projected backwards and looked even more furious. "Very good, Duan Wu Dao, you made me move back a step. Now I will show you the precipice of the firmament blood," said Di Ling coldly. A terrifying blood strength started fluctuating in the air. A powerful chi emerged and surrounded his body. The chi looked like it was boiling. He had broken through to the very top of the 9th Xian Chi layer. His chi of the top of the 9th Xian Chi layer was terrifying. How scary! The crowd was stunned. They had never thought that any of the geniuses at the competition would have broken through to the very top of the 9th Xian Chi layer. Firmament destruction! Die! At that moment, a new fist appeared and bombarded the atmosphere. "Warlord punch!" shouted Duan Wu Dao looking glum. His punch was terrifying but it disappeared. Boom! Another terrifying strength then landed on Duan Wu Dao's body which made him groan and move back. However, his warlord chi was condensing. "Sealed doors, appear!" shouted Duan Wu Dao. His voice sounded like it came from an ancient time. Suddenly an ancient chi invaded the atmosphere. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 674, Last Two Battles. Chapter 674, Last Two Battles. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying sounds echoed in the night. It seemed like time-space doors coming from remote ages were opening. Then they appeared in the air around Di Ling and surrounded his body. Everybody raised their heads and saw 8 sealed doors in the air. The seal strength they were emitting was terrifying. According to the rumors, the Crown Prince of Shuiyu has the sealed door spirit. The rumors are true then. According to the rumors, the sealed door's spirit is monstrously powerful. Thought the crowd when they saw those doors. Those sealed doors looked terrifying and their strength was monumental. Di-Ling raised his head and saw 8 sealed doors. In Shuiyu, it was said that the strongest cultivators had 9 sealed doors. Duan Wu Dao already had 8. 9 sealed doors was the highest number the soul could accept. Duan Wu Dao had already broken through to the 9th Xian Qi layer. He had extremely high natural abilities. Di-Ling, with my sealed doors you have no chance, said Duan Wu Dao coldly. His warlord Qi was more and more terrifying. Even if you have the sealed door's spirit, you cannot stop my firmament spirit, said Di-Ling looking even colder. His force and Qi had already reached an incredible volume. We will see if it can't block your spirit, but in any case I can seal your body. Duan Wuya joined his hands and shouted violently, seal. In a flash, the 8 sealed doors moved at the same time and turned into a pitch-black light which emitted rumbling sounds. It seemed like the doors were about to penetrate into Di-Ling's body. Firmament blood! Shouted Di-Ling. A terrifying firmament blood dashed to the skies and blocked the sealed doors. It was clear to him that if the sealed doors penetrated into his body and sealed him, his spirit and cultivation would be in danger, and maybe even his life. Kacha! A terrifying sound emerged in the air. One of the sealed doors had broke, but the 7 others were still there and still surrounded his body. Di-Ling was going insane. His struggling was making all those doors shake violently. It seemed like they could seal his body and his firmament strength. Break! Shouted Di-Ling violently. A terrifying firmament strength emerged as another door broke, turned into a light beam, and then disappeared. He could make the doors break with his incredible strength. No, it won't happen, said Duan Wu Dao. He rose up in the air and started spinning. He lowered his head and then threw himself at Di-Ling at full speed. His terrifying warlord spirit turned into a brutal hurricane. Duan Wu Dao was as fast as lightning. Di-Ling raised his head and looked at Duan Wu Dao. His eyes were bloodshot like he was tired. Die, 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 die! Di-Ling shouted die once and it resonated and echoed in the sky. The firmament qi then regained its intensity. He was using his maximal strength of the 9th Xian Qi layer. Seal! Shouted Duan Wu Dao furiously. A terrifying seal strength rose up that seemed like it could seal anything. He stretched his hands and crackling sounds spread in the air. Some energies were being destroyed. Duan Wu Dao sensed a terrifying pressure on his body. Break! Roared Di-Ling furiously. He sounded like an animal. His blood qi was dashing to the skies. The firmament blood was fighting the firmament. Whistling sounds were hurting people's ears. What a scene! Boom, 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 boom. Explosions seemed unending. The sealed door's spirit was broken by Di-Ling. His exceptional strength was astonishing. Die! However, this time Duan Wu Dao moved and an incredible amount of warlord qi crashed onto Di-Ling's body. It seemed like an infinite number of warlord punches were crashing onto Di-Ling's body. There were unceasing sounds as his body was pulverized. The fighting stage had some incredible fissures forming. The 2 of them disappeared and the crowd could only sense the ground shaking under their feet. Duan Wu Dao wasn't going to give a single opportunity to Di-Ling. A silhouette streaked through the sky and landed on the fighting stage. Everybody was stunned. Duan Wu Dao. He was going to be the final winner. A genius from Shuiyu. Di-Ling quickly came out of the ground. His qi was revolving violently as his clothes were torn apart. He looked ferocious as blood dripped from his mouth. Di-Ling had lost. He had never thought that he would lose. He had lost against Duan Wu Dao. Duan Wu Dao would be the real champion and Di-Ling would end up second. Duan Wu Dao, I will defeat you someday and regain face, said Di-Ling. He returned back to his seat and then sat down cross-legged. He was starting to heal his wounds. Even though he didn't look affected, his internal organs had been badly injured. Duan Wu Dao had crushed him internally. Di-Ling had no strength left, which is why he hadn't been able to continue their battle. I will wait for you, said Duan Wu Dao indifferently. He then moved back to his seat and closed his eyes. It hadn't felt good to have his spirit attacked violently as it had. Di-Ling was also monstrously powerful. Phew. The crowd took a deep breath. The great competition of Shuiyu was astonishing. Duan Wu Dao was going to be the great champion. He was going to end up as the strongest champion ever. Di-Ling was only going to be the second. And Lin Feng, thanks to Jun Emoshi, would finish third. Di Ling and Duan Wudao's battle had been so incredible that the other battles could only be boring. Maybe the battles between Lin Feng and Di Ling or Duan Wudao would be a little entertaining. While waiting for Lin Feng's turn, Duan Wudao and Di Ling remained calm. Shui Wuchang commenced the remaining fights. The other battles were taking place slowly, one after the other. Jun Emoshi seemed like he was going to finish 4th, Shueisha 5th, Tang Yiyu 6th, Ling Xiao 7th, Yunfei Yang 8th, the Dead Tree 9th, and then Chang Meng Xian. The 11th would be Yu Xiao Xiao. Out of the 8 most outstanding geniuses, 3 had ended up with miserable positions. Yumo had died, the Dead Tree and Yu Xiao Xiao had disappeared from the top 8 rankings. Lin Feng, Tang Yu and Yunfei Yang had replaced them. Now, there were only Duan Wudao and Di Ling. Everything depended on their battle against Lin Feng, but the crowd was sure about that the ranking list they had pieced together would hold. Duan Wudao would be first, Di Ling second and Lin Feng third. Slowly, the night became clearer as sun rose up slowly. Everybody had fought, only 2 battles were left. Jun Emoshi had given up against Duan Wudao, only 2 battles were left. Lin Feng against Di Ling and Lin Feng against Duan Wudao. The entire area around the fighting stage was silent. One could hear the rustling sound of the leaves on the ground and the atmosphere seemed dreary. Lin Feng was calmly standing there, as if the competition had nothing to do with him. The crowd admired Lin Feng for remaining silent. Surprisingly, he had accepted Jun Emoshi's proposition to struggle. He was going to try and fight. He was going to fight against Duan Wudao and Di Ling. He managed to remain calm knowing he was facing those 2. CRRR. CRRR, a terrifying energy emerged out of Di Ling's body. He opened his eyes in which sharp lights twinkled. At the same time, Duan Wudao also opened his eyes. Even though he hadn't been as badly injured as Di Ling, his spirit had still been badly affected. Di Ling had bombarded him violently. Therefore, they both needed a long time to recover. They opened their eyes. Finally. The battles were going to start, thought the crowd. Even if the result of the battles were already sure, they were still impatient to see them. Would they be surprised? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 675, Lin Feng vs. Di Ling. Chapter 675, Lin Feng vs. Di Ling. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng. Who would he choose first for the 2 last battles? Lin Feng, you choose, said Shui Wuchang. I choose him, said Lin Feng, pointing at Di Ling. Lin Feng looked calm and serene. Since Duan Wudao had won against Di Ling, Lin Feng should start with Di Ling. It would be easier to fight against him than Duan Wudao. Di Ling was staring at Lin Feng, his eyes were twinkling coldly. Is it necessary to continue the battles? Asked Di Ling indifferently. Even though he had lost against Duan Wudao, he hadn't stopped being arrogant. How could Lin Feng fight against him? If Di Ling fought against Lin Feng, he would lose face. In Di Ling's eyes, those 2 battles were not necessary. It was pointless to continue. Lin Feng had already reached the highest point he could reach. You used to think you were the strongest cultivator at the great competition of Shuiyu. What about now? Said Lin Feng. Di Ling narrowed his eyes. Even though Lin Feng's voice was absolutely normal, he was making fun of him. He had thought he would finish first, so why did he think he would finish second now? Di Ling couldn't afford talking big like this, so he had to fight. Excellent. Since you want to fight, I will fight. I will show everyone here what the expression an ant trying to shake a tree means. I will show everybody how you overestimate your abilities. Then Di Ling jumped forwards and landed not so far in front of Lin Feng. His terrifyingly brutal chi dashed to the skies and moved towards Lin Feng. His firmament energy had once more appeared. Di Ling stretched his hands and grabbed some parts of the atmosphere. He could control it. A terrifying vortex appeared and moved towards Lin Feng. It seemed like that vortex could kill Lin Feng right there. An ant wants to fight, how ridiculous! Yelled Di Ling, clenching his fists in the atmosphere. The air pressure immediately pressured Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng had the impression he was going to break into pieces. The atmosphere kept twitching and people saw hallucinations. The crowd was shivering. Di Ling was still monstrously strong. Maybe when he was fighting against Du Wudao, they hadn't realized how strong he was because of the circumstances. But facing Lin Feng was a different story. It seemed like he could kill him using the tip of his finger. That kind of battle was terrifying and perilous. Lin Feng's arm slowly and messily rose up in the air. He slowly put a hand on his back. A metallic sound emerged in the air as his bloodthirsty sword appeared. It was diffusing its usual blood-red light. It then slowly rose up in the air oppressively. Clang! A terrifying sword chi rose and emitted whistling sounds. The oppressive chi released by Di Ling was becoming weaker. The sword intent was starting to become more intense. With Lin Feng's willpower and intent, the sword chi was gaining leverage. Firmament! Shouted Di Ling furiously. He clenched his fists. He seemed to be in perfect fusion with the atmosphere. The pressure was incredibly intense on Lin Feng's body. Could Lin Feng resist Di Ling's firmament intent? Just when Lin Feng sensed all those oppressive energies, his sword chi reached the first level of intent, then the second level, then the third level, then the fourth. T's sword chi was emitting incredible sounds. It seemed like there were many swords suddenly, but it also seemed it was still increasing. That sword chi was getting even more intense. Die! A terrifying light appeared in the sky, red like blood and moving as fast as lightning. It even lacerated the atmosphere in two as if the world was a loaf of bread. The red light then lacerated the firmament. Lin Feng's sword intent was level 5 at that moment. Everyone's hearts were pounding violently. Lin Feng's sword intent used to be level 4. He had used a level 4 sword intent to cut off Ling Zhao's arm before. He must have hidden his strength again. His sword intent could even lacerate the firmament intent. Everything under the sword intent cut like butter. Nothing could stop it. Lin Feng's sword intent was level 5. With his bloodthirsty sword, things were just starting to get serious. Di Ling frowned. In the end, Lin Feng was still weaker than him. Di Ling moved back and grabbed the atmosphere. His firmament intent continued to oppress the entire atmosphere, especially that red light. A terrifying pure chi was insanely moving in the atmosphere. The earth and sky were emitting rumbling sounds. The red lights were bombarded. Finally, the red lights were destroyed. Di Ling raised his head and realized that Lin Feng was in the air and was descending with his bloodthirsty sword. Once again, he was releasing level 5 sword intent and it seemed like nothing else existed. Die! Shouted Di Ling furiously. He rose up in the air and his firmament intent attacked the sword light. He released some more pure chi that was even more powerful than Lin Feng's. Second sword, said Lin Feng. He was moving like the wind, and at that moment his sword was moving towards Di Ling's throat. I will finish you, shouted Di Ling while clenching his fists even harder. A terrifying oppressive energy moved towards the sword energy again. Di Ling's hands contained some terrifying pure chi oppressed the bloodthirsty sword as well. He wanted to stop that red sword. Third sword. A bloodlight appeared again and the atmosphere seemed like it was filled with bloodthirsty swords. An infinite emotionless energy moved towards Di Ling like a rain of arrows. They wanted to pierce through his body. Fuck off! Shouted Di Ling like an animal. He propelled both his hands forwards at the same time. An energy as monumental as a mountain moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng had the feeling that an actual mountain was weighing on his shoulders. He had the feeling that he was suffocating under it. Fourth sword. Lin Feng unsheathed another sword. That sword seemed normal. Its energy wasn't dashing to the skies. It immediately moved towards that mountain like oppressive energy. After the collision, that terrifying mountain of oppressive energy collapsed in 4 different directions. Die! Lin Feng's bloodthirsty sword didn't stop moving as it followed his movements. A seemingly infinite bloodthirsty sword shadows moved in the atmosphere. They were blotting out the sky and covering up the earth. The crowd couldn't even see where the sword was anymore. They could only see an incredibly dazzling sword light. The earth and sky were filled with swords. How strong? Who said Lin Feng couldn't fight? Thought several people in the crowd, shaking their heads. His sword intent was level 5, how incredible. Piss off! Roared Di Ling like an animal again. The firmament energy was shaking insanely, blotting out the sky and covering up the earth. The terrifying amount of sword energy finally disappeared and the curtain of swords were unceasingly being destroyed. 13th sword, said Lin Feng in a solemn way. Immediately after, the crowd saw a terrifying red light. The crowd could only see the terrifying amount of sword light fade away as the atmosphere became normal again. Di Ling lowered his head and stretched out his hand. He touched his waist and found blood. When the crowd was astonished to see blood, Di Ling was injured. He had been injured by Lin Feng's 13th sword. Di Ling raised his head and looked at Lin Feng. He looked like he couldn't believe his eyes. You injured me? Asked Di Ling in a low voice. Lin Feng had surprisingly injured him. I'm just a weak and trying to defeat a gigantic tree, said Lin Feng indifferently yet mockingly. Di Ling had told him he was an ant, but now Lin Feng was using it to mock him. Di Ling's was extremely strong. The 13th sword had been filled with level 5 intent, but it had only injured him. "You will regret that," said Di Ling. A terrifying firmament strength then invaded the atmosphere again. His strength had reached the very top of the 9th Qian-Qi layer at that moment. "Regret? Why would I regret anything?" said Lin Feng, firmly holding his bloodthirsty sword. He still looked calm and serene. Just like Di Ling, his strength was also increasing. Boom! A terrifying strength invaded the atmosphere, 8th Qian-Qi layer. Lin Feng had broken through to the 8th Qian-Qi layer. The crowd was astonished, their hearts were hurting from the excitement. Lin Feng had broken through to the 8th Qian-Qi layer and his intent was level 5, that was Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 676, Tearing Firmament Energy. Chapter 676, Tearing Firmament Energy. There were many people considering Lin Feng since the beginning of the great competition of Shuiyu, when he had only broken through to the 5th Qian-Qi layer. He didn't have a terrifying sword intent and people didn't really believe in him. In the evil area, he had then drawn people's attention because of UMO. Many people had thought that Lin Feng would be eliminated much sooner, but with his extraordinary abilities he had managed to make it so far. Step by step until now, he had broken through to the 7th Qian-Qi layer, and then his sword intent had reached level 5, and then he had injured Di Ling and had broken through to the 8th Qian-Qi layer. With his determination, Lin Feng could lacerate the atmosphere using his bloodthirsty sword. He could oppress the atmosphere and make people suffocate. Lin Feng had even managed to kill UMO and cut one of Ling Zhao's arms, but he had also defeated Shui Sha. All those people were extremely strong, but Lin Feng could defeat them, and now the decisive battles had started. Lin Feng's strength was unruly. Those who were friends with Lin Feng were particularly astonished, their souls were shaking. The Yu clan, the Wanshou sect, the people from Tianfeng, the Yu clan, and even Shui Sha and Ling Xiao were all staring at Lin Feng in amazement and fear. At that moment, Lin Feng looked incredibly strong. He was becoming one of the strongest cultivators at the great competition of Shuiyu. With his strength, Lin Feng could defeat cultivators of the 9th Qian-Qi layer, he could destroy the Yu clan, the Wanshou sect, and so forth very easily. How would they survive? The Yu clan and the Wanshou sect were terrified. They used to think that it would take Lin Feng many years to become a monstrous cultivator. Unfortunately for them, the far future was happening much sooner than expected. Now Lin Feng could go back to Shuiyu and destroy the Yu clan and the Wanshou sect easily. Besides, Lin Feng would really do it with his temperament. He hadn't forgotten anything, the holy courtyard of Shuiyu and the others. They had always hated Lin Feng and all those who had tried to kill him had failed. Now that Lin Feng had become so strong, would he let them off? Yu Qingshan's eyes were twitching, his white hair became even whiter. His face looked even more desperate and desolate. How monstrous. He had always focused on Yu Tianming, he had always thought Yu Tianming would become monster of a cultivator. If he had raised Lin Feng and Yu Tianming next to each other, he would have realized that Yu Tianming wasn't that gifted. And now Lin Feng wasn't fighting in the name of the Yu clan, people considered him representing Yangzhou City. He was dazzling at the competition, he could compete against Di Ling and Duan Wudao. Di Ling watched as Lin Feng broke through to the 8th Qian-Qi layer. His firmament energy was becoming more and more powerful. From the look of his pupils, it was possible to see that he didn't despise Lin Feng anymore. 8th Qian-Qi layer. Alright, no problem, very good, said Di Ling, his blood was boiling. The energy of his spirit spread in the air and it seemed like the firmament was going to be destroyed. He shook his hands and it seemed like the earth and sky belonged to him. The intent of the earth and sky were oppressing Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng firmly held his bloodthirsty sword, which was becoming stronger. He then slowly started walking. On the ground appeared marks left by the bloodthirsty sword. The sword intent was cutting the atmosphere. A cut appeared everywhere that Lin Feng stepped. His sword seemed to be indestructible, it seemed like he was alone in the world. The crowd watched him walking towards Di Ling. They were not sure but they had the feeling that the crevices and fissures were left behind by Lin Feng. Boom! Di Ling also made a step forwards and the ground started shaking again. A terrifying pure qi and firmament intent fell down from the sky and oppressed Lin Feng. It seemed like Di Ling wanted to crush Lin Feng's body. It seemed like the entire planet was going to collapse. What a terrifying force! People's hearts were pounding violently. They could sense Di Ling's pressure from very far away, it was making their heads feel heavy. They had the feeling that something was stuck in their throat. Of course, Lin Feng's sword had the same effect. With his sword intent, he could destroy the firmament intent. Who will win? The crowd was having difficulty see Lin Feng when he penetrated into the firmament energy. It seemed like he was farther and farther away from them. His silhouette looked sharp, but then they heard some light stepping sounds. Suddenly, they had a hallucination that they couldn't see Lin Feng anymore. Instead of Lin Feng, there was only a sword. He had fused with his sword, and with the earth, Lin Feng had disappeared. There was only a blood-red sword illuminating the world. There were no cracking or tearing sounds, there were no whistling sounds. There was a deadly energy and a red light, and that energy felt extremely sharp. The crowd felt like they were going to die when they sensed that terrifying energy. They had the feeling that the terrifying blood-red light was going to destroy them. At the moment when everything became calm again, two silhouettes appeared on the fighting stage. Di Ling was motionless. Lin Feng was still holding his bloodthirsty sword whose tip was touching the ground. There was some dust around. Neither of them were emitting a sound, the atmosphere was oppressive. Is it finished? The crowd hadn't seen anything. Who won? They just wanted to know what had just happened. The energies had almost killed them. A strong wind was still blowing and brushing away on the crowd, but there was no sound and no odor. Something is dripping, said someone, breaking the silence. Then they followed the direction where the sound had come from and they were astonished again. They saw several red drops near Di Ling's feet. Something was dripping from his body. Even though it was small, it was significant. Di Ling got injured again. It's dripping, blood is dripping. The crowd was astonished. Blood continued dripping. Lin Feng moved, but it was to sheath his bloodthirsty sword on his back. An ant? I managed to destroy your firmament energy, said Lin Feng indifferently. He looked extremely calm. Everyone was silent. He had won. Lin Feng had won with that sword. Lin Feng had managed to defeat Di Ling. A terrifying pure qi started rotating around Di Ling's body. He wanted to cure his wounds and stop the bleeding. He moved back to his seat without saying a word. And then sat down. Di Ling's actions proved that Lin Feng had won. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Feng had surprisingly defeated Di Ling. Lin Feng wasn't third anymore, he was second. If Lin Feng defeated Duan Wudao, he would earn the first place at the competition. The exception, the total exception. To everyone's great surprise, Lin Feng had managed to make it that far. Nobody would have believed it. The crowd remembered back to when Lin Feng had obtained the first jade key. Was it only luck? At that moment, Lin Feng was about to start the very last battle of the competition to become the most dazzling competitor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 677, The Final Battle. Chapter 677, The Final Battle. The crowd got over their previous surprise and became excited again. They were wondering what would happen during the last battle. Their blood was almost boiling. They had considered Lin Feng an insect without importance the first time they saw him. They had never thought such a thing would happen in the end. Maybe that 1,000 years after, Lin Feng would stand at the top of Shuiyu with his bloodthirsty sword. Maybe Lin Feng's grandchildren would even say proudly that that sword belonged to their ancestor, and with it Lin Feng rose. Lin Feng from Shuiyu. The crowd was looking at that young man. He looked proud. They would always remember his name and how astonishing he had been. Lin Feng was a miracle. Then they turned their heads around and looked at Duan Wudao. He had calmly observed everything, but he who always looked aggressive, violent and cruel, didn't look that calm anymore. He had always thought that his strongest opponent would be Di Ling. He had never thought that Lin Feng would defeat Di Ling. It meant that he wasn't finished, there was one more real battle for him to fight. He had never thought that his final opponent would be Lin Feng, his compatriot. In the air, Shui Wuchang looked down at Lin Feng and smiled. How rare! Two people from Shuiyu were going to fight each other for the final battle of the competition. Shuiyu was sure to be the most dazzling country at the great competition of Shuiyu. In the past, a country under the jurisdiction of an empire had never even obtained the third place at the competition. And now, the first and second had already been obtained by two cultivators from Shuiyu. That was mind-blowing. Lin Feng, how long do you need to rest? Asked Shui Wuchang. Lin Feng had just fought against Di Ling and had used lots of energy. If he wanted, he could have a rest. The last battle was the most important fight for him, so he couldn't just gamble and continue hastily. Lin Feng could choose himself, he could rest 3 or even 5 days. The crowd looked at Lin Feng and asked themselves, when would the final battle happen? I don't need to rest. Let's fight now. said Lin Feng. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng didn't need to rest. He was going to fight right away. After fighting against Di Ling, Lin Feng didn't need to rest. He wasn't even a little bit tired? Lin Feng, you need to rest. Don't worry yourself, said Shui Wuchang. He didn't approve of Lin Feng's decision. Duan Wu Dao had defeated Di Ling. And he was able to deploy 8 sealed doors and seal people's bodies and souls. That kind of seal was almost impossible to remove. Don't worry, I didn't use much energy a moment ago, said Lin Feng facing Shui Wuchang and smiling. Everybody was astonished, they all exchanged strange expressions. A moment before, Lin Feng had defeated Di Ling but he hadn't used much energy? Wasn't he humiliating Di Ling? Di Ling opened his eyes. He didn't want to observe Duan Wu Dao and Lin Feng's battle. He wanted to see the battle with his own eyes. What would be the result? Would they fight? He really wanted to see the finale. Duan Wu Dao had also defeated Di Ling and Lin Feng had also defeated him. Who was stronger between Lin Feng and Duan Wu Dao? Alright, since you insist, you can fight immediately, said Shui Wuchang. He didn't try to prevent Lin Feng anymore. Besides, Duan Wu Dao immediately jumped forwards and started walking slowly. He was looking at Lin Feng. I know that you want to get married with my sister, right? Said Duan Wu Dao. Duan Wu Dao was the crown prince of Shuiyu, and even though he only devoted his life to practicing cultivation and seldom taken care of external affairs, he knew about important events such as his sister's wedding. He also knew that Lin Feng had destroyed the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. He also knew that Duan Wuya had told Lin Feng to challenge Duan Wu Dao so he could marry Duan Xinyi. Even though he knew all those things, he had never personally appeared. Because he had dedicated his entire life to cultivation, he was now at the top of the fighting stage at the great competition of Shuiyu. He could stand there proudly where everybody admired him. Caring about other things would have been pointless, so he didn't care about them. He had been preparing for that final battle at the great competition of Shuiyu for such a long time. The terribly violent and brutal crown prince of Shuiyu had seldom shown his real face. The crowd was confused when the crowd heard Duan Wu Dao. There was something else going on between Lin Feng and Duan Wu Dao's family? Lin Feng wanted to get married with Duan Wu Dao's sister, the princess of Shuiyu? I am really surprised to have you as my final opponent. We are here together and we are both from Shuiyu. That is an honor for our country, that is glory. However, the final winner of the great competition of Shuiyu will be me. You will have no chance to defeat me. You don't need to listen to Duan Wuya, you can marry my sister and then we'll go and conquer the continent of the 9 clouds together, said Duan Wu Dao. He had wild ambitions and the soul of a conqueror, but he was so nice to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was so young and was able to defeat Di Ling, he could definitely conquer the continent of the 9 clouds. I don't need you to agree, I don't need Duan Wuya's authorization either. I will struggle to do my best and finish first. Then when I go back to Shuiyu, nobody will dare offend me, Duan Xinyi will welcome me with open arms. Everybody will congratulate me and I will share my glory with Duan Xinyi, said Lin Feng indifferently. Since he was there already, he was definitely going to try and finish first. Nothing could stop him anymore. The glory wouldn't be his alone, he would share this glory with his mother, his father, and all the ones he loved. Lin Feng wanted that glory. Duan Xinyi and Lin Feng would get married and live happily in love. If he went back to Shuiyu after winning the competition, who would criticize him, who would offend him? Who would stand in his way? He wanted to finish first and he would do his best to finish first. That girl, Xinyi, must be really happy, whispered Qing Chan. She said that with a radiant smile on her face. She looked sweet and gentle. Since you are from Shuiyu, you know my temperament is bad. I easily lose temper, said Duan Wu Dao. His energies were becoming denser. He was staring down Lin Feng. The crown prince Duan Wu Dao, unruly, good to those who are good but will kill those who are bad to him. However, you first have to defeat me before you start talking big. Don't act like Di Ling, if you lost then you'd lose face, said Lin Feng indifferently. Di Ling had threatened him and the results had been catastrophic. Let's fight then, shouted Duan Wu Dao violently. A terrifying warlord Qi emerged out of his body and attacked Lin Feng. At the same time, he closed the space between himself and Lin Feng. A terrifying golden color appeared all around Duan Wu Dao. Violent warlord punch. Duan Wu Dao raised both his fists at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was standing there, calmly. Sword cultivators were calm and serene. With his sword, he could annihilate everything. Die! His sword rose up in the air and some level 5 intent invaded the entire atmosphere. The red light was dazzling as it moved straight towards Duan Wu Dao. Seal! Shouted Duan Wu Dao. He immediately released some sealed doors intent. The chi was getting more and more violent. It seemed like the red lights were being stopped by those energies and were becoming weaker. Lin Feng's sword cultivation was incredible. With his sword intent he had managed to lacerate Di Ling's firmament blood energy. Di Ling had a firmament spirit and understood firmament intent but had still lost. Duan Wu Dao had 8 sealed doors and understood sealed doors intent. The atmosphere seemed to only possess sealed doors energies. Lin Feng looked emotionless as his bloodthirsty sword rotated and a red light turned into a vortex. Whatever went in that vortex seemed to disappear. Disappear. The warlord fist crashed into the sword light. Duan Wu Dao's sleeves were shaking. A terrifying sealed doors energy oppressed Lin Feng's sword. However, Lin Feng's sword wasn't moving back, it was moving forwards with indomitable will. Subtle sounds were spreading in the air and emitting whistling sounds. Everything was getting destroyed. Even the sealed doors were being destroyed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 678, Sealed Doors. Chapter 678, Sealed Doors. Duan Wu Dao looked disheartened. Lin Feng was going to become a monstrously strong sword cultivator. Lin Feng's sword intent was level 5 and each of his attacks using the bloodthirsty sword were terrifying. Duan Wu Dao had seen Lin Feng's speed during his battle against Di Ling. Lin Feng was extremely fast as lightning. Even if Duan Wu Dao remained self-confident, he didn't despise Lin Feng. Duan Wu Dao made a step forwards as his sealed doors moved in to seal Lin Feng. Back punch! Shouted Duan Wu Dao. His punch covered the earth and moved towards Lin Feng. Duan Wu Dao trampled on the ground and he rose up in the air, his warlord chi was terrifying. He then shouted violently, "Seal!" Lin Feng was surrounded by sealed doors, he was backed into a corner. The blood-red sword was going insane, annihilating the different punches. Lin Feng raised his head and saw Duan Wu Dao's warlord punches falling down from the sky without limits, as if the gods wanted to crush him. A terrifying sword energy rose up and Lin Feng's entire body turned into a sword. There was only sword chi surrounding him, which was destroying the endless warlord punches. Lin Feng moved and his bloodthirsty sword followed. Lin Feng's 13th bloodthirsty sword attack was extremely fast. Lin Feng's body looked like a beam of light. Seal! Boom boom! Explosions sounded and then the two people descended down to the stage. Duan Wu Dao moved back a few steps and stretched his hand out. In it appeared something black, it was some sword chi which had hurt him. Lin Feng looked at Duan Wu Dao who was still releasing some terrifying brutal chi. No wonder you were able to defeat Di Ling, you've broken through to the 8th Xian Qi layer and your sword intent is level 5. People of the Xian Qi layer cannot defeat you anymore, only someone with Tian Qi layer strength can defeat you now. However, I am an exception and I will not give you any opportunity. Duan Wu Dao then released an incredible ancient sealed doors energy which seemed to come from remote ages. 8 doors appeared in the air in full antiquity. Those 8 doors were incredible, they contained such terrifying sealed door energy. Sealed doors. Again. Could Lin Feng resist against those 8 sealed doors? Di Ling had used incredible strength to break free from those 8 sealed doors. He had fought to break them, however, they had worn him down and he lost. Now, how would Lin Feng deal with those sealed doors? Lin Feng looked at those 8 doors and a terrifying fire emerged out of his body and rose up in the air. He was using his entire strength of the 8th Xian Qi layer. The crowd was staring at Lin Feng's fire. Would Lin Feng be able to defeat those 8 sealed doors with fire? How was that possible? Di Ling had used a monstrous amount of strength to break through those doors. How would Lin Feng be able to destroy them? It was impossible, he would never be able to break those doors. His fire made the ambient temperature rise drastically. Lin Feng was moving back, it seemed like he was trying to gain some time. Are you trying to escape? Asked Duan Wu Dao smiling. He then shouted furiously, "Seal!" Then the 8 doors turned into 8 black beams of light and shot towards Lin Feng. Black Lotus! Whispered Lin Feng in a deep voice. He condensed his entire fire chi, the chi in his body started circulating insanely. Lin Feng then released some incredible deadly energy. The crowd only saw Lin Feng raise both his hands and a black lotus appeared there. It was pitch black, gloomy, and filled with deadly energies. Everything was happening extremely fast. It was so fast that people couldn't see clearly. The 8 sealed doors moved towards Lin Feng's body and Lin Feng opened his hands. He then shouted one word, destroy. Boom! At the moment when the 8 sealed doors fell down, a terrifying deadly energy spread in the air. The crowd only saw a pitch-black light in which Lin Feng drowned under. The entire crowd suddenly had the sensation that they were going to suffocate and die. The sealed doors were burning in the atmosphere, and then they disappeared without a trace. Everything became calm again as Lin Feng appeared. He was still standing proudly on the fighting stage. He had broken the sealed doors. They broke? The crowd was astonished, staring at Lin Feng. That terrifying black lotus had destroyed the 8 sealed doors. Cough cough. Duan Wu Dao coughed and his muscles twitched. His soul had already been severely affected during his battle against Di Ling when the latter had destroyed his sealed doors. Now, Lin Feng had defeated them again, further injured his soul. Do I need to escape? Asked Lin Feng indifferently. Duan Wu Dao's sealed doors had disappeared. You used all your pure qi? Now, let's see how you want to continue the battle, said Duan Wu Dao coldly. Lin Feng smiled and said, you cannot use your sealed doors indefinitely, they are defeated for the remainder of this battle. Your spirit is injured. How can you keep battling? Lin Feng's strength of the Harukas then started rotating in his body, several black lights appeared and made the entire atmosphere turn dark. Lin Feng was surrounded by a dark world. Lin Feng had used these evil powers against Shueisha before and now he was using them against Duan Wu Dao. Duan Wu Dao had asked Lin Feng how he intended to keep battling and Lin Feng responded. Duan Wu Dao looked at the evil body, the crowd was unable to predict the result of the battle. Who would be the final winner of the great competition of Shueyu? You will see, said Duan Wu Dao. He then raised his head, looking as proud and arrogant as before. He stretched both his hands and a qi started rolling in them. Immediately after, several doors appeared. Real geniuses can make their spirit fuse with their body. Even without making my spirit appear, I can seal people's bodies. I will teach you what a real genius is. The crowd listened to Duan Wu Dao and watched his sealed doors. Their hearts were pounding at full speed. An authentic genius? An authentic genius could use the strength of his spirit without making it appear? They understood what it meant but couldn't understand how to do it. Duan Wu Dao threw himself at Lin Feng and appeared in front of him. The sealed doors moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng condensed his terrifying evil energy in his fist, assaulted the doors. However, one of the doors immediately penetrated into Lin Feng's body. The crowd was stunned, maybe that door wouldn't be powerful enough to seal his body. Seal! Shouted Duan Wu Dao furiously. An incredible amount of doors were moving towards Lin Feng and surrounding his demon body. Warlord punches. Duan Wu Dao released some more terrifying warlord qi and jumped towards Lin Feng. Explosions sounded and Lin Feng seemed like he couldn't take much more. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. A terrifying evil punch emerged from his body and collided with Duan Wu Dao. At the same time an Azura body appeared. Break! Duan Wu Dao's attack then cut through Azura like a knife through butter. The Azura immediately disappeared. The evil light disappeared and Lin Feng was projected backward a few dozen steps when the last punch crashed onto Lin Feng's body. He looked a bit stunned. Duan Wu Dao didn't chase him, his soul was shaking. His illusionary sealed doors were easy to use. Duan Wu Dao had used lots of strength, and now he had to win. Lin Feng would lose. Duan Wu Dao had to be the strongest cultivator at the competition, he was the most dazzling cultivator at the competition. Nobody else. The demon body was broken. Lin Feng knew perfectly well that Duan Wu Dao had used all his strength a moment before to finish him. He hadn't controlled himself. His soul had been badly hurt. Terrifying sealed doors energy had moved into his Lin Feng's body. Now, you have used all your pure qi and your demon body is broken. Your body sealed, how can you fight? Shouted Duan Wu Dao furiously. He was standing there like a hero for the crowd, it seemed like Duan Wu Dao was already the final winner. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 679, The Climax. Chapter 679, The Climax. No pure qi, broken demon body, body sealed? Lin Feng was looking at Duan Wu Dao with a smile forming from the corner of his mouth. Are you sure that you sealed my body? Duan Wu Dao looked at Lin Feng, smiled and said, no need to fight like that. I saw the doors seal your body. You'll have to find a solution to break the sealed doors inside of your body. Is that so? You are so smart. said Lin Feng. Then a terrifying spirit energy emerged in the air. Break! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. In a flash, a terrifying sealed door's chi emerged out of Lin Feng's body and disappeared in the air. Lin Feng had managed to break the doors. Ha! Duan Wu Dao's smile suddenly froze. The seals had been broken? Lin Feng had managed to expel all the sealed doors and break them. Now, what do you have to say? Asked Lin Feng indifferently. Duan Wu Dao was stupefied, he looked hideous. Lin Feng had surprisingly managed to break the sealed doors. How had he done that? The crowd was astonished too. They had thought that the sealed doors had already sealed his body. There was no suspense anymore. Lin Feng's voice was still filled with self-confidence now that he had broken the seals. So what? How can you still fight me? Said Duan Wu Dao, narrowing his eyes. He released some more warlord chi. How did Lin Feng intend to keep battling? You have already used your spirit, but you have to remember that I haven't used mine, said Lin Feng indifferently. Then, a terrifying roaring sound spread in the air, and next to Lin Feng appeared a terrifying purple light which launched at Duan Wu Dao. At the same time, 8 dragon heads appeared from Lin Feng's back and dashed to the skies. There were 8 dragon heads but only one body. Those heads were chanting the song of the dragons and looking at the sky as if they had wanted to swallow it. 8 heads. Yu Qingshan was stupefied. He was stared at Lin Feng's celestial Fang spirit. It already possessed 8 heads. One more head and it would have 9 dragon heads. The final form of the dragon. At that moment, the dragon heads didn't look like a spirit anymore, they looked like a real beast. 8 heads. The crowd was astonished. Not many people had seen Lin Feng's spirit and were just discovering it. He possessed a terrifying dragon. Who was going to win that battle? Lin Feng was still standing there, his purple spirit had surrounded Duan Wu Dao's body. Duan Wu Dao wasn't as strong anymore. He was attacking the purple spirit unceasingly, but it was constantly reappearing again. He was unable to completely destroy the purple spirit. Duan Wu Dao froze when saw the 8 dragon heads. Lin Feng, with the strength of the 8th Xian Qi layer, could also release such a monstrously powerful spirit. Maybe that his soul was stronger than the 8th Xian Qi layer. Indeed, it is the power of his soul. Duan Wu Dao was astonished. He looked like he had suddenly understood something. Lin Feng had managed to expel the sealed doors out of his body because he had used his soul to attack it. That was the only explanation. The sealed doors hadn't actually been able to seal Lin Feng's body. Roar! The dragon roared and the 8 heads moved towards Duan Wu Dao. They were all opening their gigantic mouth and showing their fangs. They wanted to swallow Duan Wu Dao. Duan Wu Dao took out a pill and swallowed it. His strength came back to him and he returned to normal. A terrifying warlord energy emerged in the air and Duan Wu Dao shouted furiously, "Warlord punch!" Pill? Lin Feng smiled coldly and also took out a pure healing pill. In a flash, his pure chi came back to normal. A metallic sound spread in the air and his bloodthirsty sword appeared again. Lin Feng was firmly holding it as he slowly started walking towards Duan Wu Dao. The sword energy was dashing to the skies and on the ground appeared several fissures and crevices. Lin Feng's bloodthirsty sword was leaving some terrifying marks on the fighting stage. There was only sword chi around Lin Feng. Duan Wu Dao suddenly sensed that terrifying sword chi while his warlord punches were occupied with dragon and its 8 heads. He was contend with them both. A terrifying sword intent crashed onto his body and it seemed like he was going to be swallowed. The sword chi was getting stronger and stronger, it was also getting colder and colder. Argh! Duan Wu Dao shouted furiously. He released a warlord energy which blotted out the sky and covered up the earth. The dragon was projected backwards, the purple snake were obliterated into pieces. But Lin Feng was still slowly walking forwards, his bloodthirsty sword in hand. Duan Wu Dao turned and lowered his head. He looked at Lin Feng in a calm way. Duan Wu Dao didn't want to give up, but... I give up. Duan Wu Dao knew that he had lost the battle. He didn't have a chance to win anymore. That terrifying sword energy slowly disappeared. Lin Feng looked at Duan Wu Dao just as calm as before. A real genius? Lin Feng put his sword away and said those few words to Duan Wu Dao. Duan Wu Dao was astonished. He had just told Lin Feng that he would show him what a real genius was. Duan Wu Dao looked at the calm Lin Feng. He was serene and so young. Lin Feng looked outstanding, but he hadn't reached maturity yet. Lin Feng had been strong enough to make it so far though. Lin Feng was the winner of the great competition of Shuiyu. You didn't disappoint me. said Jun Emoshi, smiling warmly and friendly. Lin Feng had proved to Jun Emoshi that he had made the right decision. Lin Feng had really managed to do it. This time, he had finished first. Relying on some incredible skills and techniques, he had won. He had made it so far, step by step, he had risen up to the top. Tang Yuyu was also smiling resplendently, it was like a dream. She remembered the first time she had met Lin Feng at the restaurant. He had downed all the expensive liquor as if he hadn't cared at all. Now, he was the most outstanding disciple at the competition and was respected by millions of people. No bad. Fa Ching Meng Xin with a sexy smile forming from the corner of her mouth. She looked a bit surprised. Yunfei Yang took out a bottle and drank some hot unit, how comfortable. Xiaoya, Han Man, and Pajun all looked proud of their friend. They were clenching their fists, they had never thought that Lin Feng would be able to make it that far. Of course, many others were furious. Yu Qingshan had mixed feelings, he could only sigh. Yu Lushui, Tang Wuyao, the people of the Yu clan and of the Wanshou sect, Shuaisha, Ling Xiao, and several others were looking at that proud man and with regret. They were furious. They had never thought that Lin Feng would come out on top. The crowd was astonished but then calmed down. Nobody said anything. They were only looking at that proud-looking young man with new eyes. Lin Feng had no idea of all those things happening around him, he raised his head and looked at Shui Wuchang. Lin Feng was smiling resplendently and magnificently. He looked like a little sunshine. He had managed to finish the great competition of Shuiyu and had won. He was first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 680, Unexpected Disturbance. Chapter 680, Unexpected Disturbance. Shui Wuchang was speechless when he saw Lin Feng's smile. Such a beautiful smile, Lin Feng had reached the top of the competition and won. He looked happy, fresh, proud. Such a resplendent smile made him look as if he had forgotten all the dust and dirt that existed in that filthy world. Shui Wuchang smiled too, he hadn't smiled that way for so many years. He seemed so relaxed. Sometimes, small things were enough to make people smile. Lin Feng, congratulations, said Shui Wuchang respectfully. He really respected that young man in front of him. Sometimes that young man looked so arrogant, but other times he was so pure and innocent. Shui Wuchang hadn't respected someone like for a very long time. There were many geniuses in Shingon, but he had never seen someone like Lin Feng. A young man that he liked from the bottom of his heart. He hoped that Lin Feng would continue progress on the path of cultivation and become a glorious person. Thank you, said Lin Feng with the same resplendent smile. He was very grateful to Shui Wuchang. Lin Feng could easily distinguish a fake and a real smile, he knew that Shui Wuchang really meant it. All right. The great competition of Shuiyu is now over. No matter your ranking, get ready to follow me to Shingon, said Shui Wuchang glancing at the entire crowd. Everybody was a bit surprised, the great competition of Shuiyu was finished. So many had come and it seemed like so many great battles had happened. The two last battles would remain with them forever. They couldn't believe that it was over. They didn't want the competition to end. Now, the competition was over and the best cultivators had to be rewarded. I wonder what award Lin Feng will get, thought the crowd. Lin Feng had finished first, so he was probably going to get an incredible reward which would help him increase his cultivation level. If he became stronger, he would become terrifying. With Lin Feng's strength, only cultivators of the Tianqi layer could defeat him now. Di Ling was already monstrously powerful and possessed the firmament blood. He could control firmament intent and the firmament itself. He had broken through to the very top of the 9th Xianqi layer but had been defeated by Lin Feng. Duan Wu Dao had also broken through to the 9th Xianqi layer, and the very peak of the Xianqi layer. With his warlord Qi, sealed doors intent, and his sealed doors he could defeat most people of the Xianqi layer. Those who could defeat him were extremely rare and terrifying. However, Lin Feng had managed to defeat Duan Wu Dao. Lin Feng was almost invincible amongst people of the Xianqi layer. If he became a little bit stronger, he really would have no enemy at the Xianqi layer. Apart from those people, there were also empires. The 4 empires were extremely influential. Young people who managed to rank high at the great competition of Shuiyu would bring incredible advantages to the empires they came from. The Dragon Mountain Empire had finished first, second and fourth. That kind of success was incredible. The country of Shuiyu had been particularly successful, the first and second finalists were from there. What kind of advantages would that bring to the country? Now, the rewards were about to be distributed. The candidates were eager to discover their prizes. Even if they hadn't finished at the top of the rankings, they were still eager to see what they would get. Having been able to participate at the great competition of Shuiyu was already a great honor. Shengong wouldn't treat them unfairly. Shengong would act equitably. Duan Wudao, Diling, and some few others were not happy at all. They had come to finish first, but in the end the most dazzling cultivator was Lin Feng. "Get ready, we're leaving," said Shui Wuchang with a charming smile. Everybody rose up in the air and prepared to leave with him. But at that moment, a terrifying energy invaded the atmosphere. The kind of energy that made people's hearts start pounding violently. In the air, there were a few silhouettes who intercepted Shui Wuchang. They looked absolutely ordinary, to the extent that they didn't look surprising at all. But the chi they were emitting astonished people. It was a terrifying chi made them suffocate. People would have to submit themselves to power if they were attacked. Tian Chi layer. People's hearts were pounding violently. Those people were cultivators of the Tian Chi layer. He. A few of them laughed. They were surrounding Shui Wuchang in the crowd. Those people all had twinkling eyes. The crowd was terrified. Ha! The geniuses of the competition didn't know what was going on? Why were so many incredibly strong cultivators appearing out of nowhere? All of them were astonishingly strong. It was extremely rare to see such people. It was even rarer to see so many cultivators of the Tian Chi layer together. More than a dozen cultivators of the Tian Chi layer, thought the crowd. Their hearts were palpitating violently. What was happening? Could it be that more incredible battles were to come? Everybody pulled a long face, even Shui Wuchang. Some of those people were hiding their cultivation levels. They were preventing the crowd from leaving. Shui Wuchang looked cold, as if he had already thought about something. "You're not from Shuiyu, what do you want and where do you come from?" asked Shui Wuchang. His heartbeat had also accelerated. He was wondering if Shengong had heard about them or if today was going to be an unlucky day. Shengong is not from Shuiyu either. "How come you're bluffing?" said one of them mockingly. The crowd was confused. Shengong didn't belong to Shuiyu? What did that mean? Shengong has been established in Shuiyu for several hundreds of years. Every 10 years, Shengong organizes the great competition of Shuiyu and enables the strongest young cultivators to become stronger. "Why do you accuse us here of bluffing people?" shouted Shui Wuchang furiously. He was enraged. It was happening exactly as he feared. Those people came to cause Shengong trouble. Since the beginning of times, you've been eliminating the bad ones and making the strong ones stronger. They are the geniuses of Shuiyu. Shengong indeed organizes a gathering of geniuses and helps become much stronger. But all of this only giving face, who cannot help geniuses become stronger. You're not the only ones who can do it. In exchange for what you give them, can you guarantee that you ask for nothing in return? Said one of them mockingly. Shui Wuchang's mouth twitched. He looked even angrier. The competition was about to finish. He had never thought that these people would come from so far away to ruin everything and tarnish the image of Shengong. Shengong asks them for their opinion. They have the choice. Nobody forces them to do anything, said Shui Wuchang, denying what that person was saying. However, the crowd was still surprised. Shengong wanted the young geniuses to do something for them. He was denying that part. Everybody looked at the beautiful women from Shengong. The banquet was held to seduce and tempt them. There were more things going on behind the curtains of the great competition of Shuiyu, it seemed. Since you don't force them and give them a choice, why don't you give them the choice now and let them choose? Once they are in Shengong, what choice do they have? Would they be strong enough to choose once they are trapped in Shengong? Said someone else. They weren't allowing anyone to leave. The geniuses of the competition were getting angry. It seemed like going to Shengong was tricking them into something. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 681, 5 Terrifying Spheres of Influence. Chapter 681, 5 Terrifying Spheres of Influence. You have traveled from so far away to meet Chang, you must be exhausted. However, it seems like you have nothing to do with Shengong, said a loud voice in the distance. The crowd saw a group of strong cultivators in the distance. The leader of Shengong North had come personally and was pressuring all those Tian Chi layer cultivators. When Shui Wuchang saw the leader of Shengong North, he felt a bit relieved. Luckily, they had come. Alone, he wouldn't have been able to deal with those people of the Tian Chi layer. They were all monstrously skilled and strong cultivators. If things went down, he wouldn't have been able to save the situation. He perfectly understood that if the enemies hadn't attacked, it was because Shingon was a powerful sphere of influence. They had come from so far but didn't dare act recklessly. The leader of Shingon North, Bei Ming, is here. The cultivators of the Tianqi layer recognized who he was and immediately named him. They also knew that Shingon was divided into 4 different parts and that the leader of Shingon North was Bei Ming. You are all extremely strong cultivators with your own territories, why come bother Shingon? Asked Bei Ming coldly, quickly glancing at the crowd. He was a bit upset. It seemed like so many strong cultivators had come to Micheng to interrupt the end of the great competition of Shuiyu. We don't need to use obscure messages to talk. We came here because our goal is the same as Bei Ming. There are many geniuses, Shingon wants to steal them and we don't quite agree with it. At that moment, someone moved their hands and an imperial golden dragon robe appeared. In a flash, the chi of the atmosphere drastically changed. It seemed frightening. The purple golden dragon king of the East Sea and 3 other empires. The others, you must clearly understand their social status. Bei Ming, don't need to tell you because you can easily guess. Said Bei Ming when he saw that golden and purple dragon robe. The strong cultivators of the East Sea had arrived. Besides, the Dragon King had arrived too. The Dragon King in his golden and purple robe had come personally. The others didn't try to hide themselves anymore. The clothes they were wearing and the golden hats they had on their heads were becoming obviously powerful. The chi they were emitting was extremely strong. Those cultivators of the Tianqi layer weren't ordinary cultivators of the Tianqi layer at all. Apart from Shingon, there were 4 other spheres of influence. Their power of influence had so many cultivators of the Tianqi layer. They were terrifying and they had all come to Shuiyu. How terrifying! They could annihilate an entire empire. Lin Feng remained staring at those people. Apart from the Dragon King wearing the purple and golden clothes and his people, there were other people with terrifying ancient swords in their back. Their sword chi was dashing to the skies. Those people were infinitely stronger than Ling Xiao and were all sword cultivators. There was another group of people. Their leader had a warlord chi, just like Duan Wu Dao. They were wearing warlord helmets and their chi was much stronger than that of Duan Wu Dao. The last sphere of influence was just as terrifying. Their chi was similar to that of Lin Feng's evil energies. They were terrifying, a single glance at them sufficed to scare away anybody else. The East Sea Dragon Palace, the 9 Cloud Sword Sect, the Jade Heaven Imperial Family, and the Necropolis Sect. Alright, very good. A tiny little region like Shuiyu attracted so many strong cultivators. Bei Ming should feel honored. Said Bei Ming, staring back at those people. He had been surprised when he saw the purple golden dragon king, and then he had seen the people of 9 Cloud Swords, and the people of the Jade Heaven Imperial Family and the people of the Necropolis Sect. Those 4 powers of influence were as strong as Shingon, and surprisingly had all gathered in Shuiyu. It seemed like Shingon hadn't expected such a turnout. So many strong cultivators. They cannot belong to Shingon only. Since we are here, let them choose by themselves. Said the purple golden dragon king indifferently. At that moment, people's hearts were pounding. They had thought that the great competition of Shuiyu had come to an end and that things would get calmed down once more. They had never thought that these incredible people would come. In front of them were so many terrifying cultivators. They were all cultivators of the Tianqi layer. There were even cultivators of the Tianqi layer who had come just to assist to the show. Cultivators of the Tianqi layer could easily annihilate Shuiyu. They were the strongest cultivator and were extremely rare. But at that moment, there was more than a dozen of them. Including some people who had come just for fun. How astonishing! When they heard Bei Ming, they understood that the East Sea Dragon Palace, the 9 Cloud Sword Sect, the Jade Heaven Imperial Family and the Necropolis Sect were all extremely strong and powerful spheres of influence. They weren't any weaker than Shingon. Shingon alone was enough to control and influence the entire region of Shuiyu. They were like the kings of Shuiyu. But now, at that moment, 4 other spheres of influence as strong as Shingon had appeared. What do you mean? What choice? Asked Bei Ming to the Dragon King in purple and golden clothes. The 4 other powers of influence gathered. It seemed difficult for Shingon not to share with them now. We, the 5 spheres of influence, can declare a few words and let them choose. Replied the Dragon King. Immediately after, he looked at the 3 others and asked, what do you think? I agree. Said someone from the 9 Cloud Sword Sect. I agree too. Said the Jade Heaven Imperial Family and the Necropolis Sect while nodding. Who starts? Asked Mingbei. Shingon will. You should speak for Shingon, Mingbei. Said the Dragon King. Shinggong looked glum but turned to the crowd and said slowly, Shinggong has organized the great competition of Shuiyu. We've been helping you improve your cultivation level and I think that you were all very satisfied with that. You are all geniuses from Shuiyu, Shinggong of course wants you to join us, we always want more geniuses. Of course, if you don't want to join Shinggong, we won't force you. I just hope that you can help Shinggong with one thing. They have also come for that one thing, so I hope that you will consider the question carefully. Said Mingbei clearly. He didn't sound menacing or aggressive at all. He hoped that even more geniuses would join Shinggong. Bei Ming is done talking, right? Let me say something then. Said the Dragon King while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I am from the East Sea Dragon Palace, overlord of the East Sea Empire. We are an empire of average quality, the 4 empires of Shuiyu are of lower quality. You can imagine what kind of people and territories we have in our control. Said the Dragon King. Everybody clearly understood what he meant. Besides, the 4 empires of Shuiyu were of lower quality. Empire of lower quality differed a lot from empires of average quality. The countries under the jurisdictions of lower quality also differed a lot from the countries under the jurisdictions of empires of average quality. They differed a lot. At the East Sea Dragon Palace, we have a dragon spirit and our skills and techniques also have to do with dragons. You Lin Feng, have a 9-dragon celestial Feng spirit. If you join our palace you will become extremely strong, a warlord. And you will have access to incredible Tian level skills, you will be able to choose from any of them. Said the Dragon King as if he had prepared everything, including his speech, to tempt Lin Feng. Bei Ming looked upset, what he had said wasn't enough to tempt the geniuses, including Lin Feng. Simply put Lin Feng, you can join our Dragon Palace. We will welcome you warmly, the Dragon King and even the Patriarch of Palace will welcome you and teach you many things. They will help you consolidate your cultivation, imagine the incredible advantages? You should consider the question carefully. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 682, Lin Feng's Choice. Chapter 682, Lin Feng's Choice. The crowd was jealous when they heard the Dragon King. What incredible advantages! The East Sea Dragon Palace was an overlord in the East Sea Empire, which was an empire of medium quality. They only wanted Lin Feng to join. They had Tian level skills and would allow Lin Feng to choose. Besides, those skills had to do with Lin Feng's dragon spirit. If he accepted, he would become infinitely stronger. Apart from that, he would have the chance at having the highest leaders of the palace as his teachers. With such arguments, who could refuse? Dragon King, didn't you exceed the word limit we have agreed on? It was a bit too long. Said Bei Ming pulling a long face. They had agreed on a few words and he had delivered an entire speech. How detestable. Wait. Said the Dragon Empire while smiling. Immediately, he looked at other people and said, the others, if you want to join the East Sea Dragon Palace you are welcome. You will also be able to share a part of the fun with us. After that, if you even come back to this trivial and futile place, you will be regarded as incredible cultivators. Said the Dragon King. Now his speech was finished. Let me talk now. Said the leader of the 9-Cloud Sword sect. He then looked at Lin Feng and said, you have broken through to the very top of the 8th Shen Shi layer, your sword intent is level 5. I was personally dumbstruck by your incredible sword skills. I don't need to tell you how many extremely strong sword cultivators we have. To make it short, we are as strong as the East Sea Dragon Palace, but we are sword cultivators. If you want to join our sect, you will be able to quickly understand the next levels of sword intent and then even understand the abstruse significance. You would be able to easily destroy the 9 Cloud, can you imagine the benefits for you? Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, the same for you, we would definitely welcome you if you wanted to join our sect. You would become a monstrously strong sword cultivator because we are all sword cultivators. There's you as well, we would welcome you too, so just think about it. In the end, he looked at the young man with the sword. There were only 3 sword cultivators there and they really hoped that they would be able to get them. For sword cultivators, joining the 9-Cloud Sword sect was an incredible opportunity. Then the leader of the Jade Heaven Imperial family, with his Imperial Qi, looked at Duan Wu Dao and Jun Emoshi. Duan Wu Dao and Jun Emoshi, you both have the blood of the monarchs. One is the warlord Qi and the other is the vital Qi of righteousness. For the Jade Heaven Imperial family, people like you are incredible. We would immediately welcome you. Dealing, since you don't have a heavenly warlord Qi but a firmament blood, we would also allow you to become a warlord. Said an elegant-looking man with a helmet. He was releasing an Imperial Qi. He was only interested certain people, Duan Wu Dao, Jun Emoshi and Di Ling. In the end, there was only the Necropolis sect which hadn't spoken. The leader was releasing a terrifying evil energy. He looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you have a terrifying evil chi and you have some terrifying evil skills. Therefore, all of them want you. If you want to develop your evil energies, we can help you. Everybody in the world would be scared to hear your name. Duan Wu Dao, Di Ling, Jun Emoshi, Shui Sha, we would also welcome you. Apart from Shingon, there were 4 other spheres of influence and they all wanted Lin Feng. Lin Feng had the 9 dragons celestial Feng spirit, practiced sword cultivation, and also had the Haruka skills. Therefore, 3 sects wanted to have him. Lin Feng drew everybody's attention. They all hoped that Lin Feng would join them. Duan Wu Dao, Di Ling, Jun Emoshi and some others also drew their attention. The rankings of the great competition of Shuiyu wasn't random, it really proved how strong those geniuses were. Indeed, there was no doubt, natural abilities and strength were different things but were also obvious. Then, all the people from the 5 spheres of influence were looking at the geniuses and waiting for them to choose. Most people were looking at their teachers and parents, especially those who already had a teacher, and were already members of a sect. Choosing another sphere of influence would spell betrayal. Don't worry. Shingon will not make it difficult for your section, said Beiming as if he had understood what people were thinking. The East Sea Dragon Palace is not a sect anyway. We are just a sphere of influence. Joining the East Sea Dragon Palace doesn't mean that you're not a member of your initial sect anymore. You could, as before, say that you're a member of your initial sect and an influential member of another sphere of influence, said the Dragon King in purple and golden clothes. The East Sea Dragon Palace was an overlord in the East Sea Empire. There were many sects under their control. Ling Xiao, join the 9 Cloud Sword sect, go ahead, said a voice in the at that moment. It was Qi Qing Jian Ling Xiao's teacher. It is a sword sect, they practice sword cultivation. Extremely strong cultivators are numerous and they are much stronger than me. If you join the 9 Cloud Sword sect you will still be able to say that you are my student but that you belong to the 9 Cloud Sword sect. I will not blame you and never consider that you betrayed your sect, said Ling Xiao's teacher. Ling Xiao had lost an arm, he hoped that Ling Xiao wouldn't give up and would continue to not lose his determination and willpower on the path of cultivation. Joining the 9 Cloud Sword sect would enable him to reach the clouds. Teacher, said Ling Xiao. He looked touched and moved, but he understood what his teacher meant. Listen to me. Roger, teacher, said Ling Xiao nodding. He then looked at the strong cultivator of the 9 Cloud Sword sect and said, I, Ling Xiao, accept to join your sect. All right, very good. We welcome you, said the leader nodding. Even though Ling Xiao had lost an arm, it didn't mean that he had become a piece of trash. Besides, he had already reached such a high level, he had broken through to the 8th Shin Chi layer and his sword intent was level 3. Those things weren't going to disappear. So do I, said the other sword cultivator with the silver sword. A sword sect was extremely attractive, how could a sword cultivator refuse such an offer? The 9 Cloud Sword sect welcomes you as well. They then all turned to Lin Feng hoping that he would accept to join them. With his level 5 sword intent he would probably become the strongest cultivator of the 9 Cloud Sword sect. Unfortunately, Lin Feng wasn't saying anything and remained silent. What are you offering us? Asked Duan Wu Dao indifferently. I also want to know, said Di Ling nodding. They wouldn't join a sphere of influence that easily, they needed to know more. We will let you enter some mysterious cultivation dimensions which will make you become extremely strong cultivators, you will profit from a myriad of advantages. That is one of our goals in Shuiyu. I hope that you will join Shingon, said Beiming. The crowd already knew a little bit more, it seemed like the geniuses would be able to join some mysterious and mystical cultivation dimensions if they joined Shingon. Beiming is right. If you join the East Sea Dragon Palace, it will be the same but much better. Of course, if you're not interested in those mystical dimensions and mysteries, we will not force you but we will welcome you anyway, said the Dragon King in purple and golden clothes. The crowd just nodded. I need time to think about it, said Duan Wu Dao. So do I, said Di Ling and the others and some others. They had the choice, they needed to consider everything carefully. That choice could change their lives. What about you, Lin Feng? Asked the Dragon King. Lin Feng was the one everybody wanted the most. They all hoped that Lin Feng would join them. I will not join any of you, said Lin Feng, leaving everybody in disbelief. Lin Feng wasn't interested in any of them and was refusing all their offers, no matter how amazing the offers sounded. About the mysterious and mystical things you were talking about, I need to think for a while, said Lin Feng to Bei Ming, nodding. Bei Ming was stupefied but then smiled. Lin Feng was saying that he needed to think about whether he wanted to join the mystical and mysterious cultivation dimensions and areas. What that meant was that the only sphere of influence he was interested in joining was Shen. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 683, Everybody's Choice. Chapter 683, Everybody's Choice. The people of the East Sea Dragon Palace, the Nine Cloud Sword sect and the Necropolis sect were stupefied. Lin Feng had refused their offers immediately. He was just interested in the mysterious and mystical things Shen had to offer. You don't need to think, you can't miss such an opportunity. You will regret it in the future otherwise, said the Dragon King. But Lin Feng shook his head and said, thank you all for your offers, but I have already made a decision, please forgive me. Since it was his own choice, Lin Feng wouldn't regret. This time, he had refused incredible dragon skills and techniques. He had missed the opportunity to be trained as an incredible sword cultivator, but he wasn't going to regret. In his head he was determined and was going to stick to his initial principles. He didn't like the feeling of having no freedom. He didn't want to submit to anyone, so he wasn't going to join any sphere of influence. Besides, Shen had organized the great competition of Shuiyu. Without Shen, he wouldn't have benefited from so many great things, he wouldn't have stood at the top of the fighting stage of the competition. Without Shen, he would still have the strength of the 5th Xin Shi layer. Diling, Shueisha and Duan Wudao would also have still been much stronger than him. His life might have been in danger too. Lin Feng didn't want to face Shen later on because they had helped him so much already. He didn't feel like offending people who helped him. Alright, since it's that way, I will not insist. What about the others? Who wants to join the East Sea Dragon Palace? I welcome everybody. Those who ranked amongst the 5 first will benefit from incredible advantages. For example, Tian level skills and techniques. The others will also benefit from good skills and techniques. The Dragon King rolled up his sleeves as if Lin Feng hadn't given him face. Many people were stupefied. Tian level skills and techniques were terrifying, obtaining such skills were extremely difficult. How attractive! That kind of temptation made so many people think about it twice. Everybody was interested in such magical powers. They were extremely rare, and joining the East Sea Dragon Palace would enable them to obtain great magical powers. At that moment, the Dragon King was offering them such things. Diling, said Diling's father suddenly. Diling turned around and looked at his father hovering in the air. Diling, you have the firmament blood which is brutal and violent. The East Sea Dragon Palace is the best sphere of influence for you to join, said Diling's father, Di-Shi Tian. Diling remained silent for a moment and then looked back at the Dragon King in purple and golden clothes and said, I accept your offer. Alright, we will go back together and you will obtain some Tian level skills that you can choose personally from, said the Dragon King, smiling. He then glanced at Lin Feng. Even though Diling wasn't as gifted as Lin Feng, he was also monstrously powerful. Such a genius joining the Dragon Palace was a great opportunity. Diling had broken through to the very top of the Xin Shi layer and was about to break through to the Tian Shi layer. Joining such a great power of influence wouldn't be a waste. Besides, with Diling's natural abilities, ordinary cultivators of the Tian Shi layer wouldn't be a threat to him. I also accept, said some other people. The Dragon King smiled when he heard them and said, very good, we welcome everyone. The people from the other 3 spheres of influence were standing there calmly. They were not like the East Sea Dragon Palace. Apart from a few people, they didn't need the others. The Jade Heaven Imperial family was only interested in warlords, monarchs, emperors and so on. The Necropolis sect was only interested in those with an evil energy. Finding geniuses was extremely difficult for them. The best one for them would be Lin Feng. Duan Wudao, Jun Imoshi, the Jade Heaven Imperial family is perfect for you, much better than the East Sea Dragon Palace, said someone from the Jade Heaven Imperial family again while looking at Duan Wudao and Jun Imoshi. Those 2 people belonged to the imperial families of Shuiyu and Dragon Mountain. They both had imperial blood. They had the chi of monarchs and emperors, and they had ranked 2nd and 4th at the great competition of Shuiyu. Duan Wudao's eyes were twinkling. Lin Feng had already made a decision. Diling was going to join the East Sea Dragon Palace where he would be able to obtain some Tian level skills and techniques. If he didn't join a sphere of influence, Lin Feng might become even stronger than him. But he didn't worry about Diling because he needed external help to break through to the Tian Shi layer and become stronger. I have one requirement, the Jade Heaven Imperial family cannot imprison me, I am as before, Duan Wu Dao. Said Duan Wu Dao. Everybody was surprised. Being a genius allowed him to choose. Ordinary people had no choice and couldn't have requirements. But Duan Wu Dao was a genius and could require things from people, even from the Jade Heaven Imperial family. Welcome, said the strong cultivation while smiling. He then turned to Jun Emoshi and asked, what about you? Me? Said Jun Emoshi smiling. He then shook his head and said, I'm like Lin Feng. I am not used to having limits and submitting myself, please forgive me. The strong cultivator of the Jade Heaven Imperial family nodded. He wasn't going to beg him. It was Jun Emoshi's own decision. The others also gradually chose what they wanted. Amongst the 8 best cultivators, Lin Feng wasn't going to join any sphere of influence, but he might cooperate with Shingon. The second, Duan Wu Dao, was going to join the Jade Heaven Imperial family. The third one, Di Ling, was going to join East Sea Dragon Palace. The fourth one, Jun Emoshi, the sixth one, Tang Yuyu, and the 8th one, Yan Fei Yang, all followed Lin Feng. The 5th one, Shuaisha, didn't choose anything either. The Tiansha sect was already a sphere of influence, and the 7th one, Ling Xiao, chose to join the 9 Cloud Sword sect. The others all chose as well, but nobody attached importance to them. The most important people were the first 8 winners. Now, shouldn't you leave Shuiyu? Asked Bei Ming, coldly glancing at the people from the 4 spheres of influence. This time, the great competition of Shuiyu had been the arena of a great deal of events. Some people had become extremely strong thanks to Shingon, but now they were leaving because the 4 other spheres of influence had appeared. Bei Ming wasn't happy at all. Maybe we will see each other again soon, said the Dragon King in purple and golden clothes. Then he waved and said, those who accepted to join the East Sea Dragon Palace, come with me. When he finished talking, he rose up in the air and the others followed him. Just like them, the others also left Shuiyu. They hadn't come for nothing this time. Not only had they obtained some geniuses, but they had also understood the purpose of the great competition of Shuiyu. Maybe those people would become their enemies. But ultimately, some geniuses had become their allies. Bei Ming looked at all those people leaving and then glanced at those who had stayed. It made him feel better to see Lin Feng and the few others who had stayed. I will do my best to honor your decision, thank you, said Bei Ming to those who had stayed. Now let's go, you will all obtain some treasures. Wait, said Lin Feng suddenly. Bei Ming suddenly felt nervous. Was Lin Feng going to change his mind? He was terrified by the idea of Lin Feng joining another sphere of influence. It would be horrible for Shingon. Mister, I have some friends here with me. Is it a problem if they join? Asked Lin Feng. The great competition of Shuiyu was over. Han Man, Xiaoya and Pajun couldn't stay there alone because Lin Feng would worry about them. Bei Ming couldn't refuse Lin Feng's requirement. A few more people could following them shouldn't be a problem. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 684, The General Overview of the Continent. Chapter 684, The General Overview of the Continent. A group of people were flying over the white clouds, and once again, they had soon arrived in Shingon, the mysterious place. Amongst those people were some who were going there for the first time in their life. Shingon was an incredible place. Yu Tianming was there and it was his first time. However, Yu Tianming wasn't as arrogant as he used to be. He was just following the crowd and looking lonely. He was keeping some distance with the group of people in front of him. All of those who were in front of him were incredible cultivators, geniuses. Yu Tianming was the second high official of Shuiyu. In the past, apart from Duan Wu Dao, he despised everybody else. However, during the great competition of Shuiyu, he was an insect and Duan Wu Dao was still one of the greatest geniuses. The scariest part was that Yu Tianming had never thought that his aunt, who had been expelled from the Yu clan, would have a son. His real cousin had won the great competition of Shuiyu. He could only admire him and look up at him from now on. He wasn't jealous anymore. When Lin Feng had defeated him before, he had felt hatred and pain. But now he was calm and serene because Lin Feng helped him realize that they all in all didn't belong to the same world. Yu Qingshan, Lin Feng's grandfather, couldn't win against Lin Feng anymore. The leader of Shingon North was looking at Lin Feng with a smile. Even if Shingon was a monstrous sphere of influence, for Bei Ming to have Lin Feng following them was incredible. Even though he hadn't participated at the great competition of Shuiyu, he knew everything that had happened had been incredible. Lin Feng was a real genius. In 1,000 years there might be someone to surpass him. They couldn't afford despising Lin Feng at this point. The people of Shingon, just like Bei Ming, had to pay attention to such dangers and anticipate. Some young people could be a threat for them in the future, so they had to make friends with them early on, before it was too late. A short moment after, everybody entered Shingon arrived outside a gigantic palace. Hao Peng was there and had glanced at Lin Feng and the others. He looked a bit upset. There were so many geniuses, Hao Peng was worried that if they became stronger than him, he wouldn't be as interesting as before. He wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly. "You understand?" said Bei Ming to Hao Peng. Hao Peng looked calm and solemn. You could tell he was envious and jealous, but he only nodded and said, "Hold on a minute." "Go," said Bei Ming, waving, and then he pointed at another palace where there were tables and chairs. "Everybody, please take a seat." Lin Feng and the others sat down. Some others weren't used to such things, it seemed like they couldn't relax. Shingon was a terrifying place. The people who were inside were, for most of them, at the top of the Xianxi layer. Actually, their strength was unfathomable. The East Sea Dragon Palace and the Jade Heaven Imperial family were probably similar. "Everybody, you chose to come here to Shingon. It is a great honor, I Bei Ming, am very honored. Now, I will tell you the purpose of the great competition of Shuiyu," said Bei Ming, glancing around at the crowd. Everybody's eyes were twinkling and sparkling. They were all curious to see those mysterious areas. Everybody knows that the continent of the Nine Clouds is extremely vast. Shuiyu is only a little part of the continent, an empire of average quality is more vast than Shuiyu. Besides, an empire of average quality also controls empires of lower quality and the countries under their jurisdiction. That is a general overview, said Bei Ming while continuing to look at the crowd. Now, look at the map of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Bei Ming waved his hand and a beam of light appeared. In a flash, a mirror appeared. In the mirror there was a gigantic map of the continent of the Nine Clouds. The crowd was stupefied by how large it was. There were so many countries, it looked like there was an infinite number of countries. They glanced at all the countries but couldn't find Shuiyu or even their own country. "Look," said Bei Ming pointing at a location. A beam of light appeared again and landed on a place in the east of the map. It was a region labeled Shuiyu. "That is Shuiyu?" The crowd was astonished. Shuiyu was supposed to be vast and gigantic, but on the map it looked absolutely tiny, like a dot. "Look here. This is the East Sea Empire," said Bei Ming pointing at another place. That region was much larger than Shuiyu. The East Sea Empire was where the East Sea Dragon Palace reigned as warlords. Look at the north, you will see that the regions are getting bigger and bigger. Some of those places don't have countries, there are only sections, explained Bei Ming. The crowd just followed Bei Ming's fingers. As expected, the regions were getting bigger and bigger. There were fields, mountain chains, and oceans. In the center was a place. When the people saw the center of the continent of the Nine Clouds, they were dumbfounded. What a gigantic region. What empire is that? It looks terrifying, said some people. In the middle of the continent of the Nine Clouds, there was a gigantic place and above it there was a word, holy. Look here, said Bei Ming pointing at the holy word. He was smiling. It is the center of the continent of the Nine Clouds, it is the holy city. All around the holy city are incredible spheres of influence. They are much stronger than Shingon, the East Sea Dragon Palace, or even the Jade Heaven Imperial family. On the scale of the holy city, we all are insignificant. They are all much stronger than us. There are empires of higher quality there as well, and cultivators who have reached the clouds. In the very middle is the holy city. It is the paradise of cultivators, a city filled with the strongest cultivators of the world. Their hearts started pounding when they heard him. It was the paradise of strong cultivators, a city filled with the strongest cultivators of the world. Shuiyu was such a small place in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Even if they were the strongest young cultivators of Shuiyu, they were nothing in comparison with the strong cultivators of the holy city. Shingon wasn't that strong either in comparison. There were many more spheres of influence in the world, including a great deal stronger than Shingon. Are you feeling dispirited? Discouraged? Or do you have the feeling that you are tiny and insignificant in comparison? Asked Bei Ming. Many people raised their heads and looked at Bei Ming. In their eyes, Bei Ming could really see that some people felt discouraged. Were they really geniuses? Now, they were geniuses in Shuiyu, but what were they in compared to the geniuses of the continent of the Nine Clouds? The crowd looked at Lin Feng and saw him sitting straight like a sword. A terrifying energy was emerging out of his body as if he was about to unsheath his sword and fight against the world. Their hearts were pounding. Was that the difference between them and Lin Feng? When seeing how small they were in the world, they felt insignificant. But Lin Feng suddenly felt like reaching the clouds even more. His heart was filled with an indomitable determination. When Bei Ming saw how people were reacting, he was satisfied. He was even more satisfied by Lin Feng's reaction. Lin Feng's heart was indestructible, just like that of extremely strong cultivators. With Lin Feng's determination, he would definitely become an extremely strong cultivator in the continent of the Nine Clouds. He had to leave Shuiyu at some point. This time the geniuses from the great competition of Shuiyu had to leave and go to empires of higher qualities. Even the strongest empires needed more great geniuses. Therefore, the four spheres of influence had come from so far to find these geniuses. In the end, Shingon had obtained the most outstanding genius. You shouldn't stay in Shuiyu, you are incredible geniuses. Therefore, you should become even stronger here, said Bei Ming, pointing at the holy city. Those words were resonating in people's brains. The sharp lights disappeared and the map as well. Several people were staring at Bei Ming with a smile. Bei Ming hadn't told them about the goal of Shingon, he had just motivated them to become even stronger. They were all more determined than ever to become strong cultivators. That was the advantage of staying with incredible cultivators, they would become stronger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 685, Zune Cultivators. Chapter 685, Zune Cultivators. Bei Ming glanced at the crowd. People didn't dare look at him in the eyes. Those who are extremely strong have their own territory. Do you know what cultivators of the Tianqi layer are capable of? Do you know what cultivators of the Zunqi layer can do? Do you know the magical powers of cultivators of the Zunqi layer? Asked Bei Ming, shouting. Nobody knew. Some people knew a little about cultivators of the Tianqi layer but knew nothing about cultivators of the Zunqi layer. They had never seen any, they couldn't even imagine what they were. What kind of cultivators were people of the Zunqi layer? What kind of magical powers did they have? They had never thought about such questions. In such a vast and broad area as Shingon, we have a leader and he controls Shingon. Only cultivators of the Zunqi layer can be called Zune cultivators in the continent of the Nine Clouds. They are respected and possess their own territory, their own world. They control territories, the territories they control are maybe vaster than the countries you come from. Maybe even bigger than the empires you come from. The mysterious and mystical dimensions and territories I am talking about and will send you to are actually under the control of a Zune cultivator, and has been for thousands of years. Zune cultivator. The crowd was astonished. They were shivering. Zune cultivators. For them, Tian cultivators were already incredible, amazing, astonishing. But Zune cultivators, they didn't dare think about it. They had never thought about such a cultivation layer, even in their most incredible dreams. Such cultivators could destroy the world in one breath, they could destroy mountains, forests, and rivers. They could make a river dry out with a finger. There is one cultivator who is even stronger than cultivators of the Zunqi layer. In his palace he used to have a myriad of servants that were cultivators of the Zunqi layer. You wish you could be like those servants. His slaves were cultivators of the Tianqi layer. You can imagine what kind of world he created and how great it would be for you to go there, continued Bei Ming. Everyone's hearts started bouncing brutally. A cultivator even stronger than the Zunqi layer? How incredible! Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. No wonder that Shingon was organizing the great competition of Shuiyu every 10 years. No wonder the four other spheres of influence had come to steal those geniuses. It seemed like it was for that extremely strong cultivator that Bei Ming was talking about. Leader, could it be that this special world only opens itself every 10 years? If that is the case, many of our ancestors must have already died there, right? Asked Lin Feng. It made sense seeing how the great competition of Shuiyu was only happening every 10 years. Besides, their strength must be restrained in there, right? Said Jun Mo, she smiling in a deep and meaningful way. If there were all those extremely strong cultivators inside, it would have been useless for them to get in. They couldn't compete with cultivators of the Tian and Zunqi layers. That would be courting death to do so. Indeed. There are some rules inside. Only people who are below the Zunqi layer can go, those above would die. And you're wrong, Lin Feng. The great competition of Shuiyu takes place every 10 years, but this time you have drawn some people's attention. The special world has opened twice so far, about every 100 years. If you are willing to enter the area this time around, you will be the third group of people to go there. 100 years. Third time. Besides, cultivators above the Tianqi layer cannot enter. Only 2 groups had entered that world before. It meant that the opportunities they would have there would be incredible. The crowd understood why the other spheres of influence wanted to attract Lin Feng, Duan Wudao, Di Ling, and the others. With their strength, even though they hadn't broken through to the Tianxi layer, they already counted as extremely strong cultivators. Unfortunately, Shen Gong hadn't managed to make all the geniuses come with them. How do we share the treasures we find inside? Do we have to share some with Shen Gong? Asked someone suddenly. Hee, if you enter that special world, Shen Gong only requires one thing. You can keep the treasures or you can exchange them for skills and techniques or even other treasures. Said Bei Ming smiling. The crowd was surprised. Of course, opportunities and dangers cohabit in that world. Entering the world of the strong cultivators is dangerous. You will find the young people of Shen Gong and geniuses belonging to other spheres of influence. They have the same thoughts and ideas as you. They want to steal treasures and come back with them, but some of them never come out. Bei Ming's eyes were twinkling, he looked excited. Some of them might never leave, would they dare go in? Some Zun cultivators were the servants of someone even more terrifying than a Zun cultivator. The slaves were of the Tianxi layer. How could people stay out of such a world? They would definitely enter to steal the treasures. People were just wondering where the master of that world was at that moment. Why was that world a secret and mystical place? What had happened 1,000 years before? I will enter, said Lin Feng, his eyes were twinkling. He clenched his fists, he was filled with self-confidence. That was the opportunity of a lifetime. Me too. So will I. Everybody was determined to enter. Nobody was giving up. Bei Ming had given them confidence and courage with his words. The continent of the 9 clouds was vast and gigantic. Shuiyu was a small region and was far from the holy city, the center of the continent. They still had so much to discover. All right, replied Bei Ming smiling. Everybody wanted to enter. What about people who want to join Shen Gong? Who wants to join Shen Gong? We will welcome you and raise you as our own children, said Bei Ming. He then continued, there's no need to rush your reply. As I told you before, you have the choice. In any case, it will be a meaningful choice. I already told Hao Ping to go and told the respectable cultivator about everything. Soon you will discover what cultivation is really about. The respectable cultivator was incredible. The Haoyu sect or even the Cosmic Pavilion were nothing in comparison. They were geniuses in a small country, but they had never thought the great competition of Shuiyu would end this way. Surprisingly, there was a Zun cultivator. Besides, he was going to appear personally. Their hearts were pounding. All right. Everybody after the great competition of Shuiyu needs to rest. You need a night of cultivation and tomorrow, I hope you will all be ready, said Bei Ming smiling. Immediately after a girl appeared and she showed them the way. Lin Feng, come, said Qingchan smiling. Qingchan looked shy and lowered her head. In front of her own eyes, Lin Feng had finished first at the competition. She was looking at him with new eyes now. That outstanding young man had the ardor and the determination of an incredible cultivator. Lin Feng would have been even more incredible if he had been raised in a better place. All right, said Lin Feng smiling. My friends and I will stay together then. All right, said Qingchan nodding. Lin Feng and the others walked together, but in Shingong, a palace was enough for Lin Feng and his friends. Brother, let's walk first, said Xiao Yi while giggling. Shingong was incredible. First let's go there and then I will come with you, said Lin Feng, shaking his head and smiling. He. Xiao Yi giggled. Han Man arrived in front of Lin Feng. After the competition, he hadn't talked to Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng through his mask, he had a simple smile on his face. It seemed like he didn't know what to say. It seemed like the images of the competition were still floating in his head. Lin Feng had finished first. If you come back to Shuiyu, you will definitely be considered as a hero. However, the Yunhai sect, said Han Man abruptly. If the Yunhai sect hadn't been destroyed, Lin Feng would have brought it great honor. Luckily, Lin Feng had made it resurrect already. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 686, At Dusk. Chapter 686, At Dusk. At night in Shingong, there was a bright and clear moon illuminating the region. It was reflecting off the clouds, making the atmosphere look somehow dreary and desolate. Wow, the moon is bright and clear up here. Above the clouds, there was a silhouette standing and looking at the moon. What a mysterious world, whispered Lin Feng. That place was clearly another world. The moon looked incredible. I wonder if the moon is different at home, said a voice sighing. Was that celestial body the same as that scene from home? The word home just reminded them of a few vague and blurry souvenirs. The moon at home is probably more beautiful than here, said Xiaoya smiling. Lin Feng nodded. Home in his head was already a blurry souvenir. Now, he was a cultivator of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Even though the moon is beautiful, some zither music is missing, said another voice suddenly. Lin Feng turned his head and smiled at Tang Yuyu. Are you also feeling nostalgic and emotional? On the path of cultivation, you need to remain determined, but if you are emotionless, it's pointless, said Tang Yuyu smiling. You also think that the moon looks less beautiful, right? Lin Feng smiled and rolled up his sleeves. He then sat down cross-legged. His eyes were twinkling as an ancient zither appeared on his knee. Tang Yuyu was surprised. Lin Feng could play the zither? Xiaoya was surprised and then giggled. She lied down next to Lin Feng and looked up at the moon. She was wondering how her grandfather was feeling. Her grandfather had given her to Lin Feng, so he had probably gone to get his revenge. He had probably gone to avenge Xiaoya's brother. Her grandfather had never forgotten Xiaoya's brother. Because she was far away, her grandfather would be able to get his revenge. Meeting Lin Feng had been a nice opportunity. It had enabled her grandfather to find someone to take care of Xiaoya. Dang! A sound spread in the atmosphere. It was that of a zither. A cloud of smoke was spreading in the air that made the atmosphere look desolate. It seemed like someone was drinking alone under the moon and crying over a beautiful woman or a friend. It seemed like someone was chatting alone to the earth and sky. Tang Yuyu was captivated by the music. Without realizing it, she sat down in a natural and relaxed way. She looked at the lonely silhouettes around her and listened to melancholic notes of the instrument. Tang Yuyu's eyes were twinkling. In front of her appeared some bottles of alcohol. She opened them and started drinking. Quickly her face became red and perfectly matched the moonlight. She looked particularly enchanting. The moon, the zither, some fine liquors, good friends, that was a picturesque scenery. Nothing was missing. Tang Yuyu would have probably sighed with emotions if she had seen herself. However, if she hadn't been in the picture, something would have been missing. Progressively, there were more and more high-pitched tones. The melody was going up and down like a roller coaster. It was resonating in the darkness of the night. Xiaoya closed her eyes. It seemed like she had fallen asleep. Tang Yuyu was still drinking. She hadn't emerged out of the picture. In the distance, in two different places, there were two silhouettes watching Lin Feng's back. Qingqian was smiling. She liked Lin Feng's eyes. She admired Lin Feng for his cultivation but also for his zither skills. What a well-rounded young man. Cheng Meng Xian was also looking at Lin Feng from a table. She had a resplendent and seducing smile. That guy was perfect. With his determination and temperament, he had finished first at the great competition of Shuiyu. He was frivolous and still alive. He was filled with ardor and vitality. Maybe you aren't as perfect as Jun Emoshi in some ways, but you are better at attracting women, whispered Cheng Meng Xian. Cheng Meng Xian was looking at Qingqian and Tang Yuyu sitting. Women liked Lin Feng. Lin Feng then put away his zither and looked at Xiaoya, who was closing her eyes. His face was filled with warmth and tenderness. Lin Feng turned his head to Tang Yuyu, who was still drinking alcohol. Her face was red and she still looked bewitching. Tang Yuyu turned her head and looked at Lin Feng. Her face turned even redder. Then she slightly lowered her head and put the bottles away. Suddenly she looked normal again. She smiled and said, I wouldn't have thought that you could play the zither so well. An old man taught me, said Lin Feng smiling. Back then, Yin Yu Ping Sheng had taught him some basics. Tang Yuyu smiled and remained silent. I'm going to have a rest, said Tang Yuyu, standing up and walking away. Now Cheng Chan and Cheng Meng Xian had already left. Lin Feng shook his head and carefully took Xiaoya in his arms. Then, he walked away. At dusk a pleasant and comfortable breeze brushed away in Shingon. Lin Feng and the others had arrived in front of the palace they had first arrived at the day before. Now they were going to listen to the Zun cultivator. Of course, they were all impatient. They were particularly excited. They were at the top of the Xianqi layer. Their blood was becoming stronger and stronger. A strong cultivator's advice would surely be useful. Bei Ming arrived and saw that everybody was there already. He smiled, looking gratified. The geniuses who had made it to the end of the great competition of Shuiyu were full of willpower and determination. They were all eager to become extremely strong. "Everybody, follow me," said Bei Ming. He then jumped in the distance. The crowd then followed him and crossed the atmosphere of Shingon. After a short time, the crowd arrived in a place where buildings weren't so tall, just small and simple. There was a simple palace with a normal door. Through that small passage they could see an old man sitting cross-legged on a round chair. His eyes were firmly closed and it seemed like he was in a state of meditation. Outside of the palace people were progressively moving forwards. Bei Ming was the same, he was walking there, step by step. "Respectable cultivator," said Bei Ming slightly bowing. "Come in." His voice was made their souls shake. The Zun cultivator was sitting in a small courtyard. But was that a strong cultivator? The others slowly followed and entered into the small courtyard. There were many chairs inside but nobody sat down, they were all too eager. Lin Feng arrived in front of a chair and looked at the old man, his heart was beating faster. It's him. That silhouette was blurry in Lin Feng's memories. In the special area where he had stayed for 7 days, he had seen that silhouette. He hadn't seen that person's face, he had only seen his silhouette. But now the old man looked very familiar. Lin Feng knew him and it made sense that the old man was a Zun cultivator. "Everybody, please be seated," said the Zun cultivator whose eyes started shaking. His lips were twitching but his voice was particularly clear. It seemed like he was using magical powers to talk to them, their hearts were shaking. Everybody sat down and looked up at the old man respectfully. It seemed like they were worthless in front of that strong cultivator. He could destroy a mountain with his finger and make oceans dry out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 687, Before Breaking Through to the Tianqi Layer. Chapter 687, Before Breaking Through to the Tianqi Layer. The strong cultivator opened his eyes once everybody sat down. He looked absolutely normal but in his eyes one could see something deep and profound. It seemed that for the strong cultivator, the world had no secrets. It seemed like he knew and understood everything. He could see through things. "Why are you here?" asked the old man, surprising everybody. Why had they come? Because they wanted to become stronger, of course. They wanted to learn from a strong cultivator. "For the sake of cultivation," replied somebody. In the continent of the 9 clouds, people wanted to progress on the path of cultivation, they wanted to become monstrously strong, they wanted to control the world and their own destiny. "What about the others?" asked the Zun cultivator glancing around the crowd. The other people nodded, they had come for the sake of cultivation. "Very good, since you have come for the sake of cultivation, can you tell me what cultivation is?" asked the Zun cultivator indifferently. Everybody was surprised, what was cultivation? Strong cultivators wanted to be respected and reach the clouds. They wanted to control the clouds and their fate but few of them had ever thought about what cultivation really was. Everybody remained silent. "Nobody can tell me?" said the Zun cultivator. The cultivators remained silent and were a bit surprised. What a simple question. But they couldn't even reply. Many people lowered their heads, they felt stupid. If you haven't studied cultivation deeply, how could you become strong cultivators? Sighed the Zun cultivator. The crowd felt even more ridiculous, they had said that they wanted to become strong cultivators and that they had come for the sake of cultivation but they couldn't reply to a simple question. Cultivation, as I see it, includes many things. It is about learning skills and techniques, making one's body stronger, improving one's strength. It's about surpassing oneself and one's own limits. It's about studying and understanding. You can use the strength of the earth and sky for your own interests. First you can borrow their strength and then you can control their strength. Then, you will be able to understand the abstruse significance. Once you can control that kind of strength, you don't need to think about anymore, said the old man slowly. Then he continued, that is how I understand what cultivation is. What about you? The first step was making one's own body stronger, the second step was about borrowing the strength of the planet, the third step was controlling the earth and sky. Looking at it that way made it seem easy to understand what cultivation was, but in fact it was precisely that way. It was about starting weak and then becoming stronger. And eventually, someday, becoming a cultivator would be about controlling the earth. Step by step, if a cultivator managed to control the earth and sky, they would become an authentically strong cultivator. But what kind of cultivator was that? Could a Zun cultivator control the earth and the sky? Probably not. Do you understand what I mean? Asked the old man, making them shiver. At our level, we can only borrow the strength of the earth and sky and use skills. We are learning basic things such as using intent. All of those things are about borrowing strength, including their chi. Those who understand the earth and sky the best, including their strength, are the strongest," said someone. The Zune cultivator nodded and said, "You are just about right. The chi of the earth and sky allow you to make your magical powers become stronger. It enables you to improve your intent level, then one day you're able to destroy the earth and sky. That's the only way to become stronger." Lin Feng kept nodding. He understood things better than most people. No matter if it was on the path of sword cultivation, the strength of the Haruka, corporeal strength, etc. All of those things were about borrowing external strength, the strength of the earth and sky. If you understand that, tell me how to become stronger and break through to the different cultivation layers? Using pure chi, and once it reaches a certain level we break through to different cultivation layers," said someone else. "What are cultivation layers?" asked the Zune cultivator. The crowd was stupefied again. What were cultivation layers? And how can you break through to the next cultivation layers? Repeated the Zune cultivator. Cultivation layers are probably related to one's power of understanding. If our power of understanding is deep enough, we can break through to the next one, said someone else. The cultivation layers represent one of the most important aspects of cultivation, but it is difficult to talk about such abstract concepts. Once the required factors are present, one can break through to the next cultivation layer. Practicing cultivation enabled you to break through to your current cultivation level and use your current skills and techniques. It's like a river in stones, said the Zune cultivator. He then stretched his hand and in a flash appeared a drop of water which fell down onto a stone. Your cultivation level is like that stone, but your cultivation is like water. You can break through to the next cultivation layers like water slips on a stone. Cultivation layers exist but you are not stuck in them, they are immobile as you break through to the different ones like a river. If you want the water to pierce through the stone, there are many methods. You can increase the speed of the water flow, or can use more water. You can also make the water become sharper. And each time you collide with that stone, you become stronger. What you want to do is break that stone as quickly as possible. No matter, you need to make the water fall onto the same place each time, then you will progress faster. Following each of the Zune cultivator's words, drops of water appeared and fell down onto the stone. Do you understand? Asked the Zune cultivator while moving his hands. Then the water started flowing even faster and very quickly, the stone disappeared. It is tiring if you use more water. Making the water sharper requires that you become stronger. You need to understand cultivation for that. Each time the water falls at one precise point you observe and understand the laws of our world. You need perseverance, persistence and determination to stick to such a task. You need to move forwards with indomitable determination, said Lin Feng slowly. The Zune cultivator looked at Lin Feng, smiled and nodded. Indeed, if you want to become stronger, you need perseverance and determination. But you also need natural abilities, you need hard work and you need skills. You need to have an iron will and determination. You are all geniuses that will soon break through to the Tianqi layer. If you know the proper methods, if you use your brain and work hard, you will break through to the Tianqi layer very quickly. Cultivation will be even more meaningful for you. When you break through to the Tianqi layer you will be in perfect fusion with the universe. You will understand the strength of the earth and sky. If you want to break through to the Tianqi layer you will first need to penetrate into a mysterious cultivation dimension, the human earth fusion dimension. The crowd stared blankly. Breaking through to the Tianqi layer required such incredible things, what a difficult prerequisite. When you break through to the Tianqi layer, you will need to pay attention to the strength of the earth and sky and you will need to pay attention to the way you control it. You will need to continue practicing skills and techniques. You will need to continue understanding the different sorts of intent, fire intent, sword intent, firmament intent, and so on. Even if you and an opponent have both broken through to the same Tianqi layer, if you don't understand intent but your opponent does, he can easily defeat you. When you break through to the Tianqi layer you will need to keep persistent. Then you will try to penetrate into the abstruse significance dimension. However, you are still extremely far from it. You first need to start understanding the strength of the earth and sky. Only those who understand the abstruse significance can become Zune cultivators. The human earth fusion was necessary to break through to the Tianqi layer and the abstruse significance was necessary to become a Zune cultivator. There is one more aspect, understanding the human earth fusion requires determination and willpower, one cannot give up. If one's heart is polluted they cannot break through to the Tianqi layer. The Tianqi layer required the understanding of the human earth fusion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 688, The Palace of the Emperors. Chapter 688, The Palace of the Emperors. Remember what I told you, in order to break through to the Tianqi layer you need to understand the human-earth fusion and you cannot let anything pollute your heart. You will need to remain pure and remain determined. If you let pollution into your heart you will always remain at the top of the Xianqi layer and will never break through to the Tianqi layer. Said the Zun cultivator. They would of course, remember those precious pieces of advice. You have to work very hard to become stronger. Natural abilities are very important, just like willpower and determination. You also need a great spirit, for it can determine your destiny when you've broken through to the Tianqi layer. Said the Zun cultivator. As before, his words were like drums beating in people's hearts. The spirit would play a great role once they would have broken through to the Tianqi layer. For many people, the spirit is something they acquire at birth. It is something fixed and rigid that follows you everywhere and every time while remaining in perfect harmony with your body. Your spirit is a part of your soul. Before the Tianqi layer you can understand intent. Intent correlates with your spirit just like Duan Wudao's sealed doors, dealings firmament intent. After the Tianqi layer your cultivation level will become even higher and you will be able to fuse together with the earth. It will increase the harmony existing between your spirit and your body. You will often sense that your spirit and intent are interconnected, as if they were blending. Many people find that it is closely interrelated with the spirit when they themselves understand what intent is. Therefore, a cultivator of the Tianqi layer who hasn't understood intent is worthless. Said the Zun cultivator slowly. Many people looked at Lin Feng. He hadn't broken through to the Tianqi layer but he already had a level 5 sword intent. He had terrifying natural abilities and had won the great competition of Shuiyu. Such geniuses were extremely rare. Lin Feng, show them your sword intent and how incredible it is. Said the Zun cultivator, smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng simply smiled politely and said, "All right." Lin Feng turned around and faced a tree. Then he released a terrifying sword intent that made it seem like there were millions of swords in the atmosphere and all of them were filled with a terrifying qi. It seemed like he was about to cut through the world. After that, many small subtle sounds could be heard. People discovered that on the tree there were thousands and thousands of cuts. They had all been caused Lin Feng's energies and intent. He hadn't moved but with his sword intent he was able to kill people and annihilate things from thousands of meters away. Besides, Lin Feng had only broken through to the Xianqi layer. If he broke through to the Tianqi layer his sword intent would become much stronger. It would be terrifying. Not bad. Said the Zun cultivator smiling. That is sword intent. Now I will show you what the abstruse significance is. Abstruse significance. The crowd was absolutely astonished. They were going to have the opportunity to sense some abstruse significance. They were fixated on the old man. What I study is wind abstruse significance and it transforms wind. You cannot see it so look carefully. Said the old man. He then stood up and another Zun cultivator appeared. It looked like a shadow. Immediately after, some wind started blowing everywhere around the area. Suddenly silhouettes of the old man were appearing. They all stopped in front of the crowd and surrounded them. They were moving around just like the wind. They stretched their hands but couldn't touch them, it as if there had been nobody there at all. Or they possessed no physical body at least. However, another kind of wind started blowing. The crowd was shaking when they sensed that there were people next to them but they were intangible. Then when they believed that they couldn't touch them, the crowd was suddenly able to. Are they real? The crowd was astonished. Abstruse significance. That is abstruse significance. The crowd was astonished, their hearts were pounding. What they had just seen was only the tip of the iceberg, but they were already amazed. In the past, they had thought that they were extremely strong, but now they were discovering that the world of cultivation was extremely vast. They had the feeling that they were insignificant cultivators. In front of really strong cultivators, they were simply novices. They understood nothing. Besides, in the eyes of the old man they really were just beginners about to enter a new world. Breaking through to the Tianqi layer will give you incredible powers. Your soul will become stronger and you will be able to use it more efficiently. Your spirit will become real and will deploy a monstrous amount of strength. Continued the old man, making the crowd feel even more excited. Cultivators of the Xianqi layer couldn't compete with cultivator of the Tianqi layer. It was a world of difference. I've heard that on the path of cultivation there are shortcuts. Apart from hard work, perseverance and determination there are other ways to become stronger? Asked someone. Everybody paid attention this question, they understood what it meant. That person was asking if joining Shingon would give them special advantages. Was Shingon able to make their cultivation speed increase and become stronger than other people? The Zune cultivator understood what that person meant. He smiled and said, of course, no matter what your cultivation level is, there are ways. You just need to find the resources suitable for your cultivation. Improving cultivation of the Tianqi layer necessitates intent crystals that fit their unique cultivation. With those crystals, Tianqi Cultivate can understand how to improve their intent. Of course, you need to find the crystal which fits your cultivation. For example, if you study sword intent, you will need to find some sword intent crystals. And it's like this for all sorts of cultivation. Using unrelated crystals can help, but it is not as efficient. Those intent crystals must be extremely expensive and precious. Someone said. Of course, Shingon with its power doesn't have many. Only the most determined cultivators should use intent crystals anyways. Of course, in the palace of the emperors there must be a myriad of intent crystals, and even abstruse significance crystals, said the Zune cultivator smiling. People's hearts were pounding. The world of the palace of the emperors was probably the world Beiming had told them about. The absolute emperor was stronger than Zune cultivators. He was a master of all cultivators. In the palace of the emperors, there were intent and abstruse significance crystals. Beiming already told you that you will find incredible things if you enter the world of the emperors, said the Zune cultivator. Mister, I have one question. How do abstruse significance crystals appear? Asked Lin Feng. Intent crystals are extremely precious, especially Tian level ones. The others, such as sword intent crystals, are less precious. In the past, extremely strong cultivators could probably build abstruse significance crystals by confining themselves in some rooms and studying. Understood, said Lin Feng, nodding. The crowd looked pensive as if they had suddenly understood something. Do you have any other questions? Asked the old man. Everybody remained silent as they had no more questions. Since you have no more questions, let's stop for today. Please leave now, said the old man indifferently. He looked majestic and domineering. People gradually bowed in front of him one after the other and then left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 689, Tian Level Skills. Chapter 689, Tian Level Skills. The crowd felt a bit overwhelmed after leaving the cultivator of the Zune Qi layer. In so few words, the cultivator of the Zune Qi layer had taught them so many things. They hadn't talked a lot, but they had learnt a lot about cultivation. They had understood so much more about the Tianqi layer. They were filled with ardor, they wanted to master intent and break through to the Tianqi layer. They were eager to understand the abstruse significance, a mysterious dimension of cultivation. But they were extremely far away from becoming Zune cultivators. Now they had the occasion to enter the palace of the emperors. They might find some intent crystals or even greater treasures. That world had existed for thousands of years already. Zune cultivators were the protectors and Tian cultivators were the slaves. Nobody would believe it if someone said that there was no treasure there. Even a cultivator of the Zune Qi layer could go insane for such treasures. But for them, Zune cultivation was a pipe dream. Beiming was still in the courtyard watching as the silhouettes came out. He smiled. You must have learned many things with him. Now let me ask you, who wants to join Shingon? We would be happy to welcome you. The crowd was caught off guard. Apart from Lin Feng, the others were all excited. It seemed like they needed a special environment to become stronger. I do, someone said. So do I, said someone else. Apart from Lin Feng and his friends, the others were all willing to join Shingon. They had all changed their minds. Beiming smiled resplendently when he saw them, but as before he was looking at Lin Feng and Jun Emoshi. He had hoped that the two of them would join Shingon. But Lin Feng looked calm and serene, not at all enthusiastic. Lin Feng, Jun Emoshi, Tang Yu, Yun Fei Yan, Chang Meng Xian. Are you considering joining us? Asked Beiming. Thank you for showing so much respect, but I have another title. I am already the patriarch of a sect. How could I join another sphere of influence? Said Lin Feng, refusing again. Beiming had not realized Lin Feng was already the patriarch of a sect. Jun Emoshi and the others also refused. They were not interested. All right. I will not try to persuade you since you're not interested. Now, follow me everyone. Beiming sighed and shook his head. He brought them up into the air again. After traveling for a short bit, they arrived in front of a palace which reached the clouds. It was there that Bei Ming brought the crowd back to the ground. That palace looked calm and peaceful. It had a gigantic door that they entered and saw an incredible quantity of shoes. There were several people silently looking at some ancient books inside. Cloud Hand, Free Fast Sword, Celestial Energy. Lin Feng looked at the different books and was drooling. There were so many skills. Extremely powerful skills. The lowest skills here are D-level skills of higher quality. It is the place where people of Shingon came to learn skills. You may not take the books away, the skills have to be learnt by heart. Otherwise there are no limits, said Bei Ming. Everybody frowned. D-level skills of higher quality. That was already incredible for them. Only people of Shingon could read them though. That was one of the advantages of being part of a sphere of influence. Being born in such an environment was incredible though. With identical natural abilities, there was a huge difference between someone who had grown up there and someone who had relied on themselves to become stronger like they had. I was lucky in the past, I obtained some D-level skills of lower quality, or even Ba Dao did. Now, I can even choose amongst D-level skills of higher quality, thought Lin Feng while smiling wryly and shaking his head. The others were quite excited though. They wouldn't lack skills in the future. They would even be able to practice several skills at the same time. In such a huge palace, there were billions of skills and they would be able to choose any of them. Lin Feng, you finished first at the great competition of Shuiyu, so Shingon will offer you a present. If you accept to join Shingon, we will allow you to go to the second floor of the palace and choose some Tian level skills and techniques. But if you don't, I can't allow you to choose yourself. If you tell me what you want to study and what kind of skill, I will get it for you. Tian level skills. The crowd was jealous looking at Lin Feng. If Lin Feng accepted to join Shingon, he would obtain some Tian level skills. Unfortunately, he kept refusing their offer over and over again. Even if Lin Feng refused, the others wouldn't get such an opportunity. Tian level skills, whispered Lin Feng. He didn't need skills though. He already had the Cosmic Burning Sun skill, he also knew techniques and other magical powers. The 9000 rotation Haruka strength skill, some sword skills and techniques. He had defensive and offensive skills. His skills weren't weaker than Tian level skills. Lin Feng, I would like to remind you that Tian level skills already contain intent strength. If you can understand intent, you can choose a sword skill, sword formula, said Bei Ming. Sword formula, Lin Feng shook his head. He had a bloodthirsty sword in level 5 sword intent. He also had the sword of the arid and empty area. Those were enough already, he didn't need more. I need an agility technique. I need to be able to use wind intent, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng lacked agility techniques, he hadn't been able to match others in terms of speed during the competition. He needed an agility technique. All right. I will help you find one, said Bei Ming nodding. He then took out a jade key with the number 5 on it. He put it in a multicolored door and opened it. Then Bei Ming disappeared. What a mysterious place, thought the crowd. They were wondering what kind of technique Bei Ming was going to take. Unfortunately, Jun Imo she didn't feel like joining Shingon either. Otherwise, he would have chosen some skills too. After a short time, Bei Ming came back with a piece of jade in his hand. It was memory jade. Lin Feng, that is a Tian level technique of lower quality. It is 9 days wind chi. It helps you understand wind intent. Take it, said Bei Ming. Lin Feng looked at it and put it away. Bei Ming was sad, Lin Feng wasn't joining Shingon but he was obtaining the technique. What a pity. Jun Emoshi and Tang Yu, if you join Shingon you will also get Tian level skills. But, unfortunately you keep refusing. You can take some D-level skills for yourselves and up to 5. I will send some people to Dragon Mountain by the way. Thank you, you are kind. But I don't need any presents though, said Jun Emoshi shaking his head. He was satisfied with what he had. Tian level skills were attractive but nothing less. D-level skills were precious but not to him. Tang Yu and Chang Meng Xian didn't take anything either. They didn't also felt the same. Yun Fei Yan didn't refuse though and took 5 skills. Leader, I want to leave and go to the palace of the emperors. Alright, take your things, said Bei Ming waving. The crowd then took a jade stone that he was handing out. Then he said, in that stone is a map for you to find where the palace of the emperors is. You all have 3 months to arrive. All right, nodded Lin Feng and the others. They all looked at each other. They were becoming strong cultivators and Shingon wanted to use them. Shingon had no doubts about them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 690, Wrath. Chapter 690, Wrath. Bei Ming accompanied them as they left. After all, he was the leader of Shingon North. Don't forget, 3 months later we will see each other again, said Bei Ming to Lin Feng and the others. Everybody smiled. Amongst those 5, the weakest were Yun Fei Yang and Qing Meng Xian, but their future was still going to be incredible. They would probably become incredible geniuses in a time frame of 10 years. Of course, only if they left Shuiyu. Lin Feng and the others, however, would have to leave Shuiyu. Leader, don't worry about walking us out, said Lin Feng. Bei Ming nodded. He had been extremely good to them already. He was the leader of Shingon North and had given them face the entire time. Besides, being the leader of Shingon North meant that he was already an incredible cultivator. He wasn't an ordinary cultivator of the Tianqi layer. All right, said Bei Ming, nodding. He then turned around and moved back into the palace. Shui Wuchang also nodded to them and said, Lin Feng, I really look forward to seeing you again. I do as well. I hope you will remember me, said Cheng Chan, smiling at Lin Feng. She looked a bit sad, almost sick at heart. Mr. Shui, Cheng Chan, I will remember you, said Lin Feng with an honest smile. He also looked kind-hearted, but things had to change. This time Jun Emoshi, Tang Yu, Shui Wuchang and so on. Lin Feng's head was filled with beautiful memories. Let's go, said Shui Wuchang. Then he and Chang Chan went back into Shingon. Life was filled with surprises. We are the only ones left, said Lin Feng to Jun Emoshi and the others. Everyone else had all joined Shingon, even Yu Tianming. Maybe Yu Tianming would become even stronger there. Indeed, we are the only ones left. Let's go, said Jun Emoshi, smiling. It's a good thing that you have to cross Dragon Mountain on your way back to Shuiyu. We can chat together on the way back. Did your parents go back? Asked Lin Feng. Jun Emoshi nodded and said, they left when we were in Shingon. Let's go to the fighting stage, some people are waiting for us there, said Jun Emoshi, smiling. Then they rose up in the air and flew towards the fighting stage of Shuiyu. There weren't many things left on that stage, everything looked destroyed or broken. Lin Feng's sword had left so many marks inside. Around the fighting stage were still some people. They looked like they were still recalling the events of the great competition of Shuiyu. They shivered when they saw Lin Feng and the others come back. Lin Feng, Jun Emoshi. It seems like they have decided not to join Shingon, thought the crowd. They were a bit surprised. Dragon Mountain had seen 6 of its geniuses obtain excellent rankings. 3 of them were in the top 5. Lin Feng had finished first and Jun Emoshi had 4th, and they were such good friends now. Your Excellency, said some people from Dragon Mountain. Lin Feng looked in the air and saw a ferocious, wild beast there. Someone was chasing that beast. You won't escape, animal, threatened someone while smiling. That animal was a ferocious, ancient animal. Roar! The winged tiger roared when it saw Lin Feng. It seemed furious. Lin Feng had come so Wu Qing couldn't stop him anymore. He didn't dare. How audacious! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. A cloud of dust rose up along with Lin Feng. Roar! The winged tiger was furious as it lowered its head. Lin Feng immediately landed on its body and the winged tiger calmed down. The one chasing the winged tiger had stopped. He started shaking out of fear. Lin Feng. He had seen Lin Feng win the competition and knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. He had even been able to defeat Duan Wu Dao and Di Ling. When he saw how docile they became, he realized that it must have been Lin Feng's. Get lost! Shouted Lin Feng. Roar! The winged tiger chased that person. It seemed like he was still furious, but then he realized how strong Lin Feng was. That young man was becoming even more terrified. Lin Feng looked calm and serene, surprisingly. Of course, the winged tiger was also proud of Lin Feng. Lin Feng moved back to the fighting stage of Shuiyu. Jun Emoshi smiled and jumped onto the back of the wing too. Xiaoya, Han Man, Pajun, hop on as well, shouted Lin Feng. All of them jumped on the winged tiger. And then they dived into the clouds. Everybody raised their heads to watch the silhouettes leave. Those geniuses were leaving, and the other geniuses had already left for different places. Some of them had joined the East Sea Dragon Palace, some the Jade Heaven Imperial family, some the Nine Cloud Sword sect, and the rest to Shingon. In the air, clouds were rolling. The winged tiger was clapping its wings as it flew towards Dragon Mountain. June Mo, she looked at Tang Yu and said, "We succeeded this time, Dragon Mountain succeeded. We have the best winning statistics. Yu, let's take out some alcohol to celebrate." "I can't waste the alcohol," said Tang Yu smiling. Then she started taking out a massive amount of bottles. June Mo, she and the others each grabbed a bottle or two smiling. "Han Man, Pajun, I want to warn you that those are fine liquors. Let's drink together," said Lin Feng, passing them bottles as well. The liquors of the Tang clan were precious. Han Man took a bottle with his eyes twinkling. He immediately opened it and tried it. "Good stuff, bro. I've never had the occasion to drink alcohol in the army," said Han Man, sounding a bit saddened. He had a hard life in Duanren City. "How is the army? How is Uncle Lu? Is he all right?" asked Lin Feng, frowning. He was wondering how people in Duanren City were doing. "Very difficult," said Han Man, shaking his head. "We fought against MOU for a long time and then we withdrew troops. We suffered too many losses. We stopped fighting at the Duanren border so we could defend the northwest. The country of Lai Yun had intervened and wanted to steal Duanren City. We lack good fighters because what happened at the Duanren border? Every day is a bloodbath. The most terrifying fact is that we are dispirited. Shuiyu doesn't help us, we have no food, no medicine, no weapons. We have nothing. We have been abandoned to the enemies, we are at the mercy of two countries," said Han Man, sounding desperate. His eye had become bloodshot when he spoke of his misfortunes. "We are Shuiyu troops. If you hadn't been there, Lin Feng, we would have died last time. Shuiyu wouldn't have helped us." "How could we still hope for help?" said Pajun mockingly. He didn't understand why they let people die in Duanren City. A bloodbath, troops dying every day. But the monarch didn't care, as if their lives didn't count. Lin Feng was furious when he heard him. He took another sip of alcohol and said, "When we're back in Shuiyu, I will put an end to it." "All right." Han Man's eyes gleamed with hope. With Lin Feng's strength, the troops would become motivated, and to back them up was Pajun and Xiaoya. They would be pleasantly surprised. The winner of the great competition of Shuiyu, he who despised the high officials and even the Crown Prince Duanwu Dao, was coming back a hero. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 691, Dazzling Lights. Chapter 691, Dazzling Lights. There was a group of people arriving from the sky in the imperial city of Dragon Mountain. They were very high up and were wearing imperial changpaos. The leader was wearing a dragon robe and looked particularly domineering and imposing with his warlord Qi. That person was a respectable cultivator in Dragon Mountain and was returning from Michang. He was the emperor of Dragon Mountain, Jun Mo Shi's father. There were several people from the imperial city following him as well. There was also a group of people of the Tang clan on their right, and a group of people from the Cosmic Pavilion on their left. They were all gazing into the distance as if they had seen someone coming back. Previously, they had heard the news that 6 people from Dragon Mountain had finished in the top 16 at the great competition of Shuiyu. According to the rumors, 3 people from Dragon Mountain, including Jun Emoshi, had finished in the top 5. Jun Emoshi had finished 4th. Dragon Mountain had been the most dazzling empire of that year's great competition. There was a huge crowd forming below. They were trying to guess who had finished first at the competition. "What are your thoughts, Shi-Yun?" asked a middle-aged man to a young and beautiful girl. Shi-Yun shook her head and smiled. "Shi-Yun," said a young man again. He smiled and said, "My brother will come back soon, even though he didn't finish the great competition of Shui. He was able to dazzle and his cultivation level is now incredible. When he comes back, I will propose the Hua clan a marriage alliance. My clan will support me. I'm not interested," said Hua Shi-Yun indifferently. This made the young man very angry. "Wu Xin, Shi-Yun is not interested in a relationship. I am honored that you're interested in her, but don't mention such things again," said Hua Jiuyang, frowning. That young man had neither learning nor skill and was just a pervert. He wasn't as good as Shi-Yun, she deserved much better than that. Besides, with what happened last time, Hua Jiuyang wasn't going to force his daughter to get married anymore. If she wasn't interested, then she wasn't interested and he would respect her choice. Chui Wu Xin was trying to get a girlfriend using his brother's name, Chui Wu Ming. Huo Yang, Chui Wu Xian already gave you face, don't make me lose face now. Wait until my brother comes back, then you will see that you don't have a choice. Said Chui Wu Xian groaning coldly. Huo Yang pulled a long face, what a bastard. That guy was incompetent and was trying to use his brother's name and influence seeing how Chui Wu Ming was coming back. They arrived. It seems like they arrived. Said several people suddenly. They were gasping with amazement while gazing into the distance. There were so many beasts, it really seemed like they had come back. Alright, my brother came back. Said Chui Wu Xian smiling coldly and glancing at Huo Yang and Huo Shiyun. He hoped that he could rely on his brother and clan to dazzle because he was so incompetent. Then he would get what he wanted, such as Shiyun. Huo Yang and Huo Shiyun were also gazing into the distance. That group of people in the sky was getting nearer and nearer. Beasts from Dragon Mountain. The candidates from the great competition of Shuiyu came back. People were intrigued and staring as they arrived. Someone noticed one person in particular, Jun Emoshi. Jun Emoshi, the best cultivator of Dragon Mountain, is back. What did he finish as? He must have been an extremely dazzling cultivator. There was also Tang Yuyu, Chang Meng Xian, Chui Wuming, Leng Shui. They had all gone to the great competition of Shuiyu. There was also another young man. He was sitting on an ancient, ferocious, wild beast and was wearing white clothes. He looked majestic, but they had never seen him. That ferocious, ancient animal was extremely rare, it was a winged tiger. However, Huo Shiyun and Huo Yang were astonished to see him, especially Shiyun, who started trembling. It's Lin Feng, it's really Lin Feng. He hasn't died, he's still alive. Lin Feng is still alive and has even participated at the great competition of Shuiyu. Shiyun's eyes were twinkling and her thoughts were moving quickly in her head. She nibbled her lips and turned red, she had bit her lips so hard that some blood appeared. He was moving in the wind very quickly. In a flash, the crowd arrived in front of the people from Dragon Mountain. Jun Emoshi. Yu Yu. Mang Xing. Those three names were resonating together. They looked proud. Dragon Mountain managed to steal 3 places without counting the countries under its jurisdiction. Then there were 13 other countries to count on. Those young people looked matured. Besides, their chi had completely changed. They must have gone through incredible things at that great competition of Shuiyu. They had faced death, they had kept fighting against their own selves, they had challenged the other incredible geniuses. They had become stronger faster than anyone else could have. Alright, not bad this time. Dragon Mountain finished with 6 people in the top 10 and 4 people in the top 6. We have 3 people in the top 4. And the champion of the competition comes from a country under our jurisdiction. This time, you made our empire dazzle, you are the glory of our empire. Said the emperor, receiving them with a resplendent smile. The crowd was astonished, how incredible, the champion of the competition came from a country under their jurisdiction. They looked at the crowd in the sky, everybody had thought that Jun Emoshi would finish first. It had to be him, right? Chang Meng Xian from the Cosmic Pavilion, 10th. You are a dazzling cultivator in Dragon Mountain, thank you. Said the emperor, bowing in front of Chang Meng Xian. Everybody was astonished, he was so respectful to those glorious champions. He was even thanking them. Emperor! Everybody raised their heads and looked at him in a respectful way, they felt moved. Yunfei Yang, I don't know where you're from, Shuiyu, Tianfeng or Dragon Empire. But in any case, you made our empire dazzle because you finished 8th. Congratulations! Thank you! The crowd also looked at Yunfei Yang, he had astonished them back then before the competition had even started. They had had the impression that Yunfei Yang was a bit too weak back then, they had never thought that he would end up amongst the most incredible geniuses at the competition. Surprisingly, he had finished 8th. How incredible! Tang Yuyu of the Tang clan, you finished 6th. Congratulations and thank you. Said the emperor as nicely and respectfully as before. Tang Yuyu had surprisingly finished 6th. How strong! Ching Meng Xian and Tang Yuyu definitely deserved to be called the strongest women of the country. Not to mention, they were both extremely beautiful. Jun Emoshi of the Imperial City clan of Dragon Mountain, you finished 4th. You are a dazzling cultivator, you are the Prince of Dragon Mountain. Said the emperor, making the crowd shiver. Jun Emoshi was the prince. They knew that, but he had finished 4th. The emperor had said that 3 people from Dragon Mountain had finished in the top 4. Who were the 2 others then? The second champion of the great competition of Shuiyu is Duan Wu Dao, Prince of Shuiyu. He hasn't come, but I would still like to thank him as well. Duan Wudao was the prince of Shuiyu and had finished second. The second was from Shuiyu, who was the first one then. They were all glancing at the crowd, they were eager to know who the first one was. Who was the most dazzling cultivator of Shuiyu? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 692, Gathering. Chapter 692, Gathering. The emperor slowly turned around and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng from Shuiyu, you finished at the very top of the rankings, you are the most dazzling young cultivator of Shuiyu. You are the pride of our empire, Dragon Mountain. Thanks to you we are stronger than any other empire in Shuiyu. Thank you, said the emperor bowing in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was the champion of the competition. Lin Feng. The crowd was astonished. The first one was Lin Feng? They looked at Lin Feng in the sky and had the impression that they were dreaming. They would have never thought that Lin Feng would finish first. Who had? Lin Feng, you are the Qixia Marquis of Shuiyu and I am the Emperor of Dragon Mountain. From now on, I grant you the title of Qixia King of Dragon Mountain, and I also grant you the title of Ruler of Shuiyu. I will send people to Shuiyu with you and they will declare those things to the public. From now, you don't need to pay tributes to the imperial family of Shuiyu. You and the King of Shuiyu are on equal footing, said the emperor. He was attributing a special title to Lin Feng and making him a noble in the entire empire. Lin Feng had refused to join the Nine Cloud Sword sect. The emperor was very happy, so he granted a special title to Lin Feng. He respected Lin Feng. Shuiyu was a country under the jurisdiction of Dragon Mountain, so the emperor held the utmost power. Even though he didn't get involved in Shuiyu's affairs, he could still grant Lin Feng a special title in Shuiyu. That was a way to protect Lin Feng from everybody else. Nobody could give him any order in Shuiyu, not even the king. Thank you, said Lin Feng. He was now the ruler of Shuiyu. Not bad. Just a typical Tuesday for our Lin Feng. The crowd was shivering. Lin Feng had become the ruler of Shuiyu. His status was the same as that of the king of Shuiyu. Ruler, whispered Hua Shiyun. That young man was farther and farther from her. All right, come down everybody, don't be shy, said the emperor. He didn't look as solemn and respectful as a moment before, he looked friendly now. At the same time, he jumped towards Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, what do you intend to do now? I am going to go back to Shuiyu, said Lin Feng. He hadn't gone back for such a long time. His family and everybody else were probably very worried. All right, I will send Lan Shan with you, said the emperor. He then turned back to Lan Shan and said, Lan Shan, the mission is yours. No problem, said Rua Lan Shan nodding. He then looked at Lin Feng and said, Congratulations. Mister, you brought me to Dragon Mountain, thank you, said Lin Feng extremely politely. Don't call me mister anymore, please. I don't deserve it. You are so strong. Keep up the good work. Jian came back to Dragon Mountain after the competition and is still practicing cultivation. You will all have an incredible future, but... Rua Lan Shan obeyed to the emperor. Lin Feng was the most dazzling cultivator at the competition, so the emperor wanted everything to be perfect for him. You're going back? Asked Tang Yuyu. Yes, said Lin Feng nodding. Oh, Tang Yuyu forced herself to smile, she was sad. Then she added, Take care. You too. We will see each other in 3 months. So you're not going to stay with us, instead you're abandoning us, said Qing Meng Xin smiling. She was crossing her arms on her chest. Abandoning? Lin Feng smiled wryly and said, I left Shuiyu a long time ago, I must go back. We will see each other in 3 months, alright? You might not pay attention to me anymore then, joked Qing Meng Xin. Lin Feng smiled wryly and said, Don't worry, I will never forget such a beautiful woman. Hee, you know how to make girl happy, said Qing Meng Xin in a seducing way. Behind them was Tang Yuyu's father and Qing Meng Xin's teacher, but they didn't immediately bother them when they saw that they were talking to Lin Feng. Tang Yuyu's father had never seen his daughter act so friendly to anyone. Besides, Qing Meng Xin was usually so seductive, no man could resist her. But now Lin Feng could, and Qing Meng Xin was his friend. She was friends with the great champion of the great competition of Shuiyu. Lin Feng wasn't weak at all. Lin Feng, if you have the opportunity, come back to us, said Jun Mo Shi. The crowd was stupefied, they hadn't thought that all those geniuses would be such good friends, how incredible. I will come for a walk if I have the time, said Lin Feng. He was sad to leave too. He wasn't insensitive, they had gone through so much together. Get lost. said someone at that moment. It was a familiar voice that resonated in Lin Feng's ears. He turned his head and saw someone. A man was trying to force a girl to hug him. "Who sure you, don't force me to be even more violent," said Chui Wu Xin coldly. "You're done," said Hu Shi Yun to Chui Wu Xin. Chui Wu Xin was surprised and retorted, while smiling, "I'm done? How could you say that? Are you dreaming? My brother is here, how could anything happen? I'm here." Chui Wu Xin turned around, saw silhouette land next to him. He was even more surprised. Lin Feng was stronger than his brother Chui Wu Ming. Lin Feng. Chui Wu Ming stuttered. In the past Lin Feng couldn't rival with him, but now he could only look up at him. "Is he your real brother?" asked Lin Feng, pointing at Chui Wu Xin. "No, he's not," said Chui Wu Ming, shaking his head. "Get lost," said Lin Feng. Chui Wu Ming had no words. "Lin Feng, I'm taking Chui Wu Xin away, so forget about what happened." "No," said Lin Feng coldly. He then looked at Hu Shi Yun and said, "What do you want me to do to him?" "You decide," said Hu Shi Yun while staring at Lin Feng, as if she had forgotten about Chui Wu Xin. In the past Lin Feng had left and she never heard about him again. "Gotcha." Suddenly a dazzling light that looked like a sun appeared on Chui Wu Xin's body. "Nine Sun Skill, are you a member of the Hu clan?" asked Chui Wu Ming. He didn't understand. "Shi Yun is my little sister. How could I not kill him?" said Lin Feng to Chui Wu Ming. He hadn't realized. He then lowered his head and said, "You're right." You understand, that's all that matters," said Lin Feng coldly. Immediately after he rose up in the air. Hu Shi Yun was surprised. She looked at Lin Feng leaving again. Some tears appeared in her eyes. "Little sister? Jun Emoshi, help me take care of my little sister." Hu Shi Yun looked at Lin Feng and Jun Emoshi. Jun Emoshi nodded, but Hu Shi Yun seemed like she heard nothing. She just blankly stared at them. Then Lin Feng left on his beast, moving so fast that whistling sounds spread in the air. Lin Feng had appeared so abruptly and had disappeared again so abruptly. Hu Jiu Yang sighed. Life was intriguing sometimes. Lin Feng had helped them once again, he had helped Hu Shi Yun once again, and he made her cry once again. Many people were watching Lin Feng leave. "I have some things to do too. We'll see each other in 3 months," said someone at that moment. Yun Fei Yang then jumped onto a ferocious, wild beast and left. Nobody knew where he was going. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 693, Tianqi Layer Battles. Chapter 693, Tianqi Layer Battles. Lin Feng was on his beast with 3 other people, Han Man, Pijun, and Xiaoya. "Lin Feng," said a voice from far away in the distance. Lin Feng stopped, turned his head around and saw a beautiful girl chasing him. He then asked, You, what's wrong?" "My father told me to offer you this alcohol," said Tang Yu smiling. She stretched her arm and a ring appeared in Lin Feng's hand. "Thank you for thinking about me," said Lin Feng to Tang Yu. Her father had told her to come? Improbable, her father didn't know that Lin Feng loved that alcohol. "I'm off," said Lin Feng smiling. "Oh, all right. Take care and be careful," said Tang Yu nodding. Whistling sounds started again. In a flash, he had disappeared into the horizon. They were flying 1 kilometer up in the sky and Lin Feng had sat down cross-legged. He was looking the jade stone ring that Yu had given to him. There were many bottles of alcohol, especially hot unit. "I love strong alcohol," said Han Man. He really liked hot unit. "Come," said Pijun, raising a bottle. Then they drank together and downed a bottle. They all sensed the alcohol burning in their throat. Time seemed to pass faster when they were drunk. Chi Qiong was flying above mountains and rivers. They had already left Dragon Mountain. Lin Feng sobered up as the winds began to blow violently. Han Man and Pijun were lying down on the back of the winged tiger and their faces were red. They had the feeling that they were burning inside. They couldn't drink as much as Lin Feng. "Ha!" Lin Feng frowned and shouted furiously, "Who?" A moment before, he had sensed a hidden energy, but it had quickly disappeared again. He was very vigilant suddenly. Human-Earth fusion. The crowd was stupefied. A moment ago, Lin Feng couldn't have had a hallucination. Someone had managed to escape from Lin Feng's perceptions, which meant that the person had fused together with the Earth. Or it possibly meant that the person's cultivation level was higher than his. Maybe that person had broken through to the Tianqi layer and was following him. Hee, that alcohol is not so bad. Following for such a long time was a good idea, said a mysterious voice. A huge cloud then appeared 100 kilometers away, a silhouette emerged out from it. That person's chi was extremely fat and extremely strong. They didn't look beautiful at all, but he was looking at Lin Feng coldly. That person was an enemy, not a friend. Who are you? Asked Lin Feng, sounding furious. It seemed like that person had been following them for a long time, but nobody had noticed them. I started following you in Mi Chang, I was in Dragon Mountain with you even, and then I followed you to here. Can you guess who I am? Asked the strong cultivator, releasing an evil chi and smiling just as evilly. That person didn't look benevolent at all. From Mi Chang, Lin Feng was stupefied. He had offended so many people in Mi Chang, for example the Deshu clan, or Yumo's teacher or Ling Zhao's teacher. All those strong cultivators were probably furious. I couldn't kill you there because Mi Chang is under the control of Shingon. I've been waiting for you to leave Dragon Mountain. You are so strong already, you can die happy. That person slowly took out a blade, that blade looked like blood. It was twinkling with deathly dark lights. A terrifying blade energy rose up in the air and surrounded Lin Feng and his friends. The winged tiger had started shaking, that terrifying blade energy was making them suffocate. Move back, said Lin Feng to his friends. The winged tiger flew back. He then unsheathed his bloodthirsty sword. He was going to experience the strength of a Tianqi layer cultivator. You're audacious. There is a huge difference between the Xianqi layer and the Tianqi layer, said that person while cutting the air with their blade. It seemed like death was about to catch Lin Feng. Whistling sounds were spreading in the air and moving towards him. It was filled with a brutal and evil energy. Sword! Shouted Lin Feng. He couldn't afford being careless now. He used his level 5 sword intent, which emitted terrifying whistling sounds in the atmosphere. Hee, level 5 sword intent. You may be better than me, but it is a pity that you have only broken through to the Tianqi layer. Intent alone doesn't make you stronger than me, said the person coldly. His blade was dancing in the air. A terrifying light then appeared. And that light was moving straight for Lin Feng. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He then condensed all his level 5 sword intent into his sword. A blood-red light dashed to the skies, but it seemed like his sword intent couldn't compete with the blade energy. It seemed like that blade and the blade intent were in fusion with the earth. CRRRR. CRRRRR. Even though Lin Feng's intent had reached level 5, the intent deployed by the cultivator of the Tianqi layer could destroy his. Could Lin Feng compete with the cultivator of the Tianqi layer? Even though his intent was extremely powerful, it couldn't draw from the same power. Besides, they were in the air and cultivators of the Xianqi layer needed to use pure qi to fly, whereas cultivators of the Tianqi layer could do it freely without strain. It was the same as walking on the ground for them. It seemed like a subtle difference, but it actually made a huge difference during battle. Get lost! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Another blood-red light emerged in the air and Lin Feng moved back. Immediately after, Lin Feng saw the blade light descend as gigantic crevice appeared. It was 1 kilometer long and extremely deep. No use. I Shui Tuesday love killing geniuses. It's one of my greatest passions, said the cultivator with the blade. He continued chasing Lin Feng. Gotcha! In the air, thunder was sounding. Blue lightning descended from the sky and then the blade disappeared. Thunderbolt intent. Shui Tu was surprised and then raised his head. He immediately saw a bareback man in the sky who was floating on a sea of thunderbolts. You followed him for such a long time, and I also followed you for a long time. Lin Feng will make it to the mystical world. Do you think that because you're out of Shingon you can kill him? You must want to die, said Lei Mang furiously. In his head appeared a gigantic thunderbolt. He looked like a thunder god, brutal and mighty. Shui Tu, in Mi Chang, you're always crowing like a cock and stealing like a dog. In other words, you always get paid to mean and petty tricks. You were able to break through to the Tianqi layer. That's already amazing. Now, get ready to die, said Lei Mang furiously. He then jumped forwards and a gigantic thunder appeared. Terrifying lights and sounds spread in the atmosphere. The entire atmosphere was blue. Thunders kept roaring violently. Shui Tu's face looked hideous. His blade kept dancing in the air. He was able to cut through some thunderbolts, but they seemed infinite as they bombarded the entire sky. A thunder crashed onto Shui Tu's head and blood splashed everywhere. Die! Shouted Lei Mang furiously. His speed was incredible. He had jumped towards Xuetu, his hands were filled with lightning. Xuetu was using his blade to resist, but it was difficult because the lightning was stronger. Then several more thunderbolts appeared, and in a flash, Xuetu's body was entirely black as he fell down in the air. A cultivator of the Tianqi layer had just died. Lin Feng watched and started shaking. Those thunderbolts were terrifying. Even though they had broken through to the Tianqi layer, their strength and intent were on completely different levels. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 694, Back Home. Chapter 694, Back Home. After killing Xuetu, Lei Mang, who was actually using a thunderstaff, put it back on his shoulder. The thunders disappeared as he turned around to face Lin Feng. He seemed to look at him in a friendly manner. "Thank you," said Lin Feng, nodding. Lin Feng would have died if Lei Mang hadn't helped. Lin Feng was actually wondering what sphere of influence Xuetu belonged. Why had he chased him for such a long time to kill him? "No need, I am just working for Shingon. Since you have accepted to go into the mystical world, Shingon must protect you. There's no need to thank me," said Lei Mang. "Lin Feng, please continue your journey." "All right." Lin Feng waited until Qi Qiong arrived next to him and sat back on him. Whistling sounds began spreading in the air again. A moment later, in the distance, there were other cultivators of the Tianqi layer fighting. His heart was furiously beating. Lin Feng had left, but Lei Mang stayed behind. He remained in the distance. His consciousness had completely enveloped the entire area. Even a speck of grass or an insect couldn't escape him. Once Lin Feng left, Lei Mang said, "You've been chasing us for such a long time, just come out now." After a small period of silence, two silhouettes came out. Lin Feng hadn't thought that 4 cultivators of the Tianqi layer had been following him. 3 of them wanted to kill him. "I think you heard what I said earlier," said Lei Mang aggressively. The 2 cultivators of the Tianqi layer remained silent. A moment before they had seen everything. Lei Mang was extremely strong. He had managed to crush a cultivator of the Tianqi layer very easily. "De Shu Kong, you're the one who sent Xuetu. Such things will not happen again. After Lin Feng enters the mystical world, you won't be able to kill him anymore. You will see." The 2 cultivators didn't look resigned to give up. Umo had been killed by Lin Feng, then Mr. Shu had been killed because of Lin Feng too. They were furious. They had come so far to kill Lin Feng, but they hadn't realized that Shingon had sent people to protect him. "Then it's fine if we don't touch Lin Feng until after he enters the mystical area?" said De Shu Kong coldly. "What? It doesn't matter, Lin Feng must live." "I don't want to see you anymore," said Lei Mang, waving. Umo's teacher and De Shu Kong's eyes were twinkling. They couldn't come out and they could kill Lin Feng before he entered the mystical world. They had to pay attention to those rules. Lin Feng obviously didn't know that 2 more cultivators of the Tianqi layer had been following him. After having broken through to the Tianqi layer, when in fusion with the earth, cultivators didn't release a single iota of qi. Plus they could fly from extreme heights. Lin Feng's cultivation level was inferior to theirs. Even though his senses were extremely acute, he still couldn't sense them. But with Han Man, Pajun and Xiaoya, Lin Feng wasn't going to be bored. He could always teach Han Man some cultivation tips. He could also practice his wind skill. There was plenty to do. Finally, some tall buildings began appearing from beneath them. The qi in the atmosphere was familiar. Lin Feng felt like he could finally relax. "We've arrived." When Lin Feng saw that place, he smiled resplendently. He looked like a little ray of sunshine. "Go down," said Lin Feng, and immediately after the winged tiger nosedived. Under them was the lovesickness forest. People who were walking on the main road of the imperial city were surprised to see such a ferocious, wild beast in the air. It was a red, ancient, ferocious animal. They were flying so fast that the crowd couldn't even follow them with their eyes. "What kind of beast is that? Its qi is scary," thought many people watching that red beast in the sky. That qi was a Xian-level qi. Besides, that beast looked extremely ferocious. It was a level 3 Shen beast, but it was actually much stronger than ordinary beasts of the same level. "It's red like fire, it looks like a winged tiger," whispered some people. Many of the others were surprised when they heard those whispers. A winged tiger? Such a long time had passed, the great competition of Xueyu must be over now. I wonder who won. And I wonder if people from Xueyu took any high rankings. Did Lin Feng come back? I think that was Lin Feng's winged tiger, thought some people in the crowd. Had Lin Feng finished the competition? What was his ranking? What was his cultivation level like? Had he made progress? What about Yu Tianming, Wu Qing, and the others? They were wondering about Lin Feng's ranking and especially about Duan Wu Dao. He was the best of the 8 high officials. Duan Wu Dao was the crown prince. He was extremely violent and aggressive. Had he dazzled? The crowd was eager to know about their rankings. The news hadn't spread in the imperial city of Shuiyu yet. The Yu clan had already come back, as well as the Wanshou sect, but nobody had shown themselves. Apart from the 2 geniuses of the Yu clan, there was Wu Qing. They probably hadn't finished amongst the best geniuses at the competition, otherwise their sect and clan wouldn't have hidden away. Lin Feng had no idea that so many people were wondering how he did. He was only thinking about going back to the lovesickness forest. There were several silhouettes in white clothes who immediately rose up in the air and blocked the way the moment when the winged tiger flew over the lovesickness forest. But very quickly, they were all surprised. "Master, you came back." "I did," said Lin Feng joyfully. He moved forwards and jumped off the back of the winged tiger and onto the ground. He then looked around. He could see and sense everything with his incredible consciousness. He slowly walked forwards in skillful and agile way. He wasn't emitting any sound at all. In the secret area of the lovesickness forest, he could only hear the rustling sounds of the leaves. He then arrived next to a huge tree. In the distance were some familiar huts and lodge cabins. At the foot of one tree with a cabin lodge was a silhouette. That person was carving something. It was a middle-aged man. In the distance, there were 2 other people, women playing chess. They looked calm and serene. It was a beautiful scene. It seemed like Lin Hai had sensed something. He turned his head and saw Lin Feng. "Little Lin Feng," whispered Lin Hai. Yu Menghe and Meng Qing were shocked. They slowly raised their heads to see an outstanding-looking young man. "Little Lin Feng," whispered Yu Menghe. She immediately stood up. Meng Qing also slowly walked a distance of 100 meters. She stopped not far from Lin Feng. Yu Menghe and Lin Hai were behind and also stopped walking. They looked at each other and giggled. Lin Feng saw those 3 people and smiled back just as cheery. Meng Qing lowered her head. She looked cute and tender. She then raised her head again. She looked pure and holy. Her smile was moving and touching. Everything around her seemed non-existent, even colorless. "You came back," said Meng Qing. She had always been with Lin Feng since the Black Wing Forest. She had never been away from him until he left for the tournament. She had never thought that her relationship with Lin Feng would be so intense. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 695, Passionate Fusion. Chapter 695, Passionate Fusion. The wind was brushing against their skin. It seemed like time had stopped. Lin Feng was smiling. He nodded and said, "Yes, I came back." He slowly walked forwards and grabbed Meng Qing's hand. He looked very calm, serene, and peaceful. There was no need for words. He walked towards Lin Hai and Yu Menghe and said, "Father, Mother." Lin Hai and Yu Menghe smiled. They felt gratified. Lin Hai kept nodding and said, "Good, good." Lin Feng had really changed. He didn't look immature anymore. It seemed like he had completely grown up. His thin body looked like a sword. His pitch-black pupils looked deep and mysterious, almost unfathomable or enigmatic. "Little Lin Feng, you must be tired," said Yu Menghe, sounding like a caring and gentle mother. Lin Feng wasn't even 20 years old. No matter how strong her son was, no matter how mature he would always remember her little baby. "Little Lin Feng, how was the competition?" asked Lin Hai. Many times, Yu Menghe had wanted to go to meet Chang, but Lin Hai had prevented her from going. Lin Feng had to face his destiny by himself. He had to face death and dangers alone, with his own abilities. "Don't harass him immediately. I will make you some tea, little Lin Feng. You need to have a rest," said Yu Menghe, glancing at Lin Hai, who smiled wryly. Men and women were different. "Mother, father, I finished first at the great competition of Shuiyu," said Lin Feng with a magnificent smile on his face. Yu Menghe and Lin Hai turned around and looked at him. "First?" Lin Hai was shivered. Lin Feng had finished first? Really? Lin Hai couldn't believe it. "Father, have I ever lied to you?" asked Lin Feng. Lin Hai was clenching his fists, emitting some small cracking sounds. He obviously knew what the great competition of Shuiyu was like. There were 13 countries, 4 empires, many geniuses, especially those from other empires. Those geniuses were all incredible and terrifying. He could remember 20 years before, when he had participated at the great competition of Shuiyu. He was very young back then, but he hadn't managed to finish in the top 10 even. Only Duan Renhuan had managed to finish in the top 10, and he had astonished Shuiyu. Since then, everybody knew Duan Renhuan. He had lots of influence in the country even though he was not the monarch. Lin Feng used to be called a piece of trash by everybody when he was younger. But now he had finished first at the great competition of Shuiyu. He wasn't the best of Shuiyu but the best of Shuiyu. He had defeated all the other geniuses. What a dazzling and incredible young man. Uncle, brother defeated everybody. He really finished first, he can now despise everybody, said a clear and melodious voice. A silhouette appeared and it was a little girl. Lin Hai and Yu Meng suddenly looked cold. Who was that person calling Lin Feng brother? But Lin Hai was even more surprised by Lin Feng's ranking at the competition though. Alright, said Lin Hai at that moment. His face was red, he kept nodding unceasingly. He then asked, Little Lin Feng, tell me how you did it. Lin Hai pushed against Lin Feng's shoulders, seemingly challenging Lin Feng. He just looked at his father in a deep and meaningful way. What are you doing? Asked Yu Meng, he glaring at Lin Hai, but she was still smiling in a soft and tender way. Lin Feng had just come back, she was extremely happy. And on top of that, Lin Feng had brought such wonderful news back with him. Little Lin Feng, who is that little girl? Mother, some extremely strong people tried to kill me in Dragon Mountain. Her name is Xiaoya and her grandfather saved me. I was about to die, then her grandfather suddenly left as I was healing, so I kept her with me. We call each other brother and little sister, explained Lin Feng. Those are my friends, we met at the Yunhai sect a few years ago, they are Han Man and Pejun. Lin Feng, brother, Pejun, and I won't bother you for now. You should spend some time with your family. We're going to get some drinks, said Han Man immediately after. He and Pejun turned around and started leaving. Yu Meng, he glanced at the girls in white. There was alcohol in the lovesickness forest. At the same time, Lin Hai and Yu Meng, he were calmly listening to Lin Feng, but they knew perfectly well that it had been a terrible and tiring journey for him. He had probably faced terrible dangers. He had finished first, which also meant that he had benefited from great things. He had also fought some battles to death. Brother, is that my sister-in-law? She's so beautiful, she's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen, said Xiaoya, giggling and looking at Meng Cheng. Meng Cheng glanced at Xiaoya and smiled. She then glanced at Lin Feng softly. Uncles and aunties, Lin Feng went through incredible hardships. I saw everything and I can tell you everything, said Xiaoya as if she could read Lin Hai and Yu Meng's thoughts. All right. Tell us, said Yu Meng in a gentle way, caressing Xiaoya's head. They liked cute and smart little girls. She looked pure and innocent, how adorable. Little Lin Feng, Meng Cheng has been waiting for you for such a long time. Spend some time with her, said Yu Meng, smiling at Lin Feng. Xiaoya also glanced at Lin Feng. She looked even happier than Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled wryly. That little girl. All right, mother, father, if you need me, just come, said Lin Feng, nodding to his parents. And then he left with Meng Cheng. In the middle of the restricted area of the lovesickness forest, there was a simple manor. Inside of that manor were emerald bamboos and with their leaves gently rustling. Lin Feng and Meng Cheng arrived in a small courtyard of the manor and lied down on a bamboo bed. The wind was brushing against their skin still. It seemed like breathing was even easier then. Father and mother are really happy here, said Lin Feng, smiling. That manor looked like a small and isolated world. There was only the sound of the wind there and nothing else. It had been built especially for Meng Cheng. Meng Cheng also lied down and looked at the bamboo trees and their leaves. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Meng Cheng's face, which was so close to his. His heart was pounding. She looked pure, holy, and beautiful. She was a part of Lin Feng's world. Lin Feng stretched his hands and caressed her face. He could sense Meng Cheng's skin under his fingers. He was going insane. His face turned red. Meng Cheng's beautiful eyes were twinkling. She could hear Lin Feng's breathing. Lin Feng kept touching her. He could sense every part of her body and clothes. Then he started touching her with even more ardor, feeling her warmth. Her skin was getting hotter and hotter. Lin Feng could smell her sweet perfume. He was touching her sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly. It seemed like he wanted to become one with Meng Cheng. He was touching her everywhere. He even caressed her breasts, they were so soft. Meng Cheng seemed so fragile at that moment. However, when Lin Feng couldn't resist anymore once he touched her breasts. He needed more. He was trying to remain clear-headed, but it was difficult. His blood was boiling. Oh, Meng Cheng was moaning. It made Lin Feng feel even hotter, like a beast. Meng Cheng slowly closed her eyes and let Lin Feng touch her. She was just enjoying it. She had always considered herself as Lin Feng's woman. As in the past, she still wasn't mature, but Lin Feng needed sex, so she was willing to abandon her innocence to him because she loved him deeply. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 696, Like a Dream. Chapter 696, Like a Dream. In the calm and peaceful bamboo forest, the wind was brushing. The feeling on one's skin was pleasant and refreshing. The bamboo bed in the middle of the forest was emitting some cracking sounds and was swinging. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with ardor and passion. He was kissing Meng Cheng passionately, not just her mouth but her entire body. Her body looked so pure and beautiful. She was under Lin Feng at that moment. Lin Feng was on top. Her face was red as Lin Feng's fingers were moving all over her body. Her chest was bouncing. She looked intoxicated. She had no more strength in her body. Even for a strong cultivator, that was a very intriguing yet wonderful feeling. It was enchanting. Making love was a wonderful thing, especially with someone you loved. Lin Feng was committing something outrageous, but Meng Cheng had submitted herself and enjoyed it incredibly. Lin Feng was also enjoying it. He kept kissing Meng Cheng's face, her skin, her breasts. He loved every corner of her skin. Lin Feng. Meng Cheng moaned and cried out his name. Lin Feng put his head between her breasts. After a long time, Lin Feng raised his head again and looked at Meng Cheng. She looked like a goddess. Her face was red and incredibly ravishing. Everything seemed so insignificant after seeing such a beautiful woman. She looked like a celestial being. Lin Feng put his hands on Meng Cheng's face. She opened her eyes. Those eyes were bewitching. The expression in her eyes looked deep and meaningful. Her eyes twinkled more than the stars. They were filled with a profound love for Lin Feng. Meng Cheng, said Lin Feng gently. Meng Cheng smiled and hugged Lin Feng. He was still on her, so she put him aside. They just kept staring at each other in silence. Ah! It was like a dream for them. They were both moaning and sighing. Their sounds kept resonating in the atmosphere of the bamboo forest. They were hugging so tight that it seemed like they had merged together. Their hearts were absolutely connected. Their souls were connected. Lin Feng looked at her beautiful smile. She looked extremely delighted. He then kissed her forehead and caressed her body. He was touching her in such a warm and gentle way as if he had been scared to hurt her. His blood was still boiling. Both of them actually felt very hot. They had both forgotten everything that was around them. They both forgot everything. They were just together with each other. The landscape was beautiful, the scene was beautiful, they were both beautiful people. That kind of lust was beautiful too. Far away from the bamboo forest, three silhouettes were sitting. Lin Hai, Yu Menghe and Xiaoya were talking. Xiaoya was telling them Lin Feng's adventures at the great competition of Shuiyu. The parents were calmly listening, not daring to interrupt her. The scene was funny, a middle-aged couple listening to a young girl tell a story, and they were listening to her so seriously. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe were excited. The great competition of Shuiyu was already finished and Lin Feng was the champion. They somehow had the feeling that they were there, observing it. They had the feeling that they were watching their own little boy fighting on the fighting stage at the great competition of Shuiyu. Then he broke the 8 sealed doors using a black fire lotus. Then he used his evil body to attack Duan Wu Dao. They were both injured then. Duan Wu Dao's soul was injured while Lin Feng had used all his pure qi. However, Duan Wu Dao could still fight. He had thought that Lin Feng had lost, but then Lin Feng's 8-headed dragon came out and to swallow Duan Wu Dao. 8 heads. Out of the 9 heads of the final form, Lin Feng already possessed 8 of them. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe were glancing at each other speechless. Duan Wu Dao couldn't resist. He used a pill to cure his injuries. However, my grandpa also gave Lin Feng some pure healing pills. Using only one enables a cultivator to refill all their pure qi. Lin Feng used one and then unsheathed a red sword that looked red like blood. Step by step, his terrifying sword qi was lacerating the atmosphere. And then his sword qi surrounded everybody and we were all suffocating. It also seemed to have hurt Duan Wu Dao's heart. In the end, Duan Wu Dao had no more vitality and gave up the fight. He couldn't block Lin Feng's attacks, so he forfeited. That is how Lin Feng finished first. The first one fought Yu Menghe and Lin Hai. They were extremely proud. They felt like that glory also belonged to them to a certain extent. So many people had despised their son, even at the competition. So many people had been sure that they would defeat him, but in the end he had finished first. He had won, he was a champion. The champion was their son. Lin Feng was a dazzling cultivator and his parents couldn't be more proud of him. Uncle, auntie, there's more. Many people appeared, and they were all extremely strong cultivators. They had tried to stop the people of Shingon. There were people from the East Sea Dragon Palace. It is said that they are overlords in the East Sea Empire, an empire of medium quality. There was also the Nine Cloud Sword sect, the Jade Heaven Imperial family and the Necropolis sect. They were all cultivators of the Tianqi layer with only one goal: they wanted Lin Feng to join them. They tempted Lin Feng with Tian level skills and techniques to join them, said Xiaoya, sounding prouder and prouder. She was extremely excited to tell the story. East Sea Dragon Palace. East Sea, Empire of Middle Quality. The Nine Cloud Sword sect, the Heaven Jade Imperial family, the Necropolis sect. They all wanted Lin Feng to join them and had even proposed to give him Tian level skills and techniques. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe were astonished. They were both geniuses in Shuiyu, but they hadn't reached such a level. They were realizing that Lin Feng's future was going to be incredible. They were just realizing that their son had already surpassed them. And what did Lin Feng decide to do? Who is he going to join? Asked Lin Hai. Guess, said Xiaoya, smiling. She was purposely maintaining the suspense. Shen Gong, guessed Lin Hai. With his temperament, Lin Feng couldn't betray Shen Gong, after all they had done for him at the competition. Almost. He actually refused everything. He just accepted to do one thing for Shen Gong. He refused everything? Yu Menghe and Lin Hai sighed. They were shaking their heads and smiling wryly. Their son was extremely strong. What a pity that he was so stubborn. He had refused to join the East Sea Dragon Palace, the Nine Cloud Sword sect, the Jade Heaven Imperial family. He had surprisingly refused all of them. So many geniuses could only dream of joining such incredible spheres of influence. But their son had refused them all because he was stubborn and determined to do everything by his own means. Without his willpower and determination, though, Lin Feng would have never become so strong. They were all talking together while the sun was setting. They were all happily chatting about Lin Feng. Xiaoya, we will sleep in the same bed tonight, said Yu Menghe when she saw that it was getting dark. She was smiling and caressing Xiaoya's head. All right, auntie, said Xiaoya, nodding like a good child. She then left with Yu Menghe. Lin Hai continued looking at his carving. In the middle of the bamboo forest, Lin Feng and Meng Qing were lying together and hugging each other. Lin Feng was looking at her perfect body and smiling. After having made love so many times, Meng Qing felt extremely relaxed and happy. One could see it on her face. It actually felt a bit painful down there, but she was happy. She would never forget that day. She was hugging Lin Feng very tightly. His divine-looking face was different now that she had lost her virginity. Both of them remained silent. They didn't need to talk. They could feel what the other was thinking. Their souls were connected, in a perfectly calm and relaxed way. Then they both fell asleep. And both slept sound all night, forgetting everything else. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 697, People from the Empire. Chapter 697, People from the Empire. At dusk, rays of sunlight were passing through the thick and dense forest of bamboo trees. At that moment, someone was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Lin Feng had his eyes closed and he was practicing cultivation. Behind Lin Feng, not so far away, was a beautiful woman. She was sitting on a bamboo rocking chair and was swinging slowly. She looked pure and holy with a resplendent smile on her face. Meng Qing's neck was filled with spring moon jade stones. Lin Feng had given them to her. Even though she didn't need so many, she was very happy to have them. Lin Feng was releasing a terrifying cold chi which had enveloped his body. His incredibly strong cosmos burning skill was burning around him. Surprisingly, a strong ice chi was still enveloping his body. Lin Feng moved his hands and a terrifying fire started burning and merging with the ice. Just like Lin Feng and Meng Qing had merged together when they had made love. Then, the ice slowly melted in that fire. After a long time, Lin Feng released a terrifying energy and absorbed all the fire. His chi had become stronger. Lin Feng opened his eyes and stood up. He turned around to look at Meng Qing and asked, "What's going on?" After having made love with Meng Qing, an ice pearl had appeared in his body. That ice pearl contained a terrifying ice energy. So he used it to practice cultivation. He could use it to transform his pure chi. It had increased his speed in condensing pure chi. When the pure chi couldn't become stronger than that, the ice pearl also become weaker. Lin Feng's body was very intriguing. Meng Qing smiled but did explain anything. Lin Feng didn't ask about it again, he just looked at her and said, "Let's go for a walk." "Alright, you have to see Xin, said Meng Qing. "When you weren't here, Xin came a few times to have fun with us. She misses you a lot and it seems she lost some weight too." Lin Feng smiled, he hadn't thought that Meng Qing would be so nice. She had seen Xin a few times and they had become close friends. If they were both good friends, Lin Feng would be happy. At the same time, in another corner of the imperial city, there was a huge group of people. The guards of the imperial city of Shuiyu were stupefied. They were just looking at those silhouettes riding terrifying, ferocious wild beasts. They all looked so scary that people shivered, some had even stumbled and almost fell when they saw those things. Very strong Xian-level beasts. Fought some people when they saw those beasts getting closer and closer. Everybody in the imperial city was raising their heads and looking at that group of people. "What's going on?" thought the crowd, shivering. There were 10 terrifying Xian-level beasts blotting out the sky and covering up the earth. "We need to inform someone," thought the shaking crowd. "No need," said someone else. Immediately after, a strong wind blew over them that nearly knocked them all down. Those black silhouettes in the sky were becoming more and more distinct. They didn't need to inform anyone because everyone could see them already. A few people in black changpao suddenly rose up in the air and encircled the city. "We are the Imperial Dragon Guards. Who are you and why did you come to Shuiyu?" asked a person. That voice was incredible. The crowd was looking at that person who was talking. The Imperial Dragon Guards were cultivators of the Xianqi layer, they already considered as extremely strong cultivators in Shuiyu. They had become a mysterious sphere of influence in the country, but at that moment the Imperial Dragon Guards were feeling inferior. Those people who had come were much stronger than them. They were extremely nervous. "Don't worry, we won't be here for a long time. I am Ruolan Shan from Dragon Mountain. The Emperor of Dragon Mountain ordered me to come and grant someone the title of ruler of Shuiyu," said Ruolan Shan slowly. Behind Ruolan Shan, a group of beautiful women took out some baskets, in which there were tulip petals. They then threw them around and the petals flew off in the wind, accompanying Ruolan Shan's words. That group of extremely strong cultivators were from Dragon Mountain. They had been sent by the Emperor of Dragon Mountain. Ruler of Shuiyu, the crowd at the bottom was astonished. Ruler. Someone was going to become ruler of Shuiyu. "Can I ask you who is going to become ruler of Shuiyu?" asked the Imperial Dragon Guard. His chest was bouncing back and forth. Those people from Dragon Mountain hadn't come to cause troubles. Instead, they had come to grant somebody the title of ruler of Shuiyu. How incredible! The ruler of Shuiyu would then have the same power as the king of Shuiyu. A genius from Shuiyu who dazzled at the great competition of Shuiyu and had finished first. "It is an honor for our empire, therefore, he is going to become the ruler of Shuiyu," said Ruolan Shan, smiling. The crowd was stunned. A genius from Shuiyu had finished first at the great competition of Shuiyu? They were all stunned. They had already thought that being the strongest person of Shuiyu and being able to participate at the great competition of Shuiyu was exceptional. They had even thought that finishing in the top 10 was incredible and an honor for their country. But finishing first was absolutely amazing. They couldn't believe it. Surprisingly, someone from Shuiyu had finished first at the competition. "Who? The Crown Prince Duan Wu Dao?" asked some people in the crowd. Their heads were spinning. There were 13 countries in Shuiyu and Shuiyu was such a tiny little country. Under the jurisdiction of an empire. Surprisingly, someone from their country had won and was the champion of the competition. How was that possible? They couldn't believe it. But the ambassador from Dragon Mountain only smiled and kept flying amongst the tulip petals in the sky. That thing was real, it was a miracle for Shuiyu. The news spread in the city very quickly, everybody suddenly knew about it. A genius from Shuiyu was the champion of the great competition of Shuiyu. The ambassador from Dragon Mountain had even come to grant the champion the title of ruler of Shuiyu. "We're going to inform the Imperial City family, please wait a moment," said two of the Imperial Dragon Guards. They were very surprised. They glanced at each other and then moved back towards the Imperial Palace. If someone from Shuiyu had won the great competition of Shuiyu, it would have to be Duan Wu Dao, the Crown Prince. They were, of course, not going to prevent those people from coming into the city anymore. The Crown Prince was definitely going to become the ruler of Shuiyu. Being the champion of the great competition of Shuiyu was really an incredible thing. The tulip petals kept flying in the air. Ruolan Shan and the others slowed down and moved towards the Imperial Palace. They weren't moving so fast as if they had wanted to show to everybody that they were there. They wanted everybody to know that Lin Feng was going to become the ruler of Shuiyu. People were following and looking at the crowd in the sky. How could they miss such an incredible thing? It was a miracle in the history of Shuiyu. Duan Wu Dao had won the great competition of Shuiyu and was going to become the ruler of Shuiyu. At that moment, they didn't know that the new ruler of Shuiyu wasn't going to be Duan Wu Dao, and instead, it was Lin Feng, who was in the lovesickness forest with his parents. Lin Feng also didn't know that those people from Dragon Mountain had come. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 698, Ruler. Chapter 698, Ruler. The tulip petals kept flying in the wind, and an incredible quantity of petals had already begun to pile on the ground of the city. The people from Dragon Mountain then stopped outside of the highest building of the Imperial Palace and landed on a huge field. People from the Imperial Palace who were in the distance looked solemn and respectful. Those people from Dragon Mountain looked imposing and domineering. They were all wondering what was happening when the people from Dragon Mountain had stopped. They mustn't be enemies who were going to attack. Tulip petals kept flying in the wind. I am the ambassador from Dragon Mountain to Shuiyu. I am Ruo Lanshan. The emperor has sent us here to grant someone the title of ruler of Shuiyu. We would to inform the king of Shuiyu, said Ruo Lanshan, looking at those people from the Imperial Palace. In a flash, a loud voice spread in the air that could be heard everywhere in the palace. People from Dragon Mountain had come to grant someone the title of ruler of Shuiyu? The people who were inside the Imperial Palace of Shuiyu were all astonished. Someone was going to become the ruler of Shuiyu. Of course, some people had already heard the news. The champion of the great competition of Shuiyu was going to become the ruler of Shuiyu. People were getting agitated in the Imperial Palace. Many were coming out and looking at those people outside on the field and in the air. At the same time, people from the Imperial City were also rushing over to the palace and gathering there. Many people had thought that Duan Wu Dao won the competition and was going to become the ruler of Shuiyu. They wanted to see that important event in the history of Shuiyu. Besides, the crown prince was extremely strong. With him Shuiyu would become an incredibly strong country. After a short while, two silhouettes appeared in the distance. Behind them was a group of people who all had spears in their hands. Their eyes were twinkling with sharp lights. Their chi was also extremely powerful. Duan Wuya, the second prince. The crowd could recognize Duan Wuya. Then, they also recognized the other person next to him. It was the king of Shuiyu. Ha! The crowd was a bit surprised when they saw a middle-aged man wearing a grey changpao. He didn't look like the king of Shuiyu. His skin was as white as that of a woman and he looked effeminate. It was as if they had never seen the king before. Was it really him? According to the rumors, the king of Shuiyu was always hiding and had never made inquiries about the country he reigned over. Duan Wu Dao and Duan Wuya were in charge of managing the country. It seemed like this time, everything was true. However, in people's hearts the true king was still the one who had astonished the entire country 20 years before, Duan Renhuang. A short moment after, the middle-aged man in the grey changpao and Duan Wuya arrived in front of Ruo Lanshan. Ruo Lanshan and the middle-aged man in grey clothes smiled back at each other respectfully. Ruo Lanshan, ambassador from Dragon Mountain, you came from so far. I had to greet you in person in fear of being impolite. I came here to grant someone with the title of ruler of Shuiyu. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared come and disturb the king, said Ruo Lanshan politely. This time I had to ask for the king's audience. All right, said the king nodding. Who is going to become the ruler of Shuiyu? Doesn't he know the answer? Wondered the crowd looking back at the king of Shuiyu. He was the king, didn't he know the result of the great competition of Shuiyu? From his smile, he had to be Duan Renhuang. First, I would like to congratulate Shuiyu. You gave birth to two incredible geniuses who finished first and second at the great competition of Shuiyu. Dragon Mountain is proud of them, said Ruo Lanshan. He then waved and many people took out some goods and put them in front of the king. Those are presents for Shuiyu, I hope you like them. Duan Wuya unpacked the presents as the crowd got over their surprise from before, when Ruo Lanshan had said two geniuses from Shuiyu had finished both first and second at the great competition of Shuiyu. Duan Wu Dao was the champion. And who was the second one? Could it be the second high official Yu Tianming? But Yu Tianming wasn't strong enough to finish second at the competition. First, I would like to congratulate Duan Wu Dao for having finished second at the great competition of Shuiyu. He was astonishing, said Ruo Lanshan. The crowd was stunned again. They were wrong. They had all thought that Duan Wu Dao had finished first. Duan Wu Dao had finished second, but who was stronger than him in Shuiyu? The crowd couldn't believe what they had just heard. Then, I would like to congratulate another incredible genius from Shuiyu. He is not even 20 yet and he astonished everybody up until the very end, and then he finished first. He is the very champion of the great competition of Shuiyu. He is extremely strong and he is the glory of our empire of Shuiyu. Dragon Mountain would like to grant him the title of ruler of Shuiyu and his name is Lin Feng," said Ruolan Shan. People thought that their brains were going to explode. They slowly remembered Lin Feng, whose image appeared in their head again. Lin Feng. Lin Feng had won. They obviously all knew Lin Feng, everybody in Shuiyu knew him. They could still remember all the times he had shown his strength. However, the crowd had never thought that as young as he was, he would become the champion of the competition. They had never thought that he would become the most astonishing cultivator in Shuiyu. Duan Wu Dao had finished second, which meant that Lin Feng had defeated Duan Wu Dao. Lin Feng was really monstrously strong. "Your Highness, do you know where Lin Feng is? Let's go and find him together," said Ruolan Shan smiling. The crowd was becoming clear-headed again. "All right. Lin Feng must be in the lovesickness forest, let's go together," said the king. "No need," said a voice. People looked in the direction where the voice had come from and saw a young man in the sky. He looked clean and outstanding. He looked more and more brilliant each time they saw him. His eyes were deep and profound. His chi had changed from before. Lin Feng had changed a lot, it seemed. Lin Feng had come out of the lovesickness forest because he wanted to go and see Duan Xin. He hadn't thought that he would run into Ruolan Shan. "Lin Feng, very good, you're here," said Ruolan Shan smiling. "Lin Feng, the emperor asked me to come. Now I would like to confer you the title of ruler of Shuiyu in front of everybody, including the king of Shuiyu. You now have the same power as the king of Shuiyu." Ruolan Shan then waved his hand and a group of people moved towards Lin Feng. Everybody was looking at him with respect. Lin Feng had a status which was as powerful as that of the king. "Congratulations, Lin Feng," said the king, smiling at Lin Feng. He looked free and unrestrained. It didn't seem to bother him to have someone with the same power as him in Shuiyu. Lin Feng nodded back at him. He didn't look scared or respectful. He wasn't a young man from the imperial palace. After Shingon, after having seen the cultivators of the Tianqi layer from the East Sea Dragon Palace, the Nine-Clawed Sword Sect, the Jade Heaven Imperial Family and the Necropolis, Lin Feng didn't feel anything particular facing the king of Shuiyu. Besides, he was now as powerful as the king. Lin Feng was the new ruler of Shuiyu along with the king. "Thank you. Since the king is here, I would like to say that I would like to get married with Princess Xin, with whom I love. I hope that you will accept." Lin Feng had become the ruler of Shuiyu and was proposing a marriage alliance with the princess, asking the king for her hand in front of everybody else. The king and Lin Feng looked at each other. It seemed like some shark chi was colliding in the air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 699, Acceptance. Chapter 699, Acceptance. Everybody remained silent. They watched Lin Feng and the king stare down each other. They didn't know what to think. Back then, Lin Feng had astonished them under the moonlight of the Xiangjiang Lake. Now, he was facing the king who was as powerful as him. He was now the ruler of Shuiyu. Duan Wuya was on the king's side. Back then he had said to Lin Feng that in order to get married with Duan Xin, he had to finish in the top 9. And then in the future, he had to defeat Duan Wu Dao. Only then he would accept. However, now Lin Feng had already accomplished all those things and had even finished first at the great competition of Shuiyu. He had come back to Shuiyu as a glorious hero and had become the ruler of Shuiyu. If Lin Feng wanted to get married with Duan Xin, who could refuse? Duan Wuya had no reason to do so either. Lin Feng hadn't even glanced at Duan Wuya. Since the beginning, he knew how Duan Wuya was and now he didn't care about him anymore. He had become the ruler of Shuiyu and Duan Wuya was the second prince. Lin Feng's status was higher than that of Duan Wuya, so did he need to look at him? At that moment, someone groaned coldly and a person in a grey changpao appeared. That person was coldly staring at Lin Feng. It was Shi Huan, one of the Imperial Dragon Guards, and he was Shi Qiong's father. Lin Feng had already seen him in the past. He had tried to kill Lin Feng in the past, but Lin Feng was becoming stronger. "You tiny little insect, do you think that you become a phoenix? You are no match for Xin. She's a princess," said Shi Huan in an extremely cold way. He looked evil. Lin Feng had become the ruler of Shuiyu, how abominable. Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at Shi Huan. His eyes were twinkling with sharp lights, as sharp as swords. Shi Huan had the feeling that he was being stabbed. "What do you want? Shut your filthy mouth now. I am the ruler of Shuiyu now, how dare you gesticulate in front of me?" do you want to die? Said Lin Feng extremely aggressively. In a flash, he released a terrifying sword energy which enveloped Shi Huan's body. Shi Huan's face turned deathly pale, he was sweating cold beads and could barely breathe. How dare you! Shouted Shi Huan furiously. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so brutal and violent. Besides, he was realizing that Lin Feng was the champion of the great competition of Shuiyu and that he had become monstrously strong. In his memories, Lin Feng was still weak. Die! Lin Feng ignored him and shouted furiously. A terrifying die word appeared in the air, a terrifying sword energy emerged at the same time and lacerated the atmosphere. The sword energy then turned into a terrifying sword. Shi Qiong looked deathly pale, his face contained no blood anymore. Would Lin Feng kill him? Crrr, the massive amount of sword energy crashed onto his body. He was so much weaker than Lin Feng. Lin Feng could kill him from kilometers away, could Shi Huan compete with him? Shi Huan couldn't even resist, Lin Feng didn't even need to move his hands to kill him. In a flash, Shi Huan was dead. The sword chi disappeared and Lin Feng moved back to his initial position. He looked calm and serene as if nothing had happened. The crowd was astonished and their hearts were pounding at full speed. Lin Feng had become so scary. Becoming the champion of the great competition of Shuiyu wasn't easy. Lin Feng had become 100 times stronger than before the competition. Lin Feng had become the ruler of Shuiyu, an officer of the Imperial Snow Dragon Guards couldn't rival with him anymore. Shi Huan had overestimated himself. Lin Feng considered as an insect but he died with a breath of effort. The king and Duan Wuya looked emotionless. Shi Huan had died and they didn't care at all, in fact, they actually hadn't cared. They didn't control the Imperial Snow Dragon Guards, Duan Wuya had always dreamt of becoming their leader but had never managed to do so. Then the king of Shuiyu smiled at Lin Feng in a resplendent way and said, Lin Feng, now you are the ruler of Shuiyu, you can of course marry Xin Yi. Just choose a date for the wedding. Wuya will help organize everything. I hope that you will take care of Xin Yi. Said the king. The crowd was speechless, the king had accepted. Xin Yi and Lin Feng were going to be married. Of course, if one person could get married with Duan Xin Yi, it had to be Lin Feng. He was the champion of the great competition of Shuiyu, everybody knew him. And he was the ruler of Shuiyu. If Lin Feng couldn't get married with the princess, who could? The crowd thought that the king accepted only because of Lin Feng's new social status though, ruler of Shuiyu. They had the same power in the country now. In any case, the king hadn't thought about it too much, he immediately accepted Lin Feng's request. Shi Huan had died for nothing, he had just courted death and Lin Feng had helped him achieve his aim. Thank you, said Lin Feng bowing in front of the king. The king would become Lin Feng's father-in-law, he had to be polite to him. Congratulations Lin Feng. You came back as a hero and you are now the ruler of Shuiyu. Now you will get married with a beautiful woman, Ruolan Shan will definitely come to the wedding for a few drinks. Said Ruolan Shan smiling merrily. He had already seen how close Duan Xin Yi and Lin Feng were. A girl as beautiful as the stars and a peerless genius. They were a perfect couple. Thank you, I will happily welcome you to my wedding. Said Lin Feng smiling at Ruolan Shan. Alright, Lin Feng, your highness, my mission in Shuiyu is over. I have to go back to Dragon Mountain, I would like the king of Shuiyu to help me with one more thing though. Make a public announcement to declare Lin Feng's new title of ruler of Shuiyu. Said Ruolan Shan. Everybody had to know about it. If the king did it himself then Ruolan Shan could be relieved. No need to remind me of that, this is obvious. The entire country will know about it. At the same time, I will also prepare his wedding with my daughter. It will be a big ceremony. Said the king calmly smiling. The crowd slightly nodded, the king didn't mind that Lin Feng had become the ruler of Shuiyu. Duan Wudao had finished second at the great competition of Shuiyu. Lin Feng had finished as the most outstanding cultivator of Shuiyu and of Shuiyu. Everybody had to know. We talked too much, your highness, Lin Feng, I'm leaving. Said Ruolan Shan waving. Immediately after, the people from Dragon Mountain all left. The tulip petals kept flying in the wind. After Ruolan Shan left, the king slowly turned and looked to Lin Feng while smiling. Lin Feng, you are the ruler of Shuiyu now, the imperial palace is yours to share. Alright, Duan Wuya and you can talk about the future now. You shouldn't need me anymore. Said the king smiling, he then turned around and left. Duan Wuya looked at Lin Feng in a calm and serene way. He looked at Lin Feng with a smile on his face but people didn't know what he was thinking. Lin Feng, I also would like to congratulate you. You are the champion of the great competition of Shuiyu and defeated my brother. You met all my requirements, think about a wedding date now," said Duan Wuya slowly and calmly. He even sounded a bit gentle or soft. It seemed like the problems which had arisen before the competition had never happened because he wasn't aggressive anymore. "I will talk to her and we will decide together," said Lin Feng, nodding. He then jumped forwards and left. He didn't look at Duan Wuya anymore. It seemed like he didn't feel like talking to him. Duan Wuya looked at him with a resplendent smile on his face, but nobody knew how he really felt. People were also pensive around him, but then the crowd dispersed. People didn't understand all those plots and intrigues happening in imperial families. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 700, Public Announcement. Chapter 700, Public Announcement. Deep in a forest, Indiana, the Imperial Palace, opposite a waterfall, there was a beautiful woman next to a river. In front of her was a painting. It was a man's portrait. There were many colors and the style was refined and elegant. Water was flowing next to her, but all she was focusing on was the portrait she was painting. She was painting the man she loved. She was using her heart to paint. "Princess," said someone at that moment. She was surprised to hear someone interrupting her. Duan Xinyi stopped painting, her brush shook as she made some messy strokes. Duan Xinyi frowned and turned her head around. "Xiao Xian, why are you bothering me?" "Princess, I have some good news," said Xiao Xian with a resplendent smile on her face. "What news?" asked Duan Xinyi, a bit surprised. She didn't like being disturbed while painting. What was Xiao Xian talking about? "Lin Feng is back. He just arrived and has proposed a marriage alliance," said Xiao Xian proudly. Duan Xinyi was so surprised that she dropped her painting brush. Lin Feng had come back and had asked her father for her hand. Did he reply? Asked Duan Xinyi, a bit anxious. He did, and he accepted. Master Lin Feng defeated Duan Wu Dao at the great competition of Shuiyu and he finished first. He has now become the ruler of Shuiyu. That title was conferred to him by the Dragon Mountain Empire. He has came back a hero. Duan Xinyi's heart was pounding furiously. Lin Feng had defeated Duan Wu Dao and was the champion of the great competition of Shuiyu. He had also become the ruler of Shuiyu. All of that was great news. Duan Xinyi was speechless. "Where is Lin Feng?" asked Duan Xinyi suddenly. She looked delighted. "I just heard the news, so I rushed over to tell you these things. I think he should arrive at any moment now," said Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian hadn't even finished talking when Duan Xinyi was already running away. Her Chong Sam was fluttering in the wind. A silhouette appeared in front of her, making her stop. She was so happy to see that person. It was the man she had been painting so many times over. He had come back. And to her great surprise, her father had accepted their alliance. She smiled magnificently when she saw him. Lin Feng looked mature and mysterious. Duan Xinyi lowered her head, her face had turned red. She wanted to control herself, but in the end tears appeared in her eyes and started flowing down her cheeks. Duan Xinyi used her sleeves to wipe off the tears. She lowered her head and smiled. She wanted to make herself beautiful, but unfortunately she had started crying. Lin Feng slowly walked forwards and arrived next to Duan Xinyi. She slowly raised her head, still wiping off her tears with her sleeves. "Silly girl, if you want to cry then just cry," said Lin Feng, stretching his hands out and hugging Duan Xinyi. Then she was crying and crying. Duan Xinyi tightly hugged Lin Feng. She felt warm. She was hugging him so tightly, it seemed like she was scared that he would leave her. Even though Lin Feng had finished as the champion of the great competition of Shuiyu, nobody had been able to predict what was going to happen there. Duan Xinyi had been scared the whole time. She had thought that Lin Feng might die there. She had missed him so much, but she had also been terrified. She didn't like it when Lin Feng was away. She had had so many nightmares and had only been able to comfort herself alone and try to convince herself that Lin Feng would come back safe and sound. Now, he had come back and was right in front of her. Behind them was Xiao Xian smiling in a sweet way. She left them in silence without drawing their attention. She was happy for the princess. Lin Feng remained calm and serene. He didn't say anything. He just let her cry as much as she wanted. "Lin Feng, in the future you must bring me with you if you go somewhere," said Duan Xinyi, staring at Lin Feng. She wanted to stay by Lin Feng's side all the time. She felt like she had a stone in her heart when Lin Feng gone. She felt like she was suffocating each time. Even if the situation was dangerous, she wanted to be with Lin Feng. Okay, said Lin Feng, wiping off her tears with his hand. She looked so sad, how could Lin Feng refuse her request? She smiled again when she heard Lin Feng. She wiped off her tears with her sleeve again, looking so cute. Let's go to the lovesickness forest. All right, said Duan Xin Yi, nodding like a good girl. Immediately after, Lin Feng rose up in the air and flew towards the lovesickness forest. Nobody could stop them in the imperial palace. Lin Feng was the ruler of Shuiyu now, and the king had even agreed to it. Lin Feng was the most powerful man in the country. Shi Huan had died opposing him, who else dared to argue him? Lin Feng and Duan Xin Yi had left very quickly. Lin Feng's life was usually calm and tranquil, but now it wasn't. He had come back to Shuiyu as a hero. He was the champion of the great competition of Shuiyu and had been conferred the title of ruler of Shuiyu. The king had announced that news himself to the people. Yangzhou City now had a certain reputation since Lin Feng had been entitled as the ruler of Shuiyu. It had become an even stronger city. Some extremely strong cultivators were now going to Yangzhou City to live there. Great opportunities would surely present themselves there in the future. There were so many extremely great skills and techniques, foreigners were traveling there more frequently. Yangzhou City was becoming a large city. Besides, at that moment in the sky above Yangzhou City, many silhouettes had appeared. They were riding ferocious wild beasts of the Xian level. Everybody in Yangzhou City was terrified and panic-stricken. Who were those strong cultivators and why had they come to Yangzhou City? Some golden papers were falling from the sky. The ferocious wild beasts were dropping those golden papers which floated in the wind. The sky of Yangzhou City was dazzling as they left. The crowd looked at the ferocious wild beasts leaving. A strong cultivator then rose up in the air and grabbed some of the golden papers. The Qixia Marquis has come back and he is now the champion of the great competition of Shuiyu. He has come back to Shuiyu as a hero. Now, he is the ruler of Shuiyu. Besides, he is going to get married with Princess Duan Xin Yi. Many people were reading the words on those golden papers. Some strong cultivators were shaking. Lin Feng had won the great competition of Shuiyu and had come back as a hero. Now he had been conferred the title of ruler of Shuiyu by the Emperor of Dragon Mountain and was going to get married with the Princess Duan Xin Yi. People were astonished. Some people slowly turned around and looked in the direction of the government building. Now, the leader of the city had become the ruler of the country. The castle which served as the government building would be a holy place in the future, another imperial palace. People in Yangzhou City were reading the golden papers one after the other. They were all shaking. The champion of the great competition of Shuiyu was their leader, Lin Feng. And on top of it he came from Yangzhou City himself. Lin Feng. The crowd looked so proud. Lin Feng. Some other people looked at the golden papers and sighed. How moving. Lin Feng from the Lin clan. This time, he hadn't astonished Yangzhou City but the entire country and even the entire region. They were all very proud because Lin Feng came from Yangzhou City. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.